This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
They don't know he's there. Is he gonna be in there? He's done it again! It's just unreal! Again, and Derek wins it! That is that, folks!
Sean puts a gap in the smoke and the spray. It's just beautiful.
Causing an issue out wide! Agora sim! Vamos lá! É você!
Oh, do you smell that? It smells like beautiful Timbits in the morning, baby. That's right, because Masters Toronto is on the horizon, and two teams are going to be punching their ticket to our next global event. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 3 of VCT Americas Playoffs Stage 1, coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena. We're at team in sunny Los Angeles.
It's not sunny today.
It's
California.
raining.
It was sunny when I walked in the building today,
It was
Mimi. Don't
raining
take
when
this
I
away
walked
from
in the
me.
building.
Did you wake up at 1 o'clock?
It was raining all morning.
In sunny Los Angeles, California.
Great intro, GB.
Hola, I'm Golden Boy. You've got Brad, Mimi, and Ender. As you could tell, it's going to be a totally normal and calm desk today as we talk about video games and only video games. No shenanigans
Does this
whatsoever.
have to do with video games? All this?
Yeah, it does, because we're doing an event in
Is that a
Toronto.
goose?
But I got some ideas for later on, you'll see. Now, let's go ahead and talk about what happened on this stage yesterday, okay? Because you had back-to-back elimination matches. First, it was 100 Thieves versus NRG, and there was one person on this desk that believed, and it was you.
It was me? Yeah. I mean, I think it was crazy how many people printed NRG.
It was
Obviously,
kind of
it was
crazy.
a close game, but no one else going under Thieves is wild to me. They played incredibly well, though. Xander especially, he's had a really rough stage thus far, had a rough last game, and he just went nuclear. Dropped something like 50 kills on the series to win that one, but it was more surprises when we got to EG, Brent.
EG were lights out. I mean, I don't know what they fed Yeaster. And they brought him back to the Optic days or something because he was on the top form. The whole team was overall as well.
No, man, he never left, baby. He just needed some love.
He definitely left for a
He
while.
just needed some. He just needed a team
literally
around.
Not even in the
2 years where
country
he left.
anymore, Golden Boy.
Exactly. So there you go. You know. I mean, the
He turned two-dimensional for a year. Like, he was not the same guy.
He's
But
the first man that they've unflat Stanley.
yeah, he is.
Very impressive.
But you know what, though?
3D.
It was good to see them pop off. Evil Geniuses, of course, are going to live in this competition, move on to see another day. We'll, of course, see how that all fares out. But the field has been narrowed to 6 teams. So, as we were talking about, let's see the bracket and where we are right now. So, EG 100 Thieves sitting in the lowers, waiting for the losers of these games today. You got, of course, G2 going up against Sentinels, and then it's Kruvisa against MIBR. These are high-stakes matches, friends, because if you win this, you qualify for Toronto. That's it. That's the most important thing. Yeah, sure. You know, yes, you want to win the darn thing. Don't get me wrong, Ender, right? You want to be able to hoist a trophy over your head, especially going.
What is going on there?
There's just a moose.
It's all part of the
I've been
plans.
to Toronto. This doesn't look like Toronto. I'm going to be so
That's true.
amazing.
This looks more like the mountain area, but hey, we'll get to that in a second.
How tall are you compared to that?
Oh.
Go over there.
I clear this moose.
You probably do clear
Hold
it.
on.
Do you hear
Buddy?
the sound?
It's life size. Give it a
Like if I had antlers,
Give it a stroke.
I'm up there. Give it a stroke?
Yeah. What is
that
I'm not going to
sound?
stroke the moose.
Is that a moose being strangled?
No, that's the sound of them. That's a pack of meese.
They sound like they're dying.
Meese.
Yeah, it's like a goose and geese. You call multiple mooses meese.
Ooh, tickle under the chin. They're quite friendly.
Yeah,
Don't
okay.
actually do that to a moose. It'll probably
They will kill you.
Yeah,
They will kill you.
Listen, I'm gonna keep $150 with y'all. I'm brown, so I don't mess with mooses. So we good. You know what I mean? That's just what I do. I'm from the hood. So come on, guys. All right. Now, of course, guys, here's the deal. All right, we're gonna have some fun with it. This is the closest I'll ever get to a moose. All right. So we're gonna ask folks to come up here later on today. Some of our players, maybe from Match Point. We're gonna take some pictures with the moose. You know, we've worked hard on the moose.
Right.
Okay, everyone. And oh yes, and also this as well.
This as well.
So that's maple
So-
syrup.
Why do we have syrup?
Yeah.
Before we find out which teams are making it to Toronto, we're gonna play a game. Okay, we're gonna play a game
Why do you have the syrup?
because predictions are gonna dictate who takes a
Don't
shot.
ask about the syrup, maybe. It's
syrup.
not important.
I've done this before for those
It's
of our.
Chekhov's syrup. It's going to
syrup,
pay
yeah.
off at the end of the show.
For those of our longtime viewers who've been following me and Brent's history, the maple
A lot of
syrup
history with this bottle in particular, actually.
has a lot of history
Yeah.
there. But before we chug some maple syrup, we're gonna have a good time here, okay? Because,
Chug?
guys,
Chug?
because
This guy
we're
talking
going
about?
to play a simple game before we do the chugging, okay? And it's called What Happens Next? All right, you've played this game before. We know this game, all right? It's a very simple one. All right, you guys gonna watch the clip?
Dude, that's crazy.
That's nightmare fuel. I'm not gonna front right there, bro. That's crazy.
Wide
All right,
moose.
So here's how it works. We're gonna show a clip, and then y'all gonna guess what happens next. Okay? There are no hints. There's no multiple choice. And of course,
I have
chat.
seen
We
Into
love you, so you
God's
guys can play as well. Here's your first clip. Let's see if these nincompoops can get it. It's okay. We got a little bit of MIBR
I've seen
100
this
Thieves.
before. This is Cryo getting 2. Yep.
Ooh.
I casted this.
Wait, no,
did.
we have to
I
guess
remember
what
casting
happens
this.
next, not
Yeah,
what's
what
already
happens next?
happened.
Okay.
Oh, my bad. When is it going to pause?
I don't know.
We'll see.
Well,
Okay,
what
'cause
happens
then-
next, Bren? You
What happens
casted
next?
this.
I'm trying to remember.
He
I think
gets an
Cryo
X,
just
I'm pretty sure.
Cryo literally kills everyone.
Yo, you remember RGO Meister
actually,
played
wait.
on MIBR?
Wait,
Don't remember Chosen?
They might lose this.
Oh, you know what really happens next? We go to Lotus, and Chosen knifes them, and
yes.
then EG makes playoffs.
Yes,
and,
no. Cryo does close this out, or at least
Yeah.
he helps him close it out. And then you're right, they go to Lotus.
And
And then the whole
the
Chosen.
diffuser gets knifed by
Yeah.
the assistant coach.
Yep.
And
And then the timeline
100
is changed
Thieves
forever. All right, let's go.
transfer.
Run it up. But, I mean, even though...
It was a sick close.
This was
was
the
sick.
backwards dash up draft? Okay.
So you guys got it technically right. He helped him win. He got the ace. You didn't say the ace, but it's fine. Points.
I said ace.
Points for them. Points.
Yeah, the crowd
All
was going crazy.
Yeah, they were losing their minds. That was a crazy moment there. All right, let's go ahead and see what happens next with our next clip. This is going to be C9 Sentinels.
Oh.
This is playoffs day one. So this is just the other day.
Oh, this is, yeah, okay, I know what happens next.
Okay,
I know what happens
don't
next.
say it though. I mean,
Don't
we gotta
say it
see
yet?
what happens,
Well,
right?
and when are you going to pause?
I don't know. I don't have control over this.
yeah.
Why are you yelling at me for?
Can I just say what it is?
I mean,
yeah,
could you wait for
call
the
your
pause?
shot.
Oh.
Can I wait for the pause? I'll wait for the pause.
Yeah, just you know, like
When are
once
we
you
gonna
go
pause?
ahead and tell the people what's going on. Oh,
They're
there
going
you
to
go.
tail mess with themselves.
God damn.
They're going to group up. They're going to tail mess with themselves like they're playing on Abyss. They yearn for Abyss. They can't have it. The kids can't have it. They can't have the void.
The
that's calling for
children
us all.
long for the
They
void.
long for the mines and the
I
void.
don't know why you can't
Run
just
it.
shoot the ceiling on Pearl and the water comes and takes you out of the round.
Turns into a different map entirely.
Yeah.
Imagine it was like that
down.
one guy who just didn't stand inside of the circle and it's like, oh no.
Now you're
Wait,
left-
John
you're
doubled
left
his
on the
kills
outside.
that round.
Yeah, that was impressive.
All right, let's see. Next clip. Let's see what happens next. I believe this one's also from playoffs as well. Oh, it's actually stage one, week one. C9 versus NRG.
Okay.
I don't know if I remember this
1-1
match
in the count
at
now.
all.
4-0. C9's up on Pearl.
What happens
Okay.
here? I don't remember this at
Oh, okay.
all.
Som's getting a plant off. Mitch looks
Wait,
like
I think Som like wins this.
Yeah, I think
like
he
Zeppa
gets
chokes.
like a crazy 4K.
Yeah.
If I remember.
I think Zeppa whiffs the initial shot. Som just like clotheslines him and then wins the round.
Okay. Or sorry, Zeppa was about to get shocked. All right, let's see. Run the
I'm
clip.
down.
I think.
It swaps over.
Yeah, there
okay,
you go.
there's one. There's the next. There's Som with 3.
Oh, it's the big round.
Oh, I forgot about
Big
Vic.
crowd.
Would you look at that?
Okay, so down some maple syrup.
So I did guess what happens next. I just didn't get the other things that
By the
happened
way, we
after
casted
it.
that. Neither of us remembered. That's kind of
Well, no, I remembered the next thing.
Yeah, but
I
not
can't-
the
to
thing
be fair,
after that.
I don't know
I didn't
what-
remember anything.
I don't know what happened like yesterday. So
Yesterday.
you know.
Oh,
what
I don't
mean?
know either.
Yeah, it's all a blur, right?
What's your
That's
name
just
again?
how it works.
Los Angeles, I think?
Yes,
If
I'm
you're in
Los
Texas,
Angeles
people-
actually.
Okay.
That's my name.
Beautiful name.
Of course, let's go ahead and get into today's first matchup, which of course is a rematch from Kickoff. Now, MIBR did eliminate Crew Visa in the lower bracket, prevented the LATAM squad from being able to make it over to Bangkok. So, you know, and Crew obviously really riding this high right now. They've been doing really, really well for themselves. They've always managed to make like champions, for example, but you know, Mimi, it feels like this Crew team has found something else entirely this season.
Yeah, last time Crew made a global was Masters Copenhagen, a very different team back then. That was before the Partnership League, any of that. But there is a history between these two teams. Both of them got within a hair of qualifying to Masters Bangkok and lost close matches. MIBR taking down Crew and then MIBR losing in that BO5 to Sentinels to lose out on their opportunity. And they're two teams that I think a lot of people would have expected, especially for MIBR, to be representing Americas at internationals.
Absolutely, right? That kickoff was a bit of a surprise. They come into this stage and again look to be achieving similar highs to what we were expecting, you know, only falling to G2 during group play. So they're coming in again, I think, as a strong team, but on the other side of things, Crew, the only match they dropped was like that weird one against EG, so
Yeah.
you still gotta have a ton of faith in that team.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll see in the predictions later on how things shake out here. But of course, let's actually see what's going on with the team over at Crew. We got Melzer standing by with Elizabeth, who had words earlier on.
Now, Melzer, this is the first time in a pretty long time that Crew might make a Masters tournament. Within your time in the organization, is this the best Crew we have seen?
Yo creo que sí. Nunca había visto un equipo donde nos complementáramos todos con los roles, donde nadie tuviera que flexear su rol y también que cada uno estuviera como en su mayor potencial. Creo que venimos trabajando bien, creo que todos han demostrado su mejor versión y por eso para mí es la mejor versión de Crew que he visto hasta ahora.
I think so. I've never been part of a team where we complement each other so well, where the roles fit so well. None of us had to go through an adjustment process when it came to the roles, and we've been working really hard and doing a lot of fixes as well. So this is the best version that we have.
Well, best of luck today.
Now, despite this being the best version of crew that we've seen, especially according to Melzer there, they did fall to a very weird game that we noted.
Fake game doesn't matter.
To EG. But given what we know about EG now, I don't know. That actually is kind of interesting, right? Given how EG played.
No. Let's not pretend like EG completely outplayed them. Crew played an absolute stinker of a game versus EG. Kesnet had the worst series of the year, but that's okay. It was one day.
Yeah. And the good thing is, you know what? To your point, though, they did manage to make a big bounce back, and they took down 100 Thieves, right? Yeah. So, I think it goes to say, Brenda, this crew team, right? I think the crew of old would have probably caved in. Crew of new is way better.
I was a little bit worried, honestly, as well, off the back of that EG series, but they did bounce back. It was just a blip on the radar overall as well, and I think it's led us to this juncture almost where you've got MIBR and crew. I think stylistically and I guess the core ways that both of these teams end up winning are very similar in a lot of ways as well. They end up having a lot of parity in terms of the map pool that they play against each other as well. So you're looking at a chance for crew as an org for these players as well, and some chance they get a bit of redemption, honestly. One game is all they have to win now to make it to a Masters event. Last time, as we've already mentioned, since Copenhagen. So hell of a chance for them. Yeah. They've got the form factor. It's all looking good for them right now.
Narrative. They're the same team.
Narrative.
Kesnet, Ospas, same player. Both insanely cracked player, known for Jet, branching out to a couple new roles this year.
I'm pretty sure Ospas fans are freaking out right now.
It's a compliment. It's a compliment. They both have really good Sentinel players. They both have a similar map pool. Like, if there was two teams in Americas that played similar, I think these two are clearly the most, which makes this matchup really interesting, especially if we get like maps like Icebox, things like that in the pool today.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of similarities when it comes to that Asian pool.
Yeah, and then of course, you're going to have your work cut out for you if you're crew here, because you're going to be dealing with the might of the slaying power, the sheer slaying power that this MIBR team has, especially coming from Ospas. But that's going to be putting a lot of pressure on guys like Shy, for example, right? Who are really going to be the last line of defense, the ones that are really going to be stepping up in those moments there to try and get those rounds for them.
And Shy has just been phenomenal, I think, all of stage one so far, to be honest. Not just in the clutch factor as well, but he's adding in the extra elements as well, little twists the crew want to add into their composition. Sometimes it's Shy who's been offering that up for them as well. But honestly, there's no complaints really about his performance whatsoever. He's been lights out and a core part of the reason why crew are playing so well.
Yeah, and I'm thinking even all year going back to Kickoff, right? Like his bind, like anchoring performances, him and Adverso. I think that the benefit crew have with a player like Shy is on the defensive side in particular, this team's quote-unquote weak side of the map, which it's usually just going to be a Shy, maybe an Adverso, it's one or two players, is one of the strongest we have in the entire league in terms of locking down space with limited resources.
They introduced the Vise on one map in Kickoff, the bind that you mentioned, but here in stage one, they've tried a lot of new comps. He's been playing the Vise on most of the maps, so it's been a new agent for kind of the first time in forever for this guy who had almost always just played Killjoy Cypher, but he's looked so good on the roll. I love the variety of setups he shows on multiple maps, and the same stuff we were saying about him years ago of how he plays around the site as an anchor, it's still true now. He's been on point for crew.
Yeah, it feels like just him being able to play Vice as well with the utility and the kit of that particular agent has really like unlocked him and allowed him to do some really cool stuff here. Now, he's going to be dealing with a lot, right? He's going to have his hands full, okay? But so is Kesnet, because, this team, right, they're going to be going up against, well, it's Ospas. you gotta talk about the fight, the head-to-head battle. You're gonna get Kesnet versus Ospas, and Kesnet's had a lights-out year, guys. He's been incredible ender, and I think it goes to show you that, like, you put in that work, this team, they believe in one another. On the other side to that, though, Ospas was looking for the same exact thing, and he got it with MIBR.
For sure. And I think, like, this matchup is so fun to me because sort of like what Mimi was talking about, there are a lot of similarities between the teams, between these two players. Like, these are still two of the players that are going to be dipping into the Jet on a lot of maps. But at the same time, Kesnet has opened up his pool in this stage, has been playing some of that Yoru as well, which has been effective for him.
Most played agent Yoru. It's the first time ever it hasn't been Jet, whereas MIBR is the team that picks the most Jet. 5 out of 7 maps in the pool, they're locking in that agent. They're still prioing Ospas onto these old roles, and at least in their first playoff game, he looked back to form on that Jet. But you've talked about this a lot, Bren. He hasn't had to be as hard carry as he was in the past with the new players
the
on this
major
team.
difference has to be, like, when I watch MIBR, it's Aspas has a lot of trust in his team to be able to set him up to succeed, and he will willingly put his body on the line in a lot of these situations.
And that's because he's not
I'm not going to say it. Listen, you keep trying to get me to attract the ire of Brazil over and over again. I am falling for this trap again.
What is the word?
What is the word?
What is it?
He's a very safe percentage-based player.
And he's not doing one anymore.
You know what? I'm standing up for you. Say your point. But don't listen to them.
On the MIBR right now, he gets set up to succeed really well by the rest of his team. And sometimes he is the first deck, but he has trust in the rest of his team to be able to take up the space that he's created and actually follow up and win a round off the back of it, which they're doing. That shows in their record this stage.
He's not baiting.
Statistically, he's having one of his worst years yet. Guess what? They're winning more. Yeah. And it's because he has that trust in his team more. So listen, I have no complaints whatsoever with the way that he's playing. Stop trying to bait me into...
You said it, thank you.
Got him! That's crazy. That is insane work. That is amazing.
That's unbelievable.
Like, you're fired. But in any case, no. Let's actually check in with MIBR's coach, the one and only Fraud, to get his thoughts as we get ready for this match today.
Now, Fraud, since Verno joined MIBR, he's really just kind of found this explosive success that we love to see from him. As a coach, how have you helped Verno find that success?
Just really empowering the player, getting to understand him, what he likes to do, how he likes to, just go by his day, pre-game stuff, like helping him open his ice cream or something like this. It's like, for me, I'm just trying to get a good understanding of how he is and just trying to help him out however I can, and like I said, empower him rather than like trying to mold him into what we want to do.
Best of luck today.
And that mentality has taken MIBR quite far because they have been good this year. Not just good, consistently good. So, and the thing is that it's very easy to forget that this is a team, most importantly an organization, that really hasn't gotten like a whiff of success.
They were the worst org in Americas last year. 11th place in back-to-back stages, 8th place in 2023 when they were playing in this league. But now here they are. Third place Kickoff and competing for that again here in Stage 1. It's been an incredible turnaround, and the thing that's impressed me the most about it has been Artsin's turnaround as a player. He was with them through those really low periods when they were 11th place, but now he's stepped into the IGL role, and I feel like has been both on point individually and also calling a macro that, well, isn't super complicated, has really enabled players like Cortesia, like Aspas to play the way that they want to. And it's just execute on it so well.
Right, because you can't, I think, discount the success MIBR has had, with a guy like Artsin, with Aspas coming to the roster, and not address sort of the new guys that they've also taken under their wings in Cortesia and Shenum. This team has sort of come together, mixing old and new to massive success.
Yeah, it's been really impressive how MIBR came together in the in the preseason and now have really found those pieces. And this is where we really see how much of that work has paid off, right? Because this is it.
9th, 11th, 3rd now, basically. If they win this matchup here as well, they're going to be going to a Masters event. I mean, we've already laid it out here. I think the narratives that we got between these two teams, MIBR and Crew, your Crew looking for that chance of redemption to actually go back to the Masters events like they used to do consistently all the time. For MIBR, it's the first time they're ever going to be able to do it, right? And they're doing it off the back of the fact of this rebuild this year built around Aspas and that trust that they've got in the rest of the team. It's stellar stuff, honestly. Yeah. It's stellar stuff.
Yeah, this was the best player in the world joining the worst team in the league, and it's been nothing but successful. It's wild.
And let's not forget all the other pieces that have been put into place. One of those individuals is Cortesia. Actually had a lot of words, some good words to say about his squad and everything else in our last Verizon post-match interview. Let's actually go ahead and check that clip out.
Day by day with Pretz, and the Verno is a new guy on the team, so for me, I ever say this, like, for me, the line to we grow up is really high. Yeah. We are not on the maximum. We can do more. And each week pass, we are better and better and better. And we are going to Masters if God allows, and we are going to this tournament to win.
Wow. And there you have it. I mean, the confidence from Cortesia, and honestly, has every right to be. You know, this MIBR team, it's clear that they found something within the lineup that is just clicking, Brent.
Yeah, it is. I think him saying as well that they haven't even reached their ceiling yet, I believe that, I think, with the way that they play as well. There's definitely always things to improve for any team whatsoever, but MIBR, I don't think stumbled upon is the right word, to be honest. They have clearly found and defined a way that they want to play, which is really just making sure that Aspas is enabled, and they have trust in the fundamentals to trade each other out really well. It works for them. It really does work, and they're going to have this now interesting clash where they're playing against Crew, who also, I think, play in a kind of a similar way, where I would say the core way that Crew win ends up being them playing off of one another as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how this turns out.
Well, you know, when you talk about, you know, the head-to-heads and all that stuff, right? And it is very close, as we've discussed multiple times. Let's actually talk about the map pools for both of these teams, right? How are things shaking out here? Where are we feeling? Because it seems like, you know, both squads are huge fans of Icebox.
Yeah, they're the two best Icebox teams that we have in the league. One being 3-0 for Crew, 4-0 for MIBR on the year. Neither has dropped this map, and they're both playing the exact same comp and basically, I mean, actioning on the same style. They've been very successful on defense with retakes with the Harbor Viper, and I think we're almost certainly going to see this map in the pool today.
Oh, absolutely.
I was going to ask, yeah.
Well, and the comps are interesting too, because it's the evolution of the Leviathan from last year, right? With Mazzino sticking to the Harbor, going to Crew, Ospa still wanting to play the Jet. And what has shocked me the most, I think, is one of the key factors in how good the Icebox is for these two teams, is how strong their Harbor players are individually. Like, Artson and Mazzino put up insane numbers on the Harbor. And Harbor's an agent, they're like, people, you get 10 kills, it's like, oh, great map, you know? Like, you never have your gun out, anything like this. But these guys are showing up consistently, staying alive through rounds and getting wins for the team.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, taking a look here at this, though, few things stick out to me. I'm kind of shocked to see MIBR not get any wins on Ascent. That does actually blow my mind.
I am really interested in their Ascent. They played the last match of the group stage, which didn't mean a ton for them, and they were still playing default Ascent. It looked bad. I'm hoping they have something more cooked up and to play a more meta comp on that map, but part of me is doubtful of that still.
Yeah, I think the map pool is going to be really interesting just in terms of the shared kind of likeness, I think, in terms of both of these teams liking to play familiar maps, right?
He's in Icebox.
Icebox is not in Canada. Just because there's snow doesn't mean
it's an island off Russia.
He's there. Well, look, guys, ahead of playoffs, we asked Crew's coach Adam to play a quick game of Guess Who? Check it out.
There are Mies in Russia.
Hello, this is Coach Adam from Crew, and I'm here today to play Guess Who. So I have a bunch of audio files here, and I have to guess which one of my players is saying the phrase. Hola, coach. So I think that the first audio is Adverso, and it's because I have heard his voice so many times, and I noticed that at the end of his phrases, he turns his voice like to a sweet voice. So that's what I felt in this audio.
Hola, coach.
And this one, the second one for sure is Kesnit, because he has like that crazy voice.
Hola, coach.
Yeah, like I don't know, like a crazy guy voice. Like I believe that's Kesnit for sure. Hola, coach. And I believe this one is Mazzino. Hola, coach. Oh, and this is Shy. For sure this is Shy because he speaks like a baby, like a little kid. We call him the Wawa in the team, so this is him for sure. Hola, coach. Yeah, this is the old voice from Meltzer. I can notice on the tone, he has the hardest voice, and for sure the number 5 is Meltzer. This is the crazy Adverso. When he turns crazy, he laughs like this. Hola, coach.
Hola, coach.
Hola, coach. Hola, coach. Hola, coach. I know them well. I was a little scared at the beginning. I thought it was going to be harder, but at the end, the audio that they recorded, they left like clear marks of who was saying what. So I think they made it easy to me. So I was able to guess. Were you able to guess who? Thank you for watching.
Can do our best Adverso laugh. Actually, a big fan of it now.
Don't condone that.
No, he's so cool, guys. He just can't do it.
You are really cool, Kristen.
So cool. So cool. All right, now before we get into today's first match, we're going to take a moment to appreciate the artistic talent of the community. So let's go ahead and have our very own Fancy. Ha ha! Wordplay. Look at that there. That's good.
I get it, because you changed a B to an F.
Yeah, because Banksy.
Isn't that Castor and EMEA?
No, that's Pansy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that old chestnut. Now, of course, we're going to admire some fan art of agents, which will, of course, we're going to judge and interpret as well. And one of them was drawn by a member of the broadcast team. We don't know which one it is, so we're going to have some fun with this one. But here's our first work of art. Let's see which agent this is. It's going to be, okay.
It's Gecko.
What?
Right?
That is Gecko.
No, I think that's a wingman as Gecko.
With Gecko on his back?
Yeah, Gecko is turned into abilities.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's
crazy.
Freaky as hell.
I don't think that's a talent one. I don't think that's like a broadcast.
No. Okay.
Clove.
Okay, here's the next one.
That one's easy.
Yeah, it's just Clove.
Okay.
For sure.
Shout out.
Yep.
Yeah, is this Clove?
Kind of strange
yes,
body
okay.
proportions. I'm not sure what's going on there.
Yeah.
No, it's just like Clove
arms.
to me. personally.
Also, are those feet on there?
Oh,
That's Omen.
that's Broman, baby.
Yeah, the three little lines.
Yeah, but
he's jacked.
he needs a leg day.
He's
Look
jacked.
at those things.
Look at his arms, man. My guy does way too many push-ups.
He doesn't need to walk.
Let's see. Next. Can't even see it on the wall. It's like so light. Okay.
Killjoy?
That's an easy Killjoy.
It's like abstract art.
Yeah, that was drawn in less than 60 seconds.
Actually, yes. Drawn less than 60 seconds.
crazy.
Yeah, I'm actually shocked that they found that much yellow marker and they got it like really over
Well,
the
no,
paint.
that's done on that's done digitally.
Ah, okay.
You can tell with the
Paint.net?
marker.
You can tell.
I'm
you
an
can
expert.
Tell. Okay.
Wait, why is that? Why is my name in that?
Did you draw this?
That's not me.
What?
That's KO, right?
That's an imposter.
Oh, yeah. It's
It has a
KO.
little face.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
KO.
like the Squid Game mask?
Yeah.
Like,
It is KO.
like he has that like when he's
It
like
looks like
alternate.
KO, but if we were making a robot duck.
And we have one more. Let's see who.
Ready?
What the hell?
What the heck?
Why are you giving this to us? You should be submitting this to like some place to make
That's
money
so
off of it or
good.
something like that.
That is really good.
Oh wow, that is.
Okay. Well, wait a
Who is it?
I mean,
Rays.
but which one was the broadcast?
Yeah. Also, we like gave everyone's name at the bottom, so I
So
don't
it's got to
know.
be the first one.
Yeah, I guess. Did that not have a
Concept
name?
of elimination.
Who
It didn't have a
drew
name.
it? Who drew it?
Can we pull up
it?
the first one again?
Who drew? Let's see. Do you think some talent drew this one?
Dan Dryad.
Okay, all right, we have Dan Dryad for Ender. Go to the next one. Want to see, all right, talent draw this one?
No, because it's they're signed.
I think, it's got to be the first one at the
We
time.
metagamed this.
I can tell you right now that you're wrong.
What?
So we've been lied.
Show the Killjoy yet again.
The
If you don't
Killjoy.
mind.
The Killjoy?
Someone like forgot they had to draw this for the segment.
It was a
and
lot
did it
more
in, like, 10
dramatic in my
seconds.
mind, and then I was really hoping. There it is. Okay, so
Vikali.
a member of our team
Who is
drew
Vikali?
this one. I'll
What
give you
if
a
it's
hint.
Van Silly?
She is working today.
Anna Donlan.
Anna Donlan. No, it's not her. It's Liz. Liz drew that one. Liz drew that one.
Liz?
Yeah. There you have it.
Liz, you gotta work
Stick
on
to your
that.
day
Now,
job.
before we start the day, we want to let everyone know that we put our prints up. We're not showing them quite yet, but we will in a little bit. And whoever doesn't get it is going to have to take a shot of this bad boy right here. So let's see how the chips fall on this one, baby, because it's now time to start the playoffs. Day 3 starts right now.
Um jogo que vale bastante coisa pra gente, Masters e tudo. Cara, a Cru tá jogando, tá tendo uma evolução muito boa, muito pelo trabalho da Diverso.
Ya lo anulan por completo, mi compa, lo dejan fuera. Que llegaba también por los patos, pero lo estaban esperando. Alberto que graba también con el carrito. Y contra de Yu también. Es un 1v1. Adverso.
siento que la serie que jugamos contra ellos no lo hicimos bien, siendo que Aspas brilló mucho contra nosotros y la verdad fue que punichó nuestros errores e isso afetou o resultado.
Aspas dele, tipo, ele amassou, foi mais 46, então com certeza a gente vai ajudar ele nesse jogo, vai ser um jogo mais tranquilo pra ele.
Siento que ahora somos un equipo completamente diferente al que fuimos al Kickoff y me gustaría medirnos contra ellos ahora.
E acho que vai ser um jogão, acho que eles estão evoluindo bastante, mas a gente veio aqui pra acabar com isso.
Riot Games Arena, it's time to send our first team to Masters Toronto. Que se escuche la alegría que llega Visa!
Crew Visa coming into this one with a lot of hype. It's been a good start to the season for Crew, which is a thing that we're not used to saying, you know, but now here we are. This is a whole new crew, and on top of that, they are looking like absolute beasts.
And it's a crew that's contending for more than just a late season pop-up to get to champions. If they win this match, it'll be their first Masters tournament since Copenhagen in 2022 that the team could qualify to.
It's a massive chance for them as well, not just the org as well, but I think revenge for all of these players as well. We kind of mentioned it right at the beginning of the show, but in Kickoff it was MIBR who knocked Crew down and ruined their chances of potentially even making Bangkok at the beginning of the year.
I'll tell you right now, I'm a believer in Crew today. GB, you with me? I believe.
A uma vitória de fazer história. Vem aí, MIBR!
We've said it a million times here, the parallels between these two teams are so profound, but the thing that MIBR has right now is, well, they got the hot seat. They seem to, everything seems to be clicking and working for them, Mimi.
There's a lot of questions. Osbos, one of the game's greatest players, joining America's worst team of 2024. But the new additions, the star player joining, it is all paid off. And now they have their chance to make their first global and qualify to it as a team.
And think of the position Verno is in as well, right? Like, just at the start of this year, completely different story for him over with NRG, comes over to MIBR after kickoff. Now he is one series away from going to that first global.
And you have two players in the argument for Rookie of the Year already with Verno and Cortezia. Those two have been outstanding in their debut year.
Indeed they have. Now let's see where we're playing at. It's going to be Lotus and an Icebox, and if necessary, we'll take a trip over to Ascent.
Dude, it's a strange map pool overall, but listen, you got maps that both of these teams have not been looking too hot on, generally speaking, as well. We start with Lotus. I'm excited to see Icebox in the middle of the pool, which you're never going to get those words out of my mouth ever again. Yeah. But with the way that these two teams played as well, they are top teams on that map, and I think that's going to be a really interesting clash when we get to the middle portion. It all lies out here, and I mean, the pressure is on.
To me, Icebox is the deciding map because both teams are so strong on it. The other one that I'm curious about is going to be Lotus starting off, because that map, the last time Crew played it, that was them getting absolutely torched by evil geniuses. They need to be able to bounce back here against MIBR on that opener.
MIBR has struggled on Lotus as well. They were on a 4-map loss streak to start the year. They got their first win on it just recently, pulling out a new composition, switching over to the Neon for Osbos. This is one of only 2 maps where we're not going to see him locking in that jet. And no surprises, they're sticking to that comp as Kesnet locks the Neon.
Kesnet is actually a Yoru player on this map. So
right.
you were talking about Osbos, who has been playing the Neon.
Yeah.
But that is immediately a switch up for Kesnet, because he looked tough on the Yoru.
Yeah, that was a rough game against
I think he
CG.
got 6 frags in the whole map.
But he has a lot more freedom on that Neon to mess around and do some crazy stuff with it.
I think it screams to me as well, they want to change up the pace, to be honest, as well, and potentially match what MIBR are throwing at them. If, you know, both teams are opting into this, like, Neon fights as well, you want to be going pound for pound with that. Euro, it doesn't really help you try and keep up if you're trying to opt into these fights as soon as the barriers are dropped on a map like Lotus, but yeah, it seems like they want to be brawling.
Yeah, to me, like, the Yoru skews a little bit more to, like, the defensive side, for the repositions, take a contact fight, get out, but it can be hard to accelerate, like you're talking about, when it comes to actually start of round aggro, sight hits, these types of things. So it'll be really interesting to see Kesnet on that agent.
And get a little bit more versatility there. We saw Shylock in that Vice, which we talked about earlier on the Sentinels, has been lights out for Crew. Didn't really get a chance to talk a lot about, you know, like Shenum as well in this one, who's been another lights out player for MRB. And to be fair, I think all 5 players that are all 10 that are on that stage right now are playing incredible.
Okay, no,
It's
never mind.
Teo.
I thought it was a molly that was being flicked around.
Yeah, no, not yet.
That was a Viper for Shenum, right?
Yes.
Because that's different because they've been playing single smokes with an Omen and Shenum on that one, Cortesia on the Vise.
Oh.
So it's entirely possible
Good
they actually
call.
switch off the Vise. If they're playing double smokes, it's kind of hard to actually fit a Vise into the
You
comp.
basically have to go like G2 style and go like a double initiator, double smokes type of comp if you want Ospas to still lock into that Neon. Could do the Raze as well, kind of doesn't matter, whatever he's feeling on this map.
Yeah, I do think the Viper's pretty interesting because while you do lose out like the brutal, like oppressive stall power of the Vise, having that wall on the defense side lets you play much more aggressively, I think, into Rubble with an Omen that can just teleport behind it after taking a first fight. And you can, you know, have that second line of defense there.
Crew giving up the Yoru in favor of the Neon does mean if a Vice still gets picked, it'll be a bit of a problem. It's tougher to bait out that wall. But if they are just going full double controller, which looks like is what they're doing, they don't have that limitation. And hard site execs with the Neon on attack become all the more powerful.
I think the most important factor as well with them not running, you know, like you said, under the Vice as well, running this double smokes comp, you get lurk potential on the attack side.
For sure.
It gives you pivot options when you're trying to slow play rounds more as well. So you have a bit more nuance added into the comp. You've got to be careful about the flanks, of course, but you can see that that's like probably an element of the game that was missing for MIBR the last time they played on Pearl.
You know Shy's going to cook on those lurks. He's really proactive, working space up beyond this map, and gets a lot of freedom compared to even some other Vice players.
This is such a fun map 1, I feel, because it's a map both teams have struggled on in recent games, and it's now 2 comps that are changing. New agents from both sides are coming in with different reads, and now all of a sudden, a lot of your prep that you had coming in is out the window.
And 2 duelists known for the Jet going head-to-head on the Neon to start. It's going to be good.
You love to see it. Well, we got a hell of a series along the way here, so let's go ahead and do it. We got just the casters for the job as well. You got Doug and Baby Bay on the call.
Thank you so much, guys. A lower bracket round 4 rematch from Kickoff just a couple of months ago between MIBR and Crew, and the stakes could not be any bigger than this. The Des touched on it. Toronto is up for grabs. For MIBR in particular, though, you're 1 victory away from making history for this franchise.
And who better of a player to be the focal point of that than Ospas, the one that who's brought every single team of his over that line. And for Crew, trying to get back to a Masters. The last one they attended was, what, Copenhagen, the Desk was talking about. So that's a long time ago.
It is time for the Samsung match start. Load up fast with Samsung SSDs right into the pistol. MIBR is going to be starting on the attacking side. They are currently the league leader in pistol round win rate, and that matters a lot because Crew is really nowhere near that. They're just in the middle of the pack. So we'll see if they're able to continue that success. Additionally, Ospas is just a freak on pistol rounds, currently also the league leader in pistol kills, and he's continuing to pile it on. MIBR in firm control on C.
Shenum also took out Shy on that lurk at A as well, so already a 2-pronged approach from MIBR, and they're sitting comfortably on the C site ready for the flood. This is so decisive, Doug.
Boy, this is a brutal start for Crew. It was just, I mean, no questions asked, no hesitation, fully sending C, and it seemed like Crew were not ready for that at all.
This is a scary Ospas, one that has no care in the world for his body. So much talk around this man being a baiter and whatnot, but on this roster, he has shined as an entry, relying on these young rookies that play like veterans, relying on Bruno as well, the new addition. Look at this entry, just finessing around. Melzer has no chance in hell, and that pistol win percentage just continues to go up for MIBR, Doug. What a strong start.
I want to touch on that too, because the last time they played, it went the distance, it went 3 maps. It was 4-2 the way of MIBR, and the maps were close.
Yeah.
So we'll keep a close eye on pistols as the series goes on. Crew here on an eco.
Full A control. Trying to sniff out if there's any type of stack here. That door being broken and Teo being spotted prompts the tap of the door and a smoke on stairs. A lot of teams will tend to go through tree against the anti-eco and just death ball up. You don't want to get shot by many different angles here. Aspas again just entering into sight. The flood's going to come through, though, from stairs.
Paranoia is going to tag on Artsine, but there is cover.
One enemy remaining.
And it wasn't the smoothest of anti-ecos, but MIBR should be able to get through this just fine. Shy left to salvage the scraps of a mess that was made on A. But it seems like MIBR should be able to get up to their second here. And that they will. Of course, Azia cleans it up. MIBR gets to 2. Now Crew are going to be able to respond in kind.
There was an opening there for the kill onto Artsin, who actually ended up sticking that spike. That was kind of interesting, to say the least. I feel like Crew took a long time to, get that kill, but he was completely Omen Flash. He was breach stunned. He didn't even get off the spike. If he's just going to keep committing like that, if Crew warm up, they're going to one-tap him. That spike never gets planted. Maybe there's more danger behind that. Bonus round here for MIBR. They're sitting really healthy with 4 rifles in play. You have 2 Phantoms, 2 Vandals, and they're running the pistol round back, but Kesnet has something to say about it.
Kesnet has to find success early on for Crew. He struggled in their previous matchup. Aspas got the best of him.
Yeah, it was something ridiculous. I think it was Aspas going 21-5 against Kesnet in head-to-head duels. That is a ridiculous stat. And still the game was really close, like you were saying. So if Kesnet can even that number even just a little bit, maybe that's the win condition for Crew. But
if you're Crew here, another win condition is you cannot afford to be losing 2v4s. And so they take a step back, willing to relinquish the site and let MIBR at least get the spike down before they commit to taking the fight. Shut him down to 17 HP. Mazzino on the swing will clean him up, and Verno is left entirely on his own.
We've seen him pull off some ridiculous clutches this year.
Not this time.
Yeah, the bombardment of utility was too much. Shy and Kesnet, the front runners for Crew, defending that C mound area. That pressure was completely obliterated. But now MIBR, they have an Armageddon to work with. That's because of Verno's kills on that anti-eco round.
Take a look at it one more time. As I mentioned it during that round, Kesnet has to find success. And you talked about the head-to-head between Kesnet and Aspas in their previous duel, but remember, Aspas broke the best-of-3 kill record the last time these guys played. Put up 82. He was plus 27 or something dumb. 46, excuse me. Plus 46. Kesnet was not nearly as successful. That's a key win condition for Crew.
Yeah.
Fully sending out onto C, the Armageddon invested. They've denied all of that space, Dre.
Yeah, and the Armageddon got no value. Nobody picked off because of it. So now MIBR, you're going to have to go back, work some of this A control, try to bait out some rotates, hope that Crew leave that C mound area. But if you look at the minimap right now, Crew positioned for this A fight.
Well, I think they understood that they were denying C main right at the beginning, and then they could reinforce the other side of the map. This is a beautiful call from Crew so far.
Yeah, very common push and pull from the attackers and defenders. But the problem is you're running into Vice utility.
Yeah.
And look at, Artsin is so low from that chip damage, and look at the screen. Kesnet just took out Aspas. The head-to-head is in his favor right now.
A little apprehension, a little hesitation on where they want to commit to getting the spike down as they test the waters across the middle of the map. Still not confident in their approach.
30 seconds left.
And this Vice wall still up for the side of Crew. Kesnet, he wants to go for the slide peek, doesn't even have to. Eliminates Verno.
Mels are piling it on as well. Ardzine and Shenham again. Another 2v4. Crew in a position to put this thing away. Kesnet pops the ult. Quick fingers come out and Shy cleans it up. We're tied.
Crew just manipulating the rotations because of that fortified defense they had towards that C, funneling everybody towards A. And the crossfires that they had at B, yeah, Shenham was able to get a lurk kill onto one of them, but it was traded out quickly. It's a reinvigorated Crew that we're seeing here today. And a confident Kesnet. Trying to make up for some of those woes the last time these two teams faced off. And a lot of the success that Crew had in their Sentinels win on Lotus was their defensive side, completely shutting out Sentinels. It was something that lacked against EG, and I think that's why you see this Viper pick out from MIBR. Superman absolutely obliterated Crew's defense.
Aspas tried doing a bit of the same in kind, but hang on here. MIBR on a shoddy BIOS, pistols, and I believe a stinger, but now weapons upgraded. And now all of a sudden, MIBR have a window to get back into this.
Kesnet and Shy were the start of this Crew comeback in this half, and now they're going to have to clutch up 2v3 against MIBR. You do have the Vice ultimate in play, but do you invest it?
Early days as Silence settles into round 5. The Vice ult popped. Answering your question, Shenum, Crispy onto Shy. Kesnet left alone, a 1v2. He's gotten it down to 1, but the Thrifty comes through for MIBR.
The reason why I was questioning do you invest the Vice ultimate in that moment was because of the kills that MIBR got in the first place. All Sheriffs. Cortezia popping off right here. Beautiful shots. Warming up himself, and Shenum getting that kill onto Shy was massive. So a Thrifty round win for MIBR puts Crew in a bit of a pickle here. If you lose this next round, your economy is done. And MIBR have a chance to further this lead. 4 players on the defensive side to fight for this A control, but it's a B walk now for MIBR. The problem is with that door being broken, there's a fast pivot here.
There's a whole lot on the other side. You're absolutely right. Kesnet sacrificing himself on the other side of the smoke. And the attack of MIBR stands strong.
The Flood completely stuffed now. A lot riding on the shoulders of this lurk from Shy. If he can somehow manage to pick off Cortezia in this spot, maybe there's a way back into this round. He's going to be regrouped with Mizzino here.
Possibly, even if he saw them both now. Cortezia understanding the start on the other side, waiting for the reinforcements. And Cortezia stands tall, gets both.
Back-to-back 2Ks. When these rookies on MIBR heat up, it just feels like there's nothing you can do to shut them down. Melzer is left to save, but he's being hunted right now. And this is that tough spot that Crew are going to be put in now. They're not going to have a good economy. Aspas, in the beginning of that B hit, took out Kesnet. We have to keep a track of that head-to-head. Both of these players are the pride and joy of their regions.
One enemy.
Kesnet, Hero Vandal in play right now. Melzer, the only other person sitting at a decent arsenal. He's got a Guardian to his name. You do have Reach Ultimate, but when you look at the ults from the other side of MIBR, the odds are against you in every way. I like the change of pace here from Crew, though, trying to go for a trap play. Doesn't look like MIBR is going to be walking into that. It's going to be another anti-eco towards this A side of the map. I think that's just MIBR understanding that, okay, if there is some type of trap here, it is kind of obvious, so we can outplay it.
Drone will pave the way as they explore towards A. Aspas with the wall up, the dash through. Sight cleared and space found.
What an amazing stun lineup. But Shy still takes out Aspas.
Very nicely done. We've already seen one Thrifty. And this has the makings of another. Still 2 rifles in play for the defense. And again, traded. Artine has his ult, playing far back. Fault line not up yet. And he invested the Rolling Thunder, trying to push him back. Verno tries catching a timing and will fall. It's all on the caller and captain for MIBR, and he will fall. Another Thrifty, this time for Crew.
Yeah, 1-1 in Thrifty so far. A turn in momentum for Crew, a chance to try to fortify this defensive side. When you think of Lotus, you definitely think it's attack-sided. You need to get as many rounds as you can. Like I was stating earlier, it's the win condition for Crew. Yeah, there's limited sample size, but Crew's success has been off of the back of Kesnet popping off on the defense. Shy has been stepping up huge here today, though.
The pink wall rolling deep in Argentina. Still in a fight here, still just down 1 round. Meanwhile, again, a lot of threat across the middle of the map for Crew.
Yeah, trying to go for that trap play again. This time, if there was some pressure towards C, the door would have been cycled open.
Meanwhile, the TP from Cortesia, he has gotten behind enemy lines, and there's nobody back there to have heard where he's gone.
Yeah, there's pings all over the map right now for Crew. They're so worried about where Cortesia is. If Cortesia can get a pick here on a Kesnet, it would be massive for MIBR.
Sending Kesnet himself to go find him. Knife goes out just at the wrong time.
Tap of a door as well. Where do you go? Are the attackers A? Are they C?
I think they've inserted Cortesia here to be the safety valve. Meanwhile, all attention towards A. Oh, pop from Aspas. Shy, waiting patiently for the swing. Finds his one. That's all it is, though. Meanwhile, Melser taking care of the trap. And now they can refocus their attention out on the site. The Rolling Thunder's going to send everyone sky high. Now the paranoia as well.
Spike not planted either. It's MIBR. They're going to try to get out of here. Try to see if they can make it to a B site, but it's a 3v3 fight right here.
Well, they find safe passage. The Viper wall goes up. Goes straight back down, and all the kills coming through. It goes down to 1v1, and Shenum with 3. MIBR with 5.
This is what we're in for. This is how this series will play out. It's going to be a back-and-forth brawl between these two teams. Who is going to show up today? Who wants it more? Who wants to go to Toronto?
The Rolling Thunder was perfect out from the defense. It delayed the plant so much they were forced to try to rotate away. If it wasn't for Shenum popping off in that 3K there on the other side of the wall, I think they lose that round.
100%. But the mechanical skill is what's going to shine here for both of these teams. Who's going to make the clutch play? Who's going to make the right call?
Pace out from Crew towards A. The last couple of rounds, they've been content with just setting up traps across B, like you had mentioned, but they're back to their bellicose ways.
And they want to further this push off of that stealth bot, but
they're committing to this. You're right, that drone is going to catch a whole lot of info. Kesnet stunned up, still gets the kill onto our team. Neither of them can see a thing. Cortesia on the swing, Kesnet with 3 on the round. And that ult is going to hurt. They've got to find their way out. The Sheriff will not stand.
Aspas is moving different today on the Neon.
I'm out of here.
He's so hard to hit. So slippery with his movement.
I think it was that drone across the middle of the map that was the go button for Crew. Once they got that info, they were able to double down and take the fight. This wall might cause a little bit of problems. The Shenum is on the other side of it with the spike. It's going to buy a little time for Shy to rotate in.
He's been clutch for Crew all season long.
Tap of the spike. Shenum not committing. Shy taking the scenic route.
Spike planted.
A lot of pressure on his shoulders here. MIBR with the position to create a little separation as Shy tries to find the tiniest of windows, the tiniest of slivers. He's gotten it down to 1, and now the ult popped, but Aspas swings ahead of it. 3 for the duelist as MIBR gets 6.
So quick with it. The instant peak, just pure instincts for Aspas. Understanding that he has to take that timing if he wants a chance to win the round.
But also, I think Shy peeking ahead of that too feels like a bit of a misstep there. He knows there's a time window for that ult before it channels.
Definitely jumped the gun too early. I have to say in the beginning of this round, I want to point out the reactive silos from Verno that ended up punishing that Crew push. Had those not been used reactively at the pace that it did, maybe Crew comes out on top in that little scuffle in A main. So Crew will use their first time out, feeling that things are slipping away on their map pick of Lotus. A map where the desk was saying it, Mimi was talking about it. MIBR played multiple comps in that kickoff, playing it 4 times, losing every single time. But with the addition of Verno, they won their last match. You would think that Crew is favored here.
It is Crew that is, or excuse me, Verno, as you're mentioning, that is 9-6, top fragging for MIBR. He's been so good. He's been such an excellent addition to this squad.
He's leveled up what was a full Brazilian roster before this, a Brazilian organization, one of the most notorious in the world.
As far as their org history goes, I agree with you. But holy smokes, they've been a shell of that.
Not in Valorant.
Yeah. I mean, the devs talked about it. Mimi mentioned it. I'm not even going to try to remember the placements. Big story is they were bad, and they were bad for a long time.
Aspas and Fraud putting fire into this roster, into this organization in Valorant. Kesnet used the Neon Stun A early on, but it's that trap towards B again. This hasn't really been getting much value. Maybe this was some prep work done from the side of Crew, understanding that last time MIBR played this map, they like to do a lot of B walks, but that hasn't been the case this time around. It looks like MIBR has antied themselves.
The drone mid to catch any rotations. They will tuck and remain concealed.
Yeah, it doesn't spot anybody. And here's the power of the double controller. It allows you to freeze in these moments and really put doubt in the defense's in the defense minds. Crew, they're holding on tight though. They haven't moved their formation whatsoever. But now the Omen ult's invested towards C-Mount. This walk-up is surely going to get punished. Oh my gosh, they're going way off the stealth bot. But it doesn't matter.
Kesnet dropping 2 there. And now the barrage of utility becomes a problem. MIBR down numbers.
30 seconds left.
Need to find a way to convert here. Kesnet's ult is the only one in play. No late lurk through stairs. They're fully committing out onto the side, and Kesnet right on time.
What?
Artsy clean with it as Aspas down in hell drags him down with them. They're falling apart. Picked at the seams. And the spike now planted Verno with ult. He's gonna get flashed. He's gotta find safety. He's gotta find cover. And Shy's there to greet him.
It was not pretty, but Crew, they get over the edge and they secure the 5v3 that they had in the beginning of the round. It's like Melzer has something to say about that. That paranoia was perfect onto Verno. Verno was getting completely crunched at that moment. I was wondering if Verno was going to invest that Armageddon after those couple of picks, but the flood, it was just too quick for him to find that window of opportunity, and both rookies getting taken out like that from Kesnet at front B put MIBR in such a rough spot. They almost bring it back. But the damage was already done. Now, MIBR's economy not looking too hot. That's why Kesnet is buying the Outlaw into this round. He's not going to have to face the main pack of MIBR. We've seen Aspas run it down at C-Mount multiple rounds. Is this going to be another one of them?
The Outlaw on the other side of the map, but they have inserted Melzer. That one way just causes so many problems. It delays so much. You're going to try to brute force your way through it, and so far, so good.
This man can do no wrong with the Sheriff, apparently.
Shy's going to be forced to take a step back and funneled all the way back into spawn. Not even given the opportunity to get into water. Now the question is here for MIBR, how far up do they scale? Oh, he was flashed, he didn't see a thing. Viper's Pit, Armageddon, everything dropped just to buy a little bit of space, just to buy a brief moment of respite. But now they're gonna have to try to find a way to navigate all of the pit, all of the goo. Cortezia staying alive, staying concealed. Verno is gonna be on a late flank if he can find the right timing. Meanwhile, Crew, the onus is on you. You've gotta go. Kesnet slides into his death. As this feels like it's falling apart. A 5v3. They're cutting their losses. They're out.
Yeah, you have to get out of there. That Viper's Pit is too strong. You have to kind of spray and pray through that smoke to hope that you land on Shenum in that moment, but the way that Verno used his Armageddon to secure that space, to secure the spike to be planted, it just made it way too impossible to retake into. By that time, Shenum can already position to a spot where he can't get spammed. Players can play in front of it for him. All he needs to do is live. We gotta give props to Cortezia with this Sheriff, man. If he doesn't get that entry, this C-site isn't as free as it seems.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a couple of big moments so far. He's not, oh, he is top fragging, never mind.
Yeah.
He's doing it all.
11 and 7 for him. So MIBR quickly answer back off of that lineup kill that Kesnet got.
We haven't seen this in a little while, this clash in A main. Both teams strength against strength. Cortezia sitting on the sidelines for the rest of this half.
Both Omens taken out.
Spike down A.
Aspas pops his ult too.
Kesnet somehow secured another. That's the breach. Ultimate gone now for MIBR.
Oh, and how they would have liked to have had that here. Last round of the half.
Stealth bot used front B to get info if anyone's close door.
Oh,
So that threat isn't need to be checked yet.
Yeah, that wall kept him concealed.
I think Crew are ready for any type of push that's going to happen here. They're willing to give all that space up, and Kesnet is picking up 3 into this round, but now A site is open. And look at where the spike is headed right now.
Can he do it again? Can Aspas hold the line for MIBR? A couple of shots.
But he lives.
Not finding their mark. But you're right, life preserved. And now their rotation in play.
Aspas is going to have another attempt to even the score here, but footsteps are being heard.
He's trying to cut off the rotations.
Spike
Be
planted.
the dam that's keeping Crew back from flooding out onto the site. All of that Vikes utility now invested. Gonna tag, oh, 1. I believe it was gonna tag 2 either way. MIBR in a position to take an 8-4 half. Can they convert this? Verno has gotten much, much closer. He's gotten 2 on the round. He gets them all himself. MIBR in 8-4 half.
Verno and Aspas stepping up to win a 2v4 to close out that half. The silos were used to perfection, making everybody flood out. And yeah, Aspas couldn't settle on the top site player, but it gave enough confidence for Verno to secure some of these shots. Kesnet couldn't connect in that moment, although he already had 3 into that round.
Come on, bro.
Verno's having such a banger of a game. 12-7.
I mean, he's had a ridiculous year, he's had a ridiculous season, and now he's had a ridiculous series so far. We're going to throw it to a quick break, the second half of Lotus, when we return.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in. Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
For half for MIBR. Crew now on the attacking side as they're going to try to test their mettle against the stalwart MIBR defense. I mean, they've been successful in really every facet of the game this entire season. And one very quick thing I want to set the stage for is, again, the pistols. They matter tremendously in this series. MIBR was able to take the first in the opening half of Lotus. We'll see if they can do the same here, Dre.
Yeah, if they want to secure this comfortably, they definitely need to get this win on pistol. And for Crew, if you want any hopes of keeping your map alive, you have to answer back. But this is where Crew struggled against EG. Their attacking side, they couldn't win pistol. What a great start from Kesnet, though, getting that pick on a Shenum front read.
Not ready yet.
Kesnet has to get online. He has to find success. He's in steady for Crew so far. And still in play. A quick rotate to the A side of the map. Verno doing a little spotting with the drone. He got the info. And then the jump spot to confirm. Meanwhile, you take a look at the minimap. Our team's going to be on the slight flank. Acceleration towards A. 4 out of 5 members out on the site. Meanwhile, it's going to be Cortesia trying to deal this last fight with Mazzino. They've gotten the walls closing in. They've got him corralled. They've got him controlled. Can they fight their way out of this mess? Cortesia trying to hold the line. He's going to find his 1. Aspas, though, getting his 2. A 2v2 as he dashes across again. The kill leader in pistols. dealing more damage onto Crew.
Verno and
30
Aspas.
seconds left.
Remember how good they were to close out the last half.
They're taking their time in this approach as well. They don't want to run through this smoke. Get face for free. It's a double swing.
They're gonna get them both again. They are. Aspas with 3, Verno gets 1. Another pistol for MIBR.
I thought Crew approached this round very well, being up numbers, not having to deal with that Viper wall going up to delay them when they go back to A. All the members flooded into tree, got onto the site, and when the utility was used to delay the plant, they got out. They were all alive, unscathed. But the mechanical skill of MIBR is at a different level right now. It's unmatched in the server currently. Pesnit and Shy are the only ones sitting at double digits for Crew. They're the only ones shooting back, Doug.
Yeah, I mean, they're matching the skill that MIBR are putting up for sure, but I mean, the supporting cast has been non-existent.
Now you have to deal with a breach of Viper towards the C side of the map, a tap of the door to push off anybody front B. So far, so good. Melzer snuck through, though.
Now getting flushed out by the salvos. It's a little messy, but should be able to convert because who else but Aspas and Verno arriving at the scene.
I do prefer when they put up a fight.
The Omen TPs from Melzer were massive right there. Had he gotten 2, maybe there's a thrifty on the cards, but not today for MIBR. Aspas and Verno are competing for that top spot right now. Artson getting 2 there is so fortunate. He was breach stunned. He had an Omen behind him. MIBR survived the anti-eco and further the lead. 3 rounds away from a map win, a map stolen from Crew. And the bonus is a C push. Shy needs to be careful.
That paranoia is going to cause problems too. Oh, surely you turn around!
It doesn't matter because Verno's there to save you.
Those 2 have lived many lives just in these last couple of rounds.
Locating targets.
Unbelievable duo in this server right now, and all of Crew are going to get smothered from every side of this retake, but Pesnit has something to say about it.
4v4, it's just a sheriff in the hands of Shenum. You talked about how good he's been with that weapon.
Coming through.
Starting to take a few bold steps forward. You've got so much utility separating the 2, but it's thin. Aspas down to 17 HP. Burnham and Shenum close by. They're going to force him into that fight. He's going to find his 1. Still outnumbered, still outgunned. Crew get to 5.
Adverso stepping up huge, securing that Armageddon for himself in this moment. Crew, we're put in a tough spot right there, but who other than Pesnit to take you out of it? Getting that kill onto Artson, that breach utility gone for the actual retake. Could have been huge for MIBR. And now, the economy not looking too pretty for MIBR. You have 4 players on light armor. Aspas, he's going to get active here at C again. Back-to-back rounds where he's pushing all the way through. He's going to use that Neon ultimate.
There's a lot more behind this time, though. It's not just Shy. They find all of the space, and he tucks.
Yeah, they weathered that storm.
But the little things that they do so well, even having that tiny little pocket that Aspas knows he can play in. Everything is so drilled. Everything is so good for MIBR.
Crew's reactions on that C aggression were done very well.
But they didn't take much on the other side of the map.
But now Aspas, he only has a stinger, so not allowing that Neon ultimate to further get kills, and that punish on Averno leads to an open C site, so a good re-hit onto C, understanding that most teams like to give that space once a lot of utility and aggression has been shown. For MIBR now, how do you retake? You can't really delay the plant anymore with
Spike planted.
Averno being dropped. It's going to be left all up to Artson's utility to find a path in. Contact it out. Great opener.
Zeno falling. This retake attempt has some teeth behind it. Kesnet is now down.
You gotta tap, and you gotta tap now, man.
Yeah, you gotta get that ult out. You're absolutely right. And so that'll buy a little bit of time. But there's got to be a second layer to this. MIBR are going to take the fight on the other side of the smoke. And Crew hold the line.
Such a difficult retake, and MIBR, they kind of get baited to go for it after they get 2 picks on the actual site. But there's just no way you're winning that with the silos coming back up for Adverso and the Armageddon being used. Based off of those 2 key abilities, you can't really retake anyway. So maybe after getting those 2 picks for MIBR, you just save at that point. But you still got to tap the spike, bait out the Armageddon.
What?
Yeah, that's a ridiculous shot. Through the wall, too.
It's smaller than the crosshair.
You can't even see him. Sharp shots from Shy, though. A nice round win from Crew. They dealt with that C aggression very well. Now they're changing the pace. They're taking A control for themselves. This is something that we saw MIBR do quite a bit as well on their anti-ecos. Take this A space, but 4 members here for MIBR. 2 players in tree. Osbos, Hero Vandal. Baits out a lot of that spam, but that audio cue should make it obvious that he's now not in any close corners. Another tap of the door, trying to see if there's more oomph behind this stack of MIBR. But wisely so, no one from the defender's side showing any type of utility. Just now, an Omen Smoke being used front B.
Kesnet looking to test things A alongside the rest of Crew, but yeah, I can't imagine they're going to be flirting with that area of the map anytime soon. Not after that.
Art with the Bucky might be as good as Osbos and Verno as a duo.
So they turn their attention over to B. Note, Artine has his ult. And there it is, right on cue. The Rolling Thunder will collide into the members of Crew. Osbos dashing out, besting Kesnet. With 19 HP, he's gonna push forward again. How does he get away with this? Health be damned. The bloodlust is so strong. Mazzino falls.
I thought certainly Crew in that post plant were gonna be able to convert, but that breach all connected on way too many players. Shy, he had both of those Razor Vines set up on the actual B site. Like he was on the defensive side, but it didn't matter. Osbos finds a way to make it work with the supporting cast that he has, the utility to get him into these awkward spots. Crew are left to use their last time out here. A desperate attempt to save their map pick. But the thrifty round win again for MIBR, it kind of feels like the nail in the coffin at this point.
It's going to take a lot for them to get back into this. I agree.
All you really have to work off of is Shy's ultimate, have Ice ult. This is a must-win round if you want any hopes of bringing this one back.
And I mean, again, Kesnet of Shy, Kesnet and Shy have pulled their own weight. They've pulled, I mean, more than enough of their own weight. It's just been the supporting cast for Crew. Averso, Mazzino, and Melser are struggling.
I thought for a second after Adverso got that 3K on the post plant earlier in the half that maybe he would get something going for himself. Maybe he could be the leader to step up for this Crew team, make it competitive.
The Crew trying to will them back into this map. A map that was theirs. They chose this setting, they chose this arena, and they find themselves getting bullied. But the opportunity to right all of those wrongs right here. Can they convert a Thrifty?
Can they take out Osbos? All utility missing.
Only finds his one.
Raid boss down. Adverso, the leader that needed to step up. He does just so, and now Shy finds alert timing, so there's no speed up at C. We can go back. Shenum on that rotate was so loud with it. But he might be able to slip through and still get value. Our Crew gonna be aware of this. Now they will be.
Now. Well, you're just speeding up, still knife out.
Spike down.
Shenum gets one, gets away.
They still don't know about Shy, though.
Now they know. Shenum falls, the side is theirs.
It's not free. Verno is still alive.
Bullet between his eyes. Artine left in a 1v3.
There's not really much you can work with here if you're Art, but that is a ridiculous shot. All of a sudden, maybe you can creep on by, reposition here. That fault line makes it obvious that you're leaning towards stairs. And Breach, these flashes aren't the best for himself.
I don't think that was obvious at all. I think they were concerned about it coming heaven. That's why they were looking there as long as they have enough, giving him a window to get up. He gets it down to 1. And of course, it's the safe and steady hands of Shy that saved the round for Crew.
That's the perfect word for it, completely saving Crew. Adverso, he did a phenomenal job getting those entries. The trade onto Osbos, the follow-up. But Shy taking out Verno before he could pull off any of those timings that we see him get so many fruit for. That was the difference maker, and he still has his ultimate in play. Crew, they're sitting really healthy here, but how do you deal with this operator of Osbos? And he's not playing aggressive with it, he's playing passive on C site.
Yeah, first time we've seen that, if I'm not mistaken. They know it's there now.
Yeah, Osbos took a pop shot, couldn't connect on the Kesnet. Good movement.
Oh, but I mean, you look at the minimap, that shot sent a shiver down their spines. They rotate all the way away.
Not wanting to deal with that Viper threat.
This, again, this time utility out. Cortesia misses his window, and now the pressure's on him. On the swing, again, 70 HP, and he stands tall, refusing to relent.
Crew have to crawl back into this. You have to try to get a pick, but Art has something to say about these players walking through tree.
Rolling Thunder will try to find them a little bit of a window. Shy on the counter punch. Into a 3v2, and now the ult is a problem.
If you look at your mini map as well, there's a late flank coming through. It's going to be obvious now.
He's going to wait it out, and the shorty connects onto Mazzino. Shy, again. Called upon to save Crew once more. 22 and 11 so far. Flushed out by the salvos, forced to take a step back. 56 HP, can he find his ones? He was given a chance at it, now they're beckoning him to take the swing, forced to take the fight. They double swing into it, and Shenum wins out the 1v1 and gets a defuse.
One sidestep being the difference maker. If Shenum doesn't take an extra step to the right, Shy connects on a collat. Such a micro decision to be made. And it's the difference maker. What was this from Cortesia?
Again, all of that was off of the rotate from the op. We hadn't seen the op the entire game. Osbos draws it out. There it forces the rotations back into A. It was a beautiful call. It was an excellent decision at the beginning of the round.
Match
Again,
point.
a brawl A. And you're right, match point. There's a TP into spawn again. This time from Melser.
Mazzino taking things into his own hands, the only player that walked through tree with his utility.
Artine was never going to win that. He had a judge.
Yeah. Melser gets tagged up, but still delaying so much time for this retake to come through. It's a free A site. And I think you just save right now if you're MIBR, keep these 3 rifles. Because of the last round going down to a 1v1, the economy was in shambles. Artine only has a judge. That Omen TP now works for both sides. The Crew returning the favor. And
take a look at the money for Crew. They don't want to hunt, and I get it.
And just to talk about why Crew wanted to rotate so heavily off of seeing Osbos' op, the last time these two players, or these two teams faced off, Osbos was a menace with that operator. Think back to map 3 of Split, where he just completely took over overtime, getting multiple picks. It's not a player you want to run through. So for MIBR now, when do you decide to take your time out? Settle the nerves, close out this map pick, maybe try to enable these players of Crew to walk into the operator of Ospas. Feint some aggression, or maybe cycle the op onto somebody else.
Maybe. I mean, it's only been one round they've lost. I can't imagine they call a timeout here. But I do wonder what the setup is to put Aspas in a position to cause some problems. It does not seem like that's the case. They've left him on an island B this round.
Oh, but Artsen's in tree again with a bucky. I feel like this is a story that we've seen so many times before, but it's actually Verno punishing a aggressive teleport from Melzer.
Again, fancy footwork from the drone. Verno not getting a tag.
And now without your smokes being online, you're kind of forced to have to press the issue. This is where the operator can come online. It's a dream scenario to close out a map for MIBR.
They're going to get challenged again. Aspas and Verno standing side by side. Can they do it once more? Aspas is the first to strike. Verno gets flushed out, and Aspas is left to die. No ults for the defense. And a bucky in the hands of Artsen.
A lot of utility from both sides, though. Everything in favor for MIBR, but the advantage of being in the post plan is you get to go second for Crew.
Yeah. Reverso trying to find some space behind that utility. And it is going to be Cortezia on the swing. And they get all of the kills they need. Shy's going to have to 1v4 to keep this alive. And boy, he gave it a run. It was just not enough. MIBR steal away Crew's map pick.
Any other player in that moment gets overwhelmed by that utility in heaven, but Cortezia is so fast, he's so sharp that he connects onto that kill, and it felt like MIBR were in the driver's seat this entire map.
I believe at one point the score was, what, 10-4?
Yeah.
I mean, they built a pretty big gap. A lot of it was, again, off of both of those pistols. You have an 8-4 half, you win the pistol again. It's hard to come back from that.
Also, when you're not winning these clutch moments, I mean, how many times did Verno and Ospas get put in a man-down situation and convert? It's tough when you're losing both pistols and losing the micro like that. I think Crew maneuvered around the map very well. I think their game plan was solid on the attacking side, but the defense of MIBR was too strong at the end of the day.
Now let me wet everyone's whistle as we think about the next map. It's Icebox, a map that neither team has lost. 4-0 for MIBR, 3-0 for Crew. We'll see what happens on the other side of the break.
Gives you wings.
grabó también por los cuatro, lo estaban esperando adverso, lo grabó también con el cargador de Cruyo y con adverso. Dale café, adverso.
Delícia, olha a batida com a aspas. Esse bombe, a paranoia é perfeita. Ele será que o MIBR suspeita? Todo mundo de mira. Aspas.
Here with the coach of MIBR, Fraud. You came out here, you were smiling, but you've said you feel confident in your next out. And we're going to your map pick. What's the plan?
Just stick to our game plan that's been working for us all season and all playoffs. So really just focus on ourselves and adapt to where we need to depending on how they play.
All right, well, best of luck. Bring it home.
That was a very general answer from Frod overall, to be honest. But for MIBR, they have been dominant all stage, and there's been a clear reason, I think, for it. They've been playing heavy emphasis on the pistol rounds, and specifically anti-stratting team setup. And you can see I've kind of detailed that down here as to what the plan was for Lotus on the opening pistol round. They want to spot out Melza, and they know that Crew with the defensive setups, they run an isolated player, usually on the C site. They want to run him down, and they want to leave Shanum as well with the Sheriff Purchase as his late-stage backstab. So I'll clear the screen, I'll zoom in, and you can see exactly what I'm talking about. Crew normally not going to be playing too many players over towards C, usually just going to be Melza. I'll play this one out. It is rapid. They run down Melza to such a high degree, they don't let him set up, they don't let any sort of backup arrive whatsoever, and Shanum's going to be trying to play it nice and slow at the same time. Aspas is happy to take this first engagement. He gets the first pick for them. He knows it's going to be a 1v1 because of that prior preparation that they have put in, and Shanum just leads him with a backstab as well. That Sheriff from long range able to get that kill when the rotates are coming through rapidly. So this is an opening pistol round that MIBR have just dissected Crew's defensive setup on, and Crew do alternate it. They don't always just run one player here. It was a bit of a gamble on the part of MIBR to a degree, but it works out massively in their favor to just completely seal up this pistol round. You notice in that map that we just watched, they won both pistol rounds. Against 100 Thieves, it's the exact same situation occurring as well, trying to isolate and locate where the weakest part of the defensive setup were for these teams to really try and snowball these advantages and keep it back going. I'm going to send it back over to the desk as well to keep talking about this series further, but MIBR are just looking large and in charge.
That is true, Bren, and very impressive what we're seeing there from MIBR. I really did think, though, that there was a point in time where we were going to get, maybe Crew making this wild comeback. They had a few moments there. Shy was doing some work holding things down on the site there, Mimi. But ultimately, though, MIBR squeaks by with that win. Not squeaks by, but gets that win.
Yeah, I mean, the second half, I think Crew showed some good stuff with this new Neon composition. They had some good ideas for how to take space early in these rounds, and I thought they reset and gave a lot of time for Shy to cook on these lurks and find a lot of value, and that's why they pushed it so close. But still, MIBR, couple hero rounds, close it out. Now they go to happy territory on Icebox.
Yeah, Aspas also playing incredibly well on the Neon, no surprise. So I think we can actually take a moment to look forward.
Yeah, tell me about
Icebox.
this.
I know this was like sitting in the back. We were wondering like what we're talking about. Icebox is the make or break map for this series, in my opinion. This is a map where both teams are incredibly strong, and they play the exact same composition, which makes sense. If you watch the pre-show, we were talking about with, Aspas and Mazzino both going from Leviathan, which was also playing this comp. It makes sense they're running it back here, Mimi.
Yeah, both of these teams are undefeated on this map and have looked super comfortable here. One of them has to take that first loss. And for Crew, they're kind of staking their lives in the upper bracket here.
Yeah.
Their chances to get an easy qualification to Toronto, to besting MIBR at what has been their own game all season long.
But I do think the interesting thing for me is how uniquely Crew actually use the Viper Orb on attack on this map. Basically, every team in the world right now is defaulting that Viper Orb into mid, right? It blocks off the under tube angle, it gives you lurk options, all these types of things. But what Crew do in a unique way is they're almost always, like 80% of rounds, using that as part of their execs onto the A site, throwing that onto Raptors. And I think that is both A, very useful for taking the site, but B, against this comp in the mirror matchup, they're going to know that MIBR is going to want to flood into the back of site, and that Orb is going to make it so much easier for Crew to hold onto that space and play very aggressive in the post play.
Well, let's actually hear from Coach Adam as we get ready for map number 2. He's standing by.
Here with the coach of Crew, Adam, losing your map pick of Lotus. What do you think that happened there? Was it their prep? Was it your side just not activating? What went wrong?
I think that the hardest part for us was the closure of the round. I believe that they are a pretty patient team, and maybe that patience get over us. So it was hard for us to, to close the round, to secure the round. So I think that it's part of it. Now the guys are aware of that, and I'm sure that in Icebox we're going to do it better.
Best of luck.
Good to hear that insight there, Mimi. Do want to get some thoughts from you on that because, you know, it goes to show the discipline of MIBR, the way that they're able to speed things up, slow things down, and crew certainly were not prepared for it.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's only going to continue as we head into Icebox here. This almost feels like a standoff when you're playing Mirror, Harbor, Viper, especially on a map where you're really frequently just going to be going for like 5-man A hits.
Yeah.
It's almost always going to be playing into that 5v5 retake, and with both teams having crazy amounts of vision denying utility, it really comes down to who finds the angle first, who kind of gets the timing off the drop wall, and which team can be better in those chaotic team fights that are going to define Icebox.
Yeah, well, the flashing lights means it's time to go to a commercial break. In any case, though, folks, we're going to be right back. Map 2's coming up next. Are we going to go to map 3? Can crew pull this off? We'll find out in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere.
Icebox on the cards. Des mentioned it really well and broke it all down, but I want to zoom back out here one more time and just touch on what's up for grabs. For MIBR, the chance to make history for their franchise. Perennially bad in VALORANT, and now in a position one map away to punch a ticket to Toronto, to punch a ticket to Masters. Dre, this is what they've worked for. This is what this roster was built to do.
Yeah, the pride and joy of Brazil joins this team. Made in Brazil, Doug. This is meant to be. But, I mean, crew, they need to fight back. They need to try to make another Masters. And I want to point out that the last time that Aspas lost to crew was at that Masters that crew attended, Copenhagen 2022. Doug, on every roster Aspas has been on, he has dethroned crew. It's 8-9 all time. And now we're going to get this Icebox brawl. It should be a mirror comp from both sides, so it's really going to come down to who has the better fundamentals.
We'll see how this goes down. Again, MIBR on the attacking side, and straight into the action we go. This will be the first time that MIBR start on attack on Icebox. A 4-0 record, but they have never started on this side. We'll see how that double wall comp plays out. And how it stands against who's heralded to be the king of Icebox in Mizzino. He's earned that nickname. He's earned that moniker, but he's going to have to defend it here. And Mizzino is the first to fall. Kesnet, though, kind of trade back. Gets his 2, investing Aspas with it. Artsin's in a really good spot. He will punish Shy on the reposition. He's going to find a second. Drops him down now. As the mag is empty, on the swing, Artin gets his 3, the 3rd pistol for MIBR.
3 pistol rounds in a row in a series. This is so daunting for crew. And also, I want to break down some stats from the last map. Retakes for crew, 2-9. This map feels like it's all retakes and post plants. MIBR were 7-9 in post plant wins, and they further that here, adding another tally to the score.
Nice!
The desk was talking about how both of these harbors have been popping off and how it's so important for harbors to do so because that ultimate, it pays out dividends.
It's going to be a mess on the other side of this wall. Yeah, Shy's going to get his 1 traded back, but take a look at the minimap. They're crunching in as well.
Doesn't matter. The turret sniffs it out, and the firepower is so against them. MIBR so willing to take these fights. It was a very, very clean anti-eco. It could have gotten dicey, but the trades were there. Artzin, 1 orb away from that Harbor ultimate. That is such an impactful ult. And you can default anywhere to grab this. You can deny the A space with a Viper spit and a shock dart. You can default B. It looks like it's going to be a heavy lean towards A.
no real utility to counter that on the side of Crew as well.
Oh, Crew, you gotta try to deny this orb being gathered from Artsin. Your retakes have not been looking good so far in this series. That was the idea, but look, I mean, without more firepower here, without Kesnet to try to find an opening through these Harbor walls, these Harbor cascades, you have to concede, and now Harbor ult is online, and you're gonna have to be dancing around for some of these kills. The good thing for Crew is all 5 members are very close to this A site.
MIBR in this bonus, there's a lot behind this. They have 5 rifles, they have the Reckoning, and it is invested. Aspas swings his way into his death, but Artzine, 3 on the round for him.
What is Artzine on right now?
This would be disaster for Crew to get bonus this early.
And Art is already almost halfway to another ultimate. He gets 4 into the round.
You still have to deal with Kesnet.
But it's 1v3, and look at the disciplined approach from MIBR. He does break them all.
Cleared, yeah. And now the smoke to provide a little bit of cover. He steals a swing on the first.
Oh, it's just, they want to feed it to Artzine.
I mean, it makes sense to.
Oh my gosh, Doug, he just used the ult. He's 2 orbs away from another one.
And you wonder if they send Artzine to go hunt here. It seems like they will.
This...
Go take the fight.
Doug,
get a little bit closer.
Doug, this might be the strongest start to an attack half of Ascent ever in the history of VALORANT. It doesn't get better than this. Artzine will have another ultimate for Crew's next gun round, bar a Thrifty.
8-1 start for him.
Dude, he's 1 orb away.
Yeah.
It's unreal what this guy just did. Such impact. Ender set it up. It seems like on this map it would be the battle of Aspas and Kesnet, but it really could come down to the battle of the Harbors. That ultimate is so good on the attacking side.
I mean, there's no battle right now.
No, not at all. There's no fight from Crew. 3 flawless rounds. And there's the orb denial again. This time Kesnet here though. And with Melzer deposited in Nest, maybe there can be some damage done. But no. Full intuition, Aspas just understanding that that is the only gap. Full spam and now a pivot towards B site. I mean, when you see a Viper deposited that deep, there had to have been a supporting cast to get him there, right?
Yeah, assuming that's where the stack is, they wisely rotate away.
What a great call from Artzine. He's going to be the one that plants the spike here.
He's doing it all.
He really is. IGLing, calling these rotations, being a menace in the server. It's a nice head-to-head from Kesnet onto Aspas, though. Still, so much utility. I mean, if they can bait out this Harbor ultimate from Art, that would be best-case scenario for Crew.
Surely you don't invest in here. I mean, you're at such a gun advantage. You know it's waiting on the other side. You're running a double wall comp as well, so you know where the threat is.
Yo.
Artzine gets 3 more kills. 11-2 so far for him.
Absolutely electric in the server right now. And again, cool for Crew. You have another gun round. You have another chance. But you're aware that there's another Harbor ult in play.
Wow.
Very early timeout invested here from Crew.
Is it round 4?
Yeah.
Round 5?
Yeah. You have to formulate a plan if you're Adam to deal with this Harbor ultimate. But what can you really do? I think you have to try to get ahead of all this A default utility. You have to try to disrupt MIBR before they can get that ultimate off. Your retakes haven't been solid yet. You need to start building up some confidence that you can secure a retake. But if MIBR can get into sight for free and not have to invest these layers of utility, you know, the Viper Spit, the Shock Darts, the KJ Mollies, because they get that with the Harbor Reckoning, it's just going to be way too hard to run into that. MIBR, you don't really need to change anything up. I mean, you've shown a lot of A looks. 3 rounds have ended towards A. You did a B pivot already, so I don't see that changing anytime soon. Look on your screen right there. It'll be the first global event for every single player on the team other than Ospas. If MIBR can win this map of Icebox, a map that they're 4-0 on, not letting any team get to double digits. Orb denial again. Crew are positioned so far back. No operator in play. It's going to be heroics from these anchors on site. Here's that harbor wall coming out. The site exec is going to come in full effect.
4 members of crew, 4 members of the defense here are starting to vacate and give some of that space up as the Reckoning causes problems. Creates bedlam on the site. And MIBR waltz their way in. They've taken all the space they want. Keep a close eye on the flood for crew. What's the trigger for them to go? That first cascade, that first layer of utility. Trying to keep them back. Shenum down in hell. They flood onto a Mazzino. Finally finding a little bit of success as Meltzer gets in on it as well, but Verno and Cortesia side by side trying to stop this as Meltzer's left in a 1v2, starting to get spammed through the box. Cortesia cleans him up. MIBR continue to pile it on.
MIBR are the final boss right now. Even when they're down numbers, there's just somebody that's gonna step up to the plate. Oftentimes it's Verno. Ridiculous shots.
One enemy remaining.
A 2v5, Doug? It's just ridiculous what we've seen here today. MIBR, the form that they've approached this playoff has been outstanding. And now, sights towards B, Kesnet, Jet Knives versus Ospas Jet Knives.
Immediately having to dash away.
Did get a tag, but see, MIBR rotating away. A lot of mid pressure from Shenum as well. This is a place where he thrives himself. He always finds this aggressive timing in mid, and he's conditioning it on an anti-eco round. A site is for the taking.
All attention that way. Kesnet's been real quiet. He's got to convert something with these blades, but Ospas has already taken all the space. Then dashing back, waiting for the challenge. Concealed behind the Cloudburst, and now swinging into it, spotting a couple. No kills found. Meanwhile, Kesnet's having to do a bit of the same. Can they alleviate some of this pressure so far? Crew finding success with the Sheriffs. A reckoning of their own now. As Cortesia crumbles, Ospas left alone. Got Blade, 25 HP. Kesnet's gonna stick the defuse the whole way. Crew get on the board.
Crew finally winning a retake on this map of Icebox, with all the cards stacked against them as well. I believe it was Adverso coming up huge with that Sheriff, just jumping out of heaven, getting multiple kills. Keeping his team into this game. If you're down 6-0, another gun round, MIBR would have been in such a great position to keep snowballing with the ultimates that they have. And because of that, Adverso now has a Hunter's Fury that he can use. Kesnet is able to upgrade to an Operator. A chance back into this map of Icebox.
Adverso was able to contest that orb and see that there was no aggression A from MIBR this time.
Look at this fast mid lurk though. Shenum gets punished for it, but are they aware that there's 2 more behind this?
Oh. Adverso looking for a tag, gonna get Arzine as well. And Mazzino swinging out, getting 3. King of Icebox might not be dead yet.
Nice shots, good awareness. Verno is left in a 1v5 situation. He's gonna try to get as many kills as he can before he gets taken down. The economy is still looking very healthy for MIBR. They will have a couple of rounds, but I want to point out the awareness that Crew had of that triple mid threat that MIBR were trying to do. A nice change of pace. We saw Shenum in the last round when they got thrifty break that mid alarm bot very early on, just himself, and fall all the way back. So
30 seconds left.
it was a unique call from MIBR to try to punish that conditioning that was shown in the previous round, but Crew were a step ahead of that. So now momentum kind of swinging back in their favor. This round time dwindles and Verno just gets smothered. flawless round win for Crew. An opportunity now to even the score a little bit. What a nice shot from Mazzino. One-tapped Shenum in mid-tube. Adverso had a really nice Sova ult set up there as well. The thing is you have no answer now for Cortesia's lockdown.
You imagine they're going to want to invest it here if they take space on the site.
Kesnet is here with the operator. He is sitting top gen though. This is a spot that can get pushed off fairly easy. Depends on his second choice of pathing on where he decides to go.
No tag on the drone. No. Ooh, there was one. Cortesia filling in back on that space, and there's that lockdown that you were mentioning. Kesnet not finding a target with the op.
Rocks the dash too early. I mean, he can try to double dip here if he wants, but
I thought he was going to.
Yeah, it kind of feels like you have to when you're running against the Harbor. Good delay of the plant so far. Cove not used. No need to. Maybe that can pay out for MIBR at the end. And this is something that's unconventional for Ospas, pushing all the way deep screens. Usually he sits all the way in the back of A site, takes that further sight line. Understanding there's an operator in play though, wants to get ahead of it.
He loves this line, and he gets Kesnet, he gets Mazzino. Falls at the hands of Adverso, but Verno popping the ult at the same time. Off the tap. A 2v2. Spam not connecting, but the shock will. What can Melser do here? Time is short, 30 HP.
Save the op.
Yeah, he's gonna, where is it? Yeah,
Save
he will
the
find the
op.
op. He's gonna get out of there.
And again, Ospas usually loves to play the actual back site of A. This time getting up close and personal, understanding that it's so hard for an operator to clear out that close left angle when you're retaking from screens. What great awareness in the moment. Kesnet has no chance there. Adverso is having such a good map so far. He's trying to keep his team into the game with his calling, with his individual prowess. But it wasn't enough in that round.
Kill them.
As we go into the 9th round, it's going to be a B default for MIBR, but they're going to be met with Mazzino here and Kesnet backing him with that operator.
They hear the shot again. The question is now for MIBR, do you double down?
Nice opener found from Kesnet. A big first blood on Averno, who's been so impactful for this MIBR squad. No initiator utility to be used now. You can play in these spots close gen on A if you wish, but another reckoning.
I think Shenum got through. He did get through.
These are those aggressive lurk timings I was talking about.
And this round is such a mess right now. You've got Ospas up B, Artzine's all the way back site.
He can't be stopped.
One enemy remaining.
So many lurks finding value. It's all Artzin. It's all Shenum.
It's death by 1,000 cuts. MIBR. Pick them apart.
You do not expect these A-site attackers to push all the way through screens and be this aggressive.
One enemy remaining.
You expect MIBR to get the spike planted, play all the way back like they have been so far. Now, another change of a default. MIBR are going towards A. Art has been calling circles around this Crew defense.
It helps when he's 15 and 6 too.
Just complete flow state, man. Mechanically and calling wise. Look at the change of pace here from MIBR as well. Just holding after showing some initial utility at A. Waiting for an aggressive push. Putting doubt in the minds of the defense. Shenum has yet to break any mid utility, so opting to go for a really late mid lurk. But Crew are kind of wise to it. Look, you see 2 players positioned here already waiting for it. He's willing to take these fights. Mazzino gets absolutely destroyed.
He's going to get the shot onto Shenum as well, or onto Mazzino as well. A perfect start. And now they can try to accelerate towards B. You have all this utility you're going to have to navigate around.
Viper's Pit was invested from Crew to stop the A advancement, but everyone reconvening with the spike here in mid.
Shy's in a spot to make a play. Gets past the wall. Clears the turn, and that's enough to reveal what's going on. Meanwhile, Adverso, the other side of that crunch, getting a couple of kills. Aspas and Verno, we talked about their heroics on Lotus with 13 seconds left and Spike not even in hand. They're going to have to frag out, and I don't know if that's on the cards.
Good work from Crew. Good trade that Shy got onto Shenham in mid too. I like the reactionary pit as well from Melzer to kind of put doubt in the minds of the players of MIBR that were outside of A, just waiting. And it's a common thing for teams to kind of flip the map on the Viper's pit, try to get behind them, approach from multiple angles, but Adverso just held this down. And yeah, you're right, Shy heard it every step of the way. He was able to communicate that. Adverso's having such a great map so far. Both IGLs sitting at the top for their teams.
We've sung his praises so many times, but again, our team 15-7. Calling a beautiful game, fragging out, and now pushing his team towards A. Adverso feeling some of that drone pressure. And he's been under heavy fire since the beginning of the round, really. Reinforcements now arriving, and the defense has been bolstered.
He saw Verno with that drone as well, so it does make it obvious that this is an A hit. Or at least that the main pack is here.
Melzer down low, Adverso close by.
So, such good delay from Crew right now. That harbor wall is going to be able to come back up as well.
It's all a game of timing. Does Artsy clear here? No, Melzer snaps his head back. Mazzino does as well.
Leave it to Aspas to isolate 1v1 after 1v1.
3 for him. Blades on mine, make that 4. MIBR get to 8.
What are you supposed to do if you're Crew in that moment? You literally held it down. You got the first kill. Mazzino's there for the trades, but then Aspas just does this. He isolates you, and then he gets aggressive with it. He wants to take these rookies to Toronto.
Nice! Last round and a half. You're absolutely right. Ult online for Shy.
And MIBR just gonna run it down towards A again.
I mean, it's been working. They try to get a tag and then maybe get a spam, but
it's a full commit again. Can they shut down Aspas with the knives?
So far, the answer to that is no. Shy popping his ult. Is there a counter to this? Do they decide to scale up? Do they give the space away? They're gonna rotate back, and Melzer's here. He's waiting. Gets his one. I mean, the swing was inevitable. Now you've got this awkward line in the sand as you've got to commit to this mid-fight, and it does not go your way.
And now Kesset thinks it's B, but the Harbor Ultimate being used, he's going to have to pull out one of the most ridiculous clutches we've seen in VCT history.
A 1v4 dancing around the Reckoning. First you do it with Aspas, and you do not get past the first level.
Oh my goodness. MIBR's attack side was so dominant.
For having never started on attack, 4-0, but they always start on defense. You wouldn't think it was any different.
And remember, MIBR have yet to give a team double digits on Icebox. No one's been able to get to 10 rounds. The maximum amount of rounds that a team has been able to get was 8 at the beginning of the year.
16-8 for our team, 13-7 for Aspas, a 9-3 half for MIBR. We'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Years of nightmare, years of woes for MIBR, struggling at every single turn. But now this ragtag group of rookies, alongside the greatest to ever play the game, find themselves just a couple of rounds away from changing the entire landscape for MIBR. Close out Icebox, you're headed to Toronto. Things that were unthinkable, things that were unheard of for this franchise just last year.
And we saw brilliance in their previous rosters. We saw moments where I was like, okay, maybe they're in the right direction, but Fraud comes in, scraps it all, keeps Art, makes him IGL in the middle of Kickoff, and now he's sitting at the top.
What can Crew do on the attack? Remember, 3-0 on pistols for MIBR. It goes without saying, they need this one.
Enemy tag.
Crew are also a team that heavily favored to attack this A side of the map with Harbor. But are their post plants as strong as MIBR's were?
Keznet's already up pretty far. Mazzino committing to getting the spike down. I love a good 5v5 pistol retake.
Individual brilliance is going to be the key. Mazzino does get the head-to-head against Artson. The heavy hitter is down.
Oh, that's just one?
Yeah.
You still have the other one you're gonna have to reckon with, and right on cue. Lights up the kill feed, Melser down. But they're the ones at a numbers disadvantage. They're the ones who have to take some space. Verso gets caught on the ropes, he will fall. Aspas in a 1v3. Spike has been taken for a little while as well. Off the swing onto Shy, he will fall. Crew get the pistol.
They finally win a pistol round, Doug. I'm glad you said it. They were down 3-0 leading into this. But it's still an uphill battle. You still have to come away from this anti-eco unscathed. You need to keep as many guns in your arsenal. You need to win the bonus because it just feels like it's the MIBR train right now. You need that energy if you want to make a comeback of this sort.
Pace towards B for the attack. The drone, the cascade, making sure there's no one waiting with a shorty or anything else like that.
It's so reminiscent to how MIBR approached their attack as well. Same concept. Anti-eco, we lean towards B. The difference here for MIBR is their silent stacks.
Kaznik gets a height advantage. He's able to clean one of them up. Spike goes down as well. No Mazzino. We talked so much about Artian and the success he found in the first half and how there were reckonings really what felt like every round, every other round.
Every gun round, yeah.
Mazzino's 2 off of his. Early.
Does have that ghost in play as well, so he will go hunting if MIBR decide to try to fall to Spike. Looks like that will be the case. MIBR do not look like they're going for this whatsoever.
Standing ahead.
They don't even care about doing damage. Mazzino needs to start holding the W key right now. Try to get that Reckoning online. You don't need to save a ghost. I guess he wants the armor. So he will not have that ultimate in the bonus. MIBR avoiding what could have been disaster. We'll be able to buy a Vandal, and he does so. Power of saving that. He still has that light armor in place. So now, again, like I was saying, Crew like to run it down A quite often. Against their match of 100 Thieves, B was a weak spot. I wonder if MIBR decided to try to punish that or just stack 4 players here to fight fire with fire.
Seems like that will be the case. This round is really important. Remember how MIBR were able to burst out the gates with a bonus. Verno just destroying Kesnet.
Headshot.
And it's Aspas who joins alongside him. The Bash brothers again of MIBR.
That's got to be so tilting. In the first 5 seconds of the round, you get spam killed running up a ramp.
Oh, we found a timing. We found a window.
Enemy down.
Cortesia is not going to let that one slip by. This first gun round for MIBR has looked as clean as it could be so far. The cool thing about the way that crew won their anti-eco and whatnot is the state of their economy. They will still have a buy in the next round, even though they're probably going to drop most of these rifles. So the name of the game for crew right now is just try to do as much damage as possible to MIBR's economy. Try to get some of those players on Bulldogs or
30 seconds left.
Guardian.
Literally anything other than what they have right now, yeah.
A lot of light armors across the board, but yeah, it looks like that's going to be a tough ask.
Yeah.
I mean, jeez.
That's Aspas.
I would love to get a replay on how Verno gets that spam kill. Was it because of a dart or was it just a lineup? I mean, what is that?
We'll see if we get a good look at it as MIBR.
I mean, that's a ridiculous opener. You can't play the attack. I mean, no. Yeah, I'm tilted in ranked.
5 rounds between these two. MIBR again creating a little separation. The bonus felt necessary, felt imperative for crew, and they missed that mark. But as we were mentioning in the previous round, they still have enough to invest into this purchase. And Aspas is up, tagged. You gotta get out of there. But he doubles down, he stays! And Kesnet drops him.
A site for the taking. You're going to be able to set up a post plant here, but you need to speed up. You need to get the spike planted. No pressure on the flank. And everybody from the side of crew, other than Mazzino, are playing off-site, using their utility. So you have to speed up if you're MIBR.
Yeah, Mazzino's not up super far either, to be honest. Now he's taking a step back as well. Fully committing to the post-plant play. Cortesia plucks Kesnet out of the sky. And now the Cove is going to cause some problems. Can RT get to half? Yes, he can.
He's sticking
How much further can he go? 75%, 80% of the way there! MIBR steals the defuse!
Right when crew try to play the disciplined game, it gets snatched from them. That feels so bad for crew. You feel like you're making the right decision. You're all playing out, using your man-up advantage. And to lose like that, it's gonna cause for desperation. And MIBR are gonna have so many rounds to play off of that. The last time out for crew.
Situations such as these beg the question, where is the spark for crew? What is the catalyst? It's got to come from somewhere. You're down 6 rounds. MIBR's ran circles around you really the entire series. This has just felt like a shell of the team that we came into this fight expecting. The #1 seed, the #1 team out of Latin America against the #1 team out of Brazil. This has not felt like a fair fight.
Not at all, and I just feel like Aspas just has crew's number, man. Again, 8 out of the 9 times in Aspas's career that he's played crew, he has come out on top. He has been victorious. 3 years in the making. And Aspas now has that operator. We have seen him get so much value on this A site with it, getting so aggressive.
Gonna get challenged right off the bat.
MIBR know what the game plan of crew is because both these teams are so similar.
Where's the swing?
No way he gets out, right?
It's criminal. 5 HP, but lives to fight another day.
Look at the movement, changing his position so frequently. Dancing around the utility of crew.
Meanwhile, they haven't gotten very far. Stalling out at 410. It's an MIBR-sized speed bump that they keep running into. Oh. Artin. Tux gets his one. Mazzino's on the trade, though, and now the op just off the mark. Shenum doing a little bit of damage, but this is not adding up to you. Verno's really far ahead of this, and he's alone. Spam connecting on Melser. The snap on a Shy is ridiculous. A 2v2 now. As Cortezia arrives at the scene.
One enemy remaining.
He's gonna find his. Kesnet, a 1v2 with 11 HP. How does he stand here? That high-low is too much. MIBR 1 round away.
You cannot count out any member of MIBR when they are in a man-down situation. It is the most ridiculous thing. This team is so talented, Doug. Osbos not getting punished here. Yeah, he doesn't connect, but the pressure that he puts on alone allows for these rookies to step up to the plate, even the numbers, and then clutch it always. MIBR are just on a different level.
Flirting with a bid on the international stage for the first time ever. And the opportunity to qualify for it right now. MIBR, aggressive A, looking to put the finishing touches on this. See that harbor wall coming through. The drone from Verno. You've spotted at least one.
MIBR have done the same thing every round other than the eco. They've stacked 4 players towards A. They were willing from the start of this defense to fight fire with fire.
And now Cortesia's rotating over. He was playing B's, taking all the space down mid. They've got them.
It's just a hard read every single round. Crew, they haven't changed their game plan. They didn't anti-strat themselves. They haven't flirted with B at all.
Melser, 34 HP. Kesnet, 26 HP. Trying to limp their way into extending this map. Limp their way into extending this series.
And even if you win this brawl, there's still a lockdown from Cortezia.
30 seconds left.
All of the walls are up, and you know they're waiting for just the right moment.
Dash proc at the perfect time, but look at the time.
And now they're gonna pop that ult too.
It's done.
Kesnet falls. Gunfire erupts as Shenum gets 2. 3 on the round. Shy left standing, and he will fall. For the very first time in franchise history, they earn a spot on the international stage. MIBR, welcome to Toronto.
And at what point do you start thinking that they can make a run for some titles, Doug, as well? I mean, the momentum that this team has amassed over the stage 1, over this playoff, you really got to feel like they're a team that could push international teams to the distance. And what a story for Artson, Doug. I mean, this guy joining MIBR as a duelist player, getting so much hate, becoming an IGL with a bunch of rookies and Osbos.
Again, for the first time, Shenum, Cortezia, Verno, and Artin will play on the international stage.
Big ups to Fraud, the one who was the mastermind behind the whole operation. Again, saying that there was plan A, plan B, plan C. Once Osbos became free, pivoting towards something new entirely.
And for a lot of these guys who came up through the tier 2 scene, those matches, the big arena matches, that's the dream.
Yeah.
Right, like that's what you imagine, that's what you play for. And they put it together, and it's, again, I called them ragtag earlier, playfully, but these guys have a lot of fight behind them.
They're polished as hell. And I keep thinking back to that interview of Cortezia saying, we haven't even reached our peak yet. And I think he's right, Doug. I think there's still a ways to go for this team to get even better. And that's the scary thing, right? How good can they get?
They're pretty damn good now. We got to touch on Verno as well. And you think about the year he's had.
Oh my God.
How tumultuous that's been. The kid's been through the ringer. And he's found a way to qualify for Toronto. Donning the MIBR flag.
I think the only North American player in America's history to join a full Brazilian roster. I mean, to be good enough to do that in the first place is a testament to his ability and his skill.
He's made it. He's
Phenomenal
made his way
player, man. I mean, he deserved Toronto every step of the way. He has stepped up so massively for this MIBR squad, not only in the clutch, but the duo that he has with Aspas. I mean, having his back every step of the way, we saw that in this match.
I mean, yeah, there were a couple of moments on Lotus we talked about it. There were moments on Icebox where both of them were able to pull MIBR into situations that they probably shouldn't have had a fighting chance in to begin with. And I think for Crew, very quickly, this is not the end of the road for them, but they are going to have to work through a hellish lower bracket run, and that's going to be a mess. We'll see if they can pull it off. We're going to send it down to Elizabeth on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Verno.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And we have our first qualifiers, everyone. It is MIBR! You say good job? Good job, guys? Is that what you say?
Good job, good job.
Good job, good job, everyone. Let's go to you first, Aspas. What does it mean to qualify with MIBR for Masters Toronto for you?
It's a very special feeling because I'm qualifying with a Brazilian org again. We're going to be the only Brazilian team in the Masters, so I hope everyone can cheer for us and we can make everyone proud.
Yes, absolutely. Give it up for Aspas, everyone. Absolutely. Now, Fraud, I see you over there a little emotional, a little bit, and I saw Artizine, you hugging Artizine. What has this journey been like with this org? You know, you have been with this org and with this team for so long, trying and trying and trying, and this is the day you did it. I'm gonna get emotional for you. This is the day you qualified for Masters Toronto. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, it feels really good. I mean, every team has their ups and downs. They go through stuff, and you know, for us, we're no different. We had our little issues, especially having to make roster changes. It's some things that it's not easy for some teams to do, but we were able to really focus, stay together, and win or lose, we're gonna, you know, do it together. So I feel really happy that our team is won, regardless of result, and it's kind of showing in the server how well we are as a unit.
What's the emotion right now?
It's tough. I am really happy. So I just, you know, miss being able to celebrate with like my family too, but also at the same time, I'm really happy to be here with the guys, and they kicked some ass today.
You absolutely kicked some ass today. It was insane. Now, Verno, my guy, you came in here. Everyone was like, Verno on MIBR? And then Verno on MIBR. Insane. Guys, give it up for Verno, because an absolutely insane performance, proving every single doubter, if there was any doubt, out of the way. You were insane. What does it feel like to qualify with Aspas, with Fraud, with your MIBR team?
It feels really good. I mean, Aspas is like the best teammate I've ever played with, the best player I've ever played with. So thank you so much. He provides like way more value than like anyone thinks. He's like the best player that's ever played the game.
Talk to me about that. How does he do that?
Bro, like, I don't know. The things he does, like, first off, like in every way, like mechanically, like outside the game too. He's like such a good teammate. And bro, mechanically, bro, he's
we know.
Bro, he's like by far.
I'll add on to that as far as Aspas goes. Like, he's become like a really big leader for our team, not just in the game, outside the game. He's showing the young guys how to operate, how to go about their day. So I think Aspas is a huge factor, not only what he does in the server, but how he's showing the boys the way.
All right, one last question. Is Master Toronto ready for MIBR? Do they know what's coming yet or no? Any us for anyone? Aspas, do you think they're ready?
I think we're ready.
But is everyone else ready?
They're ready. I think they are.
Okay, that's enough. Everyone give it up for MIBR one more time. First team qualified Master Toronto. But guys, I know you know what match is next. It is Sentinels versus G2. Stay right there.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Definitely a rivalry. Fans love it, the banter back and forth.
If we win this next match, we make Toronto. As a team, we're kind of hitting our stride, and we feel really confident in our form.
On fire so far, it doesn't even matter if he gets pinged out. Dashes forward.
Enemy remaining.
Does one. Second already pulls the acrobatic. Second uses a silent jungle gym. What is going on with Second today?
Jogma's insane. I mean, he's a really strong duelist on an undefeated team. I think both of us have similar playstyles where we kind of get crazy with how we entry. We like to get creative and do a lot of different things.
20 seconds, the off again. Jojimo, he's ringing true. And the bell is ringing for Vic. Ja! The one to end it.
I'm gonna shoot him in the head. I mean, that's pretty much all you can do, just shoot the guy.
Straight through dimensional drift into the round. Zekin's gonna say no. Two to the back of the site, and he clears it up, making sure it's secure.
One enemy remaining.
Always a fun time playing Sentinels and making their fans sad.
Like, both of us are gonna make Toronto, so whoever does it first, sure. Good luck.
All right, who's gonna win today, Sentinels or G2?
I feel like Sentinels.
Why could you possibly say that? Why do you think that?
Because currently, John QT and Bang are pretty good.
They are. Well, let's see it. All right, who's gonna win today, Sentinels or G2?
Sentinels!
All right, who's gonna win today?
Sentinels.
All right.
Sentinels.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy. All right, very simple. Who's gonna win today, Sentinels or G2?
Of course, Sentinel, for sure.
Okay.
Sentinels, for sure. G2.
Why G2, the lone wolf here?
Because they're better.
Fundamentally better. All right, who's gonna win today, Sentinels or G2?
Let's go, Sentinels!
A lot of love for Sentinels out there, of course. Welcome back, everyone, to Day 3 of VCT Americas Stage 1 Playoffs. Golden Boy here alongside Ender, Bren, and Mimi for our second match of the day.
Are you forgetting
it's
something?
G2 East. Don't.
From the first match, we had a bet, buddy.
Did we have a bet?
We had a little bet.
We kind of glided over.
We glided
yeah.
over, but we talked about it ahead of time that whoever predicted this game wrong would have to take a little sip with some little syrup. And GB, I believe
because Canada. Was that the
it's pretty weak
logic?
It's pretty weak.
Train?
But
I like it.
Honestly, I deserve this for what I did the sideshow.
Yeah.
All the way back at the World Cup back
How
in the
many
day.
years ago? 7 years ago?
It was like 7 years ago.
7 years ago, we're old.
It was terrible, you know, thinking about the fact that. Yeah, by the way, I'm so sorry to the people who had to just look at my bald head and to zoom in like that. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's thick.
That seems quite.
Damn.
No, that seems quite fluid.
What?
You want to pass it to him? Okay.
Oh.
And it's got to be a one shot.
That was like half of the maple leaf, by the way.
The moose eye is
Three,
staring.
two, one, go.
Just do it. Just do it, dog. No.
Not happening.
Okay, well,
and he's gone.
That's I would love to see him listen.
That's tough.
Let's start the pre-match. Let's take a look at our bracket here.
I'm on.
You okay?
Oh, sweet.
You didn't even get
You didn't do it.
Sideshow chugged a whole one of these, and I made him do it.
Yeah.
He's built different, man.
You didn't even get through an entire thing of it. You're doing it again?
Sideshow, because I got to. I have to anyway. That's the bracket. These are the matches. Cruz facing EG, you know.
Here we go.
Just go. Do stuff, please. Oh, God.
That's most of it. He's running off camera again. All right, G2 going into this one. #1 seed. They're yet to lose a match here in VCT Americas, and they want a chance to go back to the global stage. Welcome back, GB. Last time these teams played, it was a banger in the finals of Kickoff, 5-map affair, but G2 took it home and beat them again in stage 1.
And I gotta say, I think every single time these two teams face off as well, you start to see the elevation in form. For Sentinels as well, I think in that Kickoff run and that best of 5 towards the end, that was the peak form that we saw for them genuinely.
For sure.
And they weren't even able to reach that again in Bangkok. I'm seeing similar themes for the Sentinels team. They are constantly making iterations again on their team overall. They're improving at such a steady rate, but G2 have just been that top dog to beat. They've got a target on their back. They know it still to this day. And the question is, can anyone really go toe-to-toe with them? Is it going to be Sen here today?
It feels like teams have been able to get closer, right? They've been able to take some maps off, like Sentinels in that final series, but at least here at home, G2 I don't see them losing to anybody.
Yeah, they have been on point. They are yet to lose a single series at home thus far. And there's some history in this matchup. You see it here, cute little picture. This is the Cloud9 that was like all the way back at Champs 2021 era. Leaf, Celsius, teammates back then, and now playing against each other.
Mortal enemies.
Are you back? Are you good?
I'm good. I'm good. It's oh boy, that was something. Let me tell you, my doctor just said I have high blood pressure. Who knows what's gonna happen now? It looks like diabetes is on the menu, baby. In any case, ahead of today's matchup, Elizabeth had an opportunity to catch up with Leaf for a quick chat. What do you got for us, Liz?
Now, Leaf, many people consider G2 to be the best team in the Americas, the team to beat in the Americas. Is there any pressure that comes with being the best, being the team to beat? Everyone's something to prove, right?
I think there's definitely pressure from ourselves. Also, like we don't want to lose to a team and have them have the title like beating us basically in Americas. But I mean, we just want to be the best, so there's always pressure no matter what. And I think that we play well when we have those pressure, and like also the LAN qualifying games. Like last year, we were very good at them. So yeah, I think it's just expected.
Best of luck today.
Well, I've been informed that GB is getting his stomach pumped, so I'm here to course correct for this one. I want to talk about G2's Pearl. Pearl is a map that Sen like to pick into. I think we're going to see it today, and specifically G2's attack. The first thing I want to do is just highlight sort of the util pattern they use when they take this A main space. It's all about forcing the opposition out here, and we've got a great little camera angle we can pop into. First piece of utility, I want you to see the Tejo missiles, right? Super annoying, basically clearing this out so no one can get in to into the box. On top of that, you're also going to have an Astra Star that'll turn into a stun, an Astra Pull potentially back there. You even got Jogamo chucking a flash all the way over the top here to bank off this wall so the players on a deeper angle would still get hit. And all of this is to, you know, sort of nullify the enemy Astra Stars on the other side. You've also got this Yoru teleport tracking in. What you can tell is it's a mess. There's tons of utility that's here to clear out absolutely everything. And we'll sort of watch how this plays out because, yeah, we've got the teleport down into the corner from Jogamo. G2 come into the space, even throwing a Seize in there. And then after this point, they do a really nice job of trading out every single kill. But this is where G2's sort of secret, you know, card up their sleeve comes into play. And that is going to be, on the other side of the map, Leaf. Leaf is one of the most effective lurkers on this map in VCT, period. On the Vise, super strong. And what he has just been told by his team is that A, 3 players just died on the bodies, and the enemy Cypher was just seen. And he knows, based on the last few rounds of information seeking into mid, that the street control is just a Cypher camera. What this means is, well, with the Cypher fighting, he can't be clicking into that consistently. So as soon as Cypher is seen in this fight in main, he instantly is going to start moving across in towards street. And he actually goes a little bit deeper. From this position here, he can actually start hearing the rotates coming through spawn onto the other side. So he's now pinpointed both players remaining from the side of Cloud9. And, well, what's he going to do with that information? He is going to call the rotates in from his team. He gets that over there. Hey, I was drawing during the cast. You can see a little bit of that too. It's all fun, and it's very easy for the team to start pivoting back over to this side of the map because he got so deep into the enemy territory. From there, they set up a beautiful post plant. C9 end up saving, and the round is just completely pointless for them to try and play out because of that early information and Leaf on the lurk, and that's going to be pivotal in today's series. So come on with me. I think GB is back.
I'm back. I'm good. I'm good.
The stomach is okay?
Riot has some of the best stomach pumpers in the business, okay? They brought him in, they flew him in from Tunisia and just went in, you know? Yeah.
Is Tunisia famous for,
I would assume, I don't know, maybe. You know, I'm a world traveler. In any case, though, guys, look, we're going to keep it real with y'all right now, okay? Because the reality is, if G2 had won Masters Bangkok, I'm pretty sure, Mimi, we all were in agreement. Trent was the MVP of that event for G2, right?
He was just outstanding for them that entire tournament, and he's kept it up into stage 1, and I think it's going to be important here today because when I look at these two teams, they are the two most Teo-pilled teams left in the tournament. They are both picking into a ton of Breach Teo comps, playing a ton of Vise and Yoru. They have really similar ideas on a lot of maps, but Trent was the guy who defined a lot of these ideas. I think his utility has been on point, especially the timing at which he's using missiles has been stellar throughout, and he's looked just as individually sound as when he was a full-time Sova Breach player.
Yeah, I'd agree, and I think as well for a player like Trent as well, and with G2 set up the way that they play as well, Jogamo isn't really set up to be the star player. It's Trent playing off the space that Jogamo creates to be the star player, and he is really enabled in that role. You can tell just from the numbers, he looks like the highlight of the team almost every single time that they play.
Yeah, well, look, I'm getting word that we're getting ready to go, so I want to keep moving on this. Talk about Sentinels real fast, because Sen did manage to take out Cloud9 on Thursday's game, and look, I think it's safe to say that for this Sentinels team coming into it, there were some doubts. I wasn't quite sure for myself. But, oh, man, this was clean. This was put together. This was structured. Everything you could want out of Sentinels.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the doubts for Sentinels would have come off of that international performance, which is a very stark contrast to what G2 was able to do. But I think the last few weeks especially, this team has been looking excellent. Bang has really been stepping into his own with the team.
And this is the Cloud9 that's been looking fantastic as well.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, I loved their Ascent defense in particular. They had such a good game plan going into that game. And as we look at our Preds here,
I did not see that coming.
There is only one person favoring Sen here, and I think this game is closer than people think.
Yeah.
Yes, G2 is undefeated, but Sen has stepped up even from the way they were playing back in Kickoff. They have really fleshed out their map pool. Players have started to come into their own. John QT, Bang, Zekin, all having great games. This is a Sen who can make this close.
Absolutely, and as well for that G2 as well, it's very hard to remain the top dogs for a long period of time. You have a massive target on their backs. They've been talking about it in the interviews as well themselves. Like, there's only so much you can be a dominant team that's a force of nature before everybody is staring at you as the team to beat as well. With the iterations that we're seeing from Sen, they're getting better and better and better every single time that they play. listen, the Preds, the analysts, we've been wrong a lot of the time, actually, in fact. So listen, I don't think it's going to be telling the tale of this match too much. I'm hoping for a close game. SEN have definitely got it in them, I think, to make it much closer than we are apparently making out.
Yeah, they definitely do. For Sentinels here, this team has been on the up and would have such a big opportunity here. Qualify to Toronto the easy way and get their revenge for those last 2 matches that they've lost to G2.
Oh, this is it, folks, right? This is the one more spot for Toronto up for grabs, right? A lot of pressure on the line here. Can G2 and Sentinels find their way back to an international event? It's going to be an intense matchup, and we know that the Riot Games Arena is filled out to the brim. So let's go ahead and get the show started and bring out your 2 teams.
Riot Games Arena, let's find out who's going to Toronto. Let's bring out first, Sentinels!
Now it's the Sentinels, and you heard Elizabeth before she gathered all the fans, asked some questions who you think's going to win, and oh man, it's a partisan crowd here, Ender, for Sentinels, and it feels like G2 might be walking into some hostile territory.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you heard the interviews before with Liz. There was one fan she found that thought G2 was going to win. This is going to be a high-energy arena. You know the Sen fans are going to be out in force, and that's exactly what you want for a global qualifier match.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Sentinels team, again, I just keep iterating that they are the ones iterating. Every single time they play, they're looking that much better as well. And all it's going to take is one more little incremental improvement, I think, to just tip them over the scales to potentially take down G2.
And now it's time to bring out their opponents. Come on, y'all, make some noise for G2!
And even though you got a lot of fan support for Sentinels here in the arena, let's not forget that this G2 team, you've heard them multiple times in a couple interviews mention, hey, we want to be the team that everyone wants to cheer for, that everyone wants to believe in. Hey, what better way to do it now than to take out Sentinels?
I was also going to say, you don't need to have the fans on your side if you're out here smoking everyone.
Every match in America.
Real talk, man. Real
yeah,
talk.
No worries for them. SEN is coming off of 2 dominant 2-0 victories, most impressively against Sentinels to start their bid here in the playoffs. But for G2, they've had some close games, losing a map in their last 2 series, really getting pushed by Leviathan, by MIBR as well, but now coming out here and still being flawless, still being the #1 seed. This is their chance to show what Josh RT was talking about earlier in the season, that teams have not caught up and they are still the top dog for a reason.
And this is going to be an interesting map pool indeed as well. SEN with the split pick as well. That's going to be awesome to see them play that one. Icebox, the way that G2 play Icebox is almost like they've just thrown it into some sort of algorithm to figure out the most optimal way to play it.
Literally. Which sounds like Josh RT.
It's all post-plan store, but the way they play it is so disciplined that it almost makes it interesting to watch itself. I think we're going to have a stellar series on our hands.
SEN has gone back to split being their strongest map in this stage, but G2 have not played this since their loss to T1 in the finals of Bangkok. They could have something completely new ready.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see G2 come in with a very strong game plan up against SEN. SEN have a lot of footage on that map for them to go ahead and study. And when it comes down to like how G2 play maps, I kind of feel like what you're saying, Brent, about them playing like plugging in the algorithm to generate most optimal comps, most optimal playstyle. That kind of feels like their approach on every map.
I just haven't heard Bren talk good about Icebox so much in one day today. So crazy, you know?
It is crazy. But a crucial note here, I think, with this map veto, at least in my mind, I think, is that the longer it goes, the less likely it looks for SEN to try and take it, I think. For that Ascent final map that we're going to be seeing played as well, the way that SEN took it against Cloud9 was off the back of a lot of clutches and some hard anteing as well, and also from Cloud9 kind of really being uncomfortable, I think, as well, when the sides were swapped around for them. So Ascent for G2, on the other hand, they've been innovating. They played a Waylay comp, they set up Jorg really well. I think it's critical for Sentinels to try and take this one in a 2-0 if they're going to win it.
Same comp for SEN that has been amazing for them all season with this double initiator Yoru comp for Zekken. I think they have great ideas on their attack side of how to take early space, reset this round, and let players like Zelsis get big value on the lurks. And G2, this is the comp they played in that last game against T1. It's going to be a mirror match.
Yeah, again, for G2, they love the Yoru pick. They love sort of setting up fights off of the contact plays from him, the quick rotates, all these ideas. And when you think about it, the ultimates, when they come online, line, you've got 3 monsters for taking sites.
A sick head-to-head to start. Jojimo against Zekin, both playing on this Yoru that they have been picking up a ton thus far this stage.
I was thinking that maybe there would have been a little bit of a change-up on G2, given that we haven't seen it for so long, but it's clear that this composition works, right?
It doesn't have to be a comp change, just an approach change. There's a big gap in terms of footage. G2 have not showed this map in a while, and SEN, this is their most played.
Well, folks, 2 titans of Americas are ready to collide. So let's go ahead and send it over to your casters for this epic brawl. It's going to be Rivington and Van Silly on the mic.
And it is time to get into what is this Kickoff Grand Finals revenge match in best-of-3 form, and I'm sure Sentinels want to come out firing.
Yeah, for sure. From an Orcs perspective in his rivalry, you would want Sentinels to come out on top. In the VCT so far, it's always been G2 throughout the last year, but they have a chance to kick things off on the right foot because we are starting off on split. This is a rematch of the Grand Finals of Kickoff, as you've mentioned, and actually Sentinels has beaten G2 13-4 on this map. A great start to kick things off, and when you're looking at G2's side, though, they're pulling out with an Omen. Mimi mentioned that they used this against T1, but in that kickoff game, VALORANT actually had the Astra going into the composition. So this time around, going back into an Omen, they want to go into a mirror comp, maybe battling a little bit more with the Omen Flash, and we'll have to see what's G2 cooking up this time around.
It is interesting to see. You don't need as much as the stars for post-plant now that you have Trent continuously playing that Tejo. And as we get into our first round, it's just going to be a spread out on the map for G2, and Sentinels is kind of heavy stacking towards B to start.
Yeah, and G2 is always going to be like this very slow start, just trying to figure out here what Sentinels would try to do at the beginning of these rounds. All of them focused into the extremities at first, playing very passively. Will there be any trap plays with the tail salvos coming out from Sentinels? And as it quiets down a little bit, they wanted to add a little bit of pressure towards this middle, see what type of rotate they could follow it. But you could definitely see here, they're trying to finish for a split towards this A site.
Interesting to see there. Back to this Zelsis alone in mid. We heard Kaplan talking about how that was sometimes an avenue teams would take to beat mid and take the map away. So they started giving him help from John Cutie and others from a distance. Here they go back to it, and it seems like G2 will take that mid space, will take Heaven, but Zekin, ever so quiet, could be the one to start the round, and he does pop off with 2 fast ghost shots. Now they're trying to sort out where the rest of the members of G2 could be. They've creeped in so quietly, and now they have the sight to themselves.
Tried to fake plan at the beginning to see if a swing from Sentinel is going to come out.
Oh, Zelsis. Oh, he gets him. Util out. The timing is there. Narrate through the paranoia. Gets the right click that counts, and now it's up to Trent. The post plant, the reason they have the Tejo.
Now trying to go on to this tap. Trent trying to move forward. Bang onto that tap. The swing for the first tap. And now this swing, he's sticking it out so far into the spike and gets the full diffuse.
Jeez.
Consolation prize for that kill from Trent, but unfortunately here for Sentinels, that smoke was a nuisance. But we talk about nuisance here, Riv, on the first pistol round. Zekin in that position just behind the Viper screen, right over here.
Yeah.
There's so many times going into the VCTs when this is not being checked, and it's a deadly spot. And Zekin, who's been amazing throughout the playoffs to kick things off against Cloud9, opens up with a nice little 2K against G2.
And it's not the aggressive Yoru there. The round had kind of played out a little bit. They wait, they pull back, and he's not trying to play off a gate crash. They're playing safe, and they're playing behind the walls. Very nicely done. Again, we see that opening mid up didn't really hurt Sentinels too much, and it's exactly, they almost were able to walk G2 the way they wanted through that vent and into a site before they attacked again. We do have a quick tech pause to start out here for a second match, and we'll get that sorted as soon as possible.
Yeah. So far, again, G2 has had great opportunities here to work towards the A side. Remember that smoke and the flash that we talked about from VALORANT switching over to this Omen. They actually use that to actually get a lot of space towards the A heaven when they were pitching across. So again, think about how VALORANT potentially could be sticking around with this group here for G2 to work as a pack to fight toe-to-toe against Sentinel, who loves to get muddy in these fights too. You saw how close it was one on top of the spike. Close range classics. It's been going well so far.
All right, ahead of G2's playoff debut, we did speak with Jonah P about the team's goals. Let's check it out.
Goals moving forward is obviously to qualify for Toronto. That's the first step. And then, you know, closing out the stage. We're not here to just qualify for the event. We want to win the whole thing. and we got to defend our kickoff title, and that's what we want to do. We want to, we want to win everything and be that team that's very consistent, and it proves to the fans that we're the team to cheer for.
Yes, our expectations pretty high here for G2. But going into this game again, just to think about here, what's at stake? Sentinels has a great start with this pistol on the Icebox. That second map has only been tested once by G2, coming out with this non-duelist comp. But Split in itself for G2, they've never played it in Split 1 in 2025. They played it once only during the kickoff, but it wasn't because G2's trying to avoid playing this map. They actually float it a lot throughout the season, and it's just other teams that's banning it against them. So going into this matchup now, it's been a while since kickoff that these two teams played against each other on this map. Now it's G2 that has the upper hand, at least in terms of what's new. What can we bring out here against Sentinel, who loves to play this map on Split?
We'll have to find out after we get out of this tech pause. And I think the one thing we see here is one thing we definitely want to talk about.
The G2 Classic.
The way that these teams will use stingers on a low buy. Two of the best in VCT Americas here. We remember Trent's play from just the other day on Pearl, as well as what they're going to be able to do here. So it's going to be a treat to see what the Stingers will do, and I think this is going to make the game very fast on the low buy rounds. I don't think they're going to give each other too much space. We'll give them a little bit more space. We bounce back out for a tech pause real quick. Apologies for the delay on this, and we will get back as quick as possible into the game. But it did something that's very much so switched the rounds. We saw Sentinels as well in their 1v1s, their 1v2s, even 2v4s. From their previous series being able to steal rounds they should not get. So we may have to see the G2 Stingers or vice versa from Sentinels even more than usual.
And a lot of that was on the back of Zekin and Zelsis when they were getting these clutch moments against C9 the other day. And for the side of Zelsis, he's been the vibe merchant. You saw him walk off the stage, or walking on the stage with Kaplan, just laughing along. A little bit late behind. He was supposed to be the coach in the back, but it's still Zelsis that moved forward. But at the same time, that vibe, the vibe merchant was definitely present throughout these moments. I think he won like 2 1v1s on Pearl and a 1v2, especially in that 2 versus 4 with Zekin when he flanked from the back. So you kind of need somebody like Zelsis, who's been finding his groove as a Sentinel role, as a flex now going into Split, playing as this Viper.
Yeah.
But definitely somebody to look out for. And now you're looking from top to bottom in this roster. It's definitely a team that actually puts a lot of power into the server for Sentinels.
Zekin, I kind of wrote in my notes yesterday, this guy had so many ults you thought he was cheating. It was like 3 per half, 3 or 4 per half, and you might even see it here again, already starting out 2-1. As we get this sorted out, let's do some voting with the crowd. Who are you picking? Where's it going? It's going to be mirrored, so it might be weird at first, but it is Sentinels first. What do we got? That's, yeah, okay. Obviously, obviously G2. Okay, okay.
You're saying that it's mirrored. People today seem to be knowing the groove to...
yeah, 2-1.
To point in the right direction in the very beginning.
Oh, see?
Okay, maybe
you
not.
Cursed
Maybe
him.
not.
You
Maybe
cursed
not.
him.
Maybe not. I'm cursing this as much as I'm cursing the tech pause, am I?
G2. So it's like 3-2 now? 3-2 G2? Oh, yeah, there's a Zekin. Look at that. And Zekin's getting the votes here with the signs in hand. Also been a lot more vocal, it seems, this year.
Yeah.
After the rounds, getting up, not getting up, but being way more vocal, propping the team up, containing those emotions at a high level, and just keeping the vibe up with the team as much as Elsis, really.
Actually, when you talk about emotions as well, you see G2 when they're walking out here on the stage, they're quite stoic. And a lot of their matches going into this one here, knowing that they're the best team, but also I think there's a lot of those emotions that's just buried down, just to not let that take the best of their emotions going into the game. Because remember, they almost had a chance to win Bangkok, going all the way to the grand finals against T1.
Yeah.
They had the lead over 2 maps, where they unfortunately lost those in overtime against T1, where they had the lead. They had game point, match point, series point, championship point going into Bangkok, and let that slip. So,
and you know what things like that mean? We hear Jogamo talk about the effect it had for them on Pearl, and how they had to get over that speed bump on Pearl, where it felt good again if they could get themselves to that map and play it through.
Well, let's get into this map then.
Let's get right into Split, though, as G2 Esports are getting one of their first plays here out of the stage.
Deadly spot from Bang at the top there of the billboard. And G2 going with the Stinger buy. You just mentioned it before, but G2 quite often successful with the Stinger buy and now attempting to rush towards his B site.
That TP's back to A. Jogamo to the back of the site, but Bang is very much so ready. Gonna get swarmed and he wants to go for more. Thinking he may have the positioning. Very fast move from Sentinels here to reposition and get set up for the protocol and retake.
They're staying as a group, closing the gap. Could be very deadly against the retake of Sentinels, who only has a judge on Zelsis too as a weak weapon.
The W key has been a huge advantage for G2 on this one. They just pushed right into the site, running over anything that was in front of them. This is where the Stingers may fall flat, though, to the Bulldog on the other side of the swing of Sentinels coming through as a team. And it's going to be a find, and it's going to be a kill for Zelsis. They're able to get that one down on the default plant spot, and the defuse coming through as well. Zekin gets even more points on the board, and he is just 2 away from Dimensional Drift going into the bonus round.
And as we just mentioned, Zelsis with a judge was able to pick up a Stinger here to open up the first kill on the retake from Sentinels, who flooded back. Knowing here that G2 are really good on trades in these Stinger buys, they also wanted to stay as a group. And Sentinels takes the upper hand, and you just talked about it, Zekin being 2 away from the Dimensional Drift. Remember his game against Cloud9 the other day. He was having almost like 4 or 5 blade storms within the half.
Yeah.
And he's been on fire so far. Doesn't have to be as prolific as he was in the game versus Cloud9, because again, the whole team's looking pretty good here for Sentinels.
Yeah.
Defensive round G2. We have a Stinger buy for Valen, and for the rest, finally we calm things down in terms of the economy so they can have a much healthier buy in round number 4.
Gosh, that judge towards mid. The vanity, artsy, and cosplay now coming into effect. Everybody realizes how strong it is in this position. A nice displacement, so G2 can still toy with this area and try to gain a little bit of ground. Oh, we saw it coming. It was just a matter of time there for Zelsis to be able to get at least one. The timing's going to be good, but the distance a bit too much for the judge to follow up, and that's going to be John Cutie on the other side for the pincer move. Now 4v2. It's going to be tough for G2 to even get into the site. Not going to happen. They rack up a bonus round there, and Sentinels continue.
The small scales from G2 trying to take control of the top middle. I think due to that type of buy that they had on the Stinger, they didn't have too much utility to allow the Flash to move up here towards Mail. So Valen just swings in with the Stinger, and that's not something easy to fight against when you have a judge here into Zelsis. And 3 unanswered rounds, but finally things calm down. G2's back into the advantage in terms of weapons in this round. Playing it very slow still. You have this wall set up on the A side for a slow lurk on the side of Leaf, where G2 gives a lot of responsibility onto Leaf in these moments where he's trying to find a timing on these lurks. As we kick things off with early util to set presence of towards middle here for G2. Everybody's grouping up once again just to power drive towards this A site. But Sentinels, they're ready for it. They got 3 players out here.
So close. This is going to be tough. I don't know if they can both get out of this. No, they cannot. G2 pressing in so fast, and it was Sentinels in just that awkward window in timing. It's like G2 is going to be trying to do this the entire time. They play a little bit slower. They find where they can get through the armor of their opponent, and then it just looks so easy once they get the spike down.
Still good util for Sentinels, though, to move back into the site. Bulldogs being picked up. They have Salvos and Paranoid to start flooding towards the elbow.
Pop flash from Nagamo to see if they can retake this space, but nobody's engaged enough for him to want to take it. I think they back up here.
Maybe try to find exits, though. Zelsis only has his Bulldog, so he's going to be the one moving forward. John Cuty's going to fall back and save.
Double peek. He's just waiting. He doesn't want to give it away now. And he then sees 2 on the other side. Jonah will take that. And Giga Jogamo just vibing there. Cat jamming on the screen. And that is going to be a 4th round here for G2.
Still a great start. Finally, that they have their money right. They have a flawless round for the side of G2. But the good thing about this, though, despite G2 being able to open up this A site, is the correct reads that Sentinels currently have here on the defense. Something that's a masterclass calling that was even mentioned here in the post-game against Cloud9. Something that John Cutie is doing very well in terms of understanding the tendencies of their opponents. So when they have better weaponry, or even a judge back in the hands of Zelsis, maybe in the later rounds, it could render deadly for G2, who are kind of like just spitballing into a group push in the mid round without getting too much information. And speaking of information, you start with the dimensional drift. A flash to come across.
Oh my gosh. Just straight to the back line. They're expecting it somewhat, but you know Zekken's going to try to do something crazy here. Leaf goes down, but so does Zekken. I'd say this is obviously leaving Sen in the 2-2 across the map, and if they don't lose anybody else, are looking pretty good here. G2 patiently waiting to get in. One off of quite a few ultimates could easily solidify this round for them.
And that's why they wanted to stay back towards the spawn. What type of moves are they going to do here on the defense? And they react to it. So far, reacting correctly. Moving inside this B side, it's open for now. It's been stalled a bit by some counter salvos out from Sentinel's side. And finally, John OP's going in for the plant.
Spike planted.
They get that down. G2 becomes so much stronger in this position. You already see Trent starting to back up. Armageddon could come in just a few of these kills, but he's got the salvos first. The retaliation now. They try to stop the entry back into the site. Sentinel's still thinking of which way to get in, and they cannot cover each other on these shots. The spams come through. And again, G2 get that post plant locked down.
That's always been the game plan for G2, knowing that, you know, we mentioned Trent just playing tail every single map.
He knows that role.
Never plays a Silva, never plays a Fade, just keeps on to this tail because it's so good in terms of what G2, how they want to approach in these maps. It creates so much space for them to allow Jogger to move in, and he doesn't need to move in with the rest of the team. From time to time, he'll come in with the special delivery for the assist, but if not, they need him to stay alive for the salvos on the pulse plan, and it's been working out so far. Not too many teams have found good answers into stopping the pulse plant for G2 so far.
All right. Now we get Jogmo. Oh my gosh, Zekken with the Guardian. We saw him doing the same thing just yesterday. Jogmo creating disruption. Looks like G2 slipped past again. They've definitely picked up the pace in the way that they're taking the sites overall. Just the game pace for them has been picked up here, and Sentinels cannot seem to get in front of it just yet.
But with losing Leaf, they're forced to play inside the site.
TP's it? No, does not time it correctly. That's 2 for Trent on the Armageddon, and he is just racking up the points right now. You'll already see John Cutie heading to the side here, and G2 may have lost the first 3, but we saw that Stinger be quite effective. It went down low, cost Sen the economy, so we're starting to see that go to the wayside here, and G2 will start to come back. Evening on this round, and they should be able to pressure very hard on next round too. Just
so
go
well
for the
in the
throat.
economy for sure, and you see now Zelsis once again looking to position himself for exits.
Last player standing.
It's only going to do a little bit of damage, but you can definitely see what's left for G2. Definitely looking good into the next buy for round number 7 over here. And it's good that Trent did get that plan here to allow the Armageddon and G2 to just pressure back into the screens. The Salvos creates the space first. They think that they're going to fake it out. The clone that was actually thrown in here by Jogimo gave the tell that you were playing so far back for Sentinels after those salvos. And after that shot, that was the cue to pull out the Armageddon. Oh, he's able to cap 2 with
Playing
those.
for stats, brother?
I'm assuming that's a message of Zelsis.
Saving a gun, playing for stats. Either way. We got a timeout coming in here from Sentinels on this as they figure out how to kind of sort out what G2 has been doing. It's not been a consistent site. G2 have shown mid, B, and A now, and it's very explosive once they get to that point. I think, obviously, when you're facing this, a little bit of extremity control on one side, and hopefully the right one, you're not running into that death ball that's coming in, can kind of set you up with a bit more information.
Yeah, I feel from outside looking in for this timeout for Kaplan is just trying to lean back on those fundamentals. Going back to what was a pain point for them in Bangkok where they weren't really trading off each other or even at the beginning of kickoff. And then once we see the turnaround into split 1, you saw that there were, 4-1 going to the group, only losing the crew. But the upwards trajectory that Mimi was talking about here at the desk was just being able to play off each other and just stay as a group. So far, and that's how G2 is going to play when they're entering these sites. So you do need that buddy system to come across, and you're definitely seeing it so far now. Because they do have a lower buy, they could maybe activate with a Rolling Thunder off reaction of what could happen here at the beginning of this round.
Sentinels go back to that kind of favoring mid with a bit more pressure now. Trying to activate Zekken on this, they leave Zelsis to go into the site. And And G2 are once again going to play all around the map, making sure the extremities actually don't have too much vision on them.
The more you wait here, Sentinels could potentially start funneling players into those strong ults. This is why here Zelsis and Narrate also playing at different extremities. This could be a late pit to pivot players towards the middle. And then it's onto the flood here from Rolling Thunder. That could be a game plan. But now that you've already used a drone at the very beginning for Sentinels, they're not able to get too much information in the very beginning. So they have to be a little bit more reactive to G2.
Seem oddly spread out here. Unless we're going to get some activation out of Leaf, some noise. It's just going to be super late for him. So they're actually going to do 4 take towards B. They feel like they've sorted out the defensive Sentinels enough by waiting down a minute and about 20 seconds here. What will they have to go for? They pressure cook the clock down to 30 now, and Jonah's going to get that plant in sight and feeling good about it here.
Oh, no. The salvos drop Zelsis, and that's the pit down. The idea was him to just stay alive so the rest could rotate over and use the Rolling Thunder, but now
they're just ready. They're already reading this play. They saw it before Sentinels even wanted to do it, and Zekin got shot in the face through the wall there before going down. So he's limping around for the rest of the round here.
That's too good there for G2. Just a little bit of a unluckiness there out for Zelsis, but towards the end, what happened for G2 in the post line was beautiful. Always leveraging Jonah P to able to assist Jongimo to get openings. Beautiful fault line towards the back. That doesn't allow here Sentinels to really capitalize on using that Rolling Thunder for the retake. Because that pit that was laid down by Zelsis was so nice. You saw that it covered really all of the map.
Yeah.
Outside of the salvos potentially to play the post plant for G2, there's not too much that G2 has to play within the pit.
Jeez. It just goes to show Trent is thinking so well with where to use these salvos, what the displacement along with the other information is going to be. And Kaplan watches his timeout fizzle away.
Yeah, you saw how that split across the Paranoia. Again, to switch back onto an Omen. So a fault line on one side, Paranoia on the other, and you have Jogamo in between to get an opening. Such good coordination coming out from G2. But now put Sentinel, thankfully, silver lining is that you did have a half buy on that previous round. Now you have a full rifle round, and you could still have an outcome with the Rolling Thunder available, but G2 wants to press it forward. Split into the B site.
Going into the aftershock, they're just playing ahead of their own game here. I love it. Trying to catch the opponent off guard. Sentinels react really nice. They still have an anchor on the site, but do they know about Jogamo? Do they know about Jogamo? Rolling Thunder comes out, but it's already been routed on the back side of the site. This leaves John in such a tough spot now. Pincer down, and the rest of Sentinels picked, again, just deja vu. 2 outside the site. Can't do anything to get back in.
It's such a big pick. Jogamo getting that one onto Narrate, and not only that, it didn't actually get the hit onto Leaf, who's playing selfless. What they're doing there for G2 is just reset. Those that are towards the B side that didn't get affected by the Rolling Thunder just waits it out. They leverage Leaf, who just drops down and plays bait so they could double swing and trade off if Leaf falls. And he didn't even need to die. G2 looking very good here in Sentinels. You just mentioned it, a timeout that came out from Kaplan. No success coming out of the double ult. No success coming out from a Rolling Thunder to stall the hit from G2, because they're still leaving gaps on the reaction here that G2 is currently instilling on their attack side, and that's a change of pace. How many times so far in this first half that it's been very slow for G2 trying to scout around the map and then move as a group, but this time around, they quickly activate on the top of B Heaven, and it seems like Sentinels weren't ready for that.
It's honestly not something you expect from G2. You expect to get a little bit longer of a series altogether because the rounds will go longer. The way they want to figure out their opponent, how they sort things back and forth. But you're right. The change of pace here is definitely throwing Sentinels for a loop as G2 continue to pressure these objectives instantly. Back towards A here, and it's everyone there, right? They're looking for a fault line hit if they need it, and they're looking to get right into the site if possible.
Is it Armageddon at least for John Cutie?
Yeah.
So the amount of times that they've been buying half armor, half shields, regen shields, they want to fight this right away.
Flying through. Narrate opens up big though. Quickly traded back by Valen, the smoker, the controller, the IGL. Right at the front of the line to start this one is Seconds trying to get into a spot that could win this round back. It's already being waited on by Leaf though. Almost 3 they get on different levels, and the drone also makes it indecisive for where to put the shot.
And they're trying to flip So the IGL pushes down towards the screens, and he's trying to find an opening. Beg's waiting for him.
Hops right into sight. Zekin's gonna give everybody a little UAV situation. 2 from screens. They start to hop back in.
Nice stun.
The swings aren't happening together though. Almost these 1v1s being created. Trent from the outside, ready to hit that aggression from screens, and it's just Sentinels falling like flies on this one. One left, bang, trying to do what he can. Too much surrounding him though.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, John Cutie.
Time and
Jonah P.
Trent.
John and Jonah. The shots come through and Trent's gonna be able to do it. Oh my gosh. John Cutie goes down 6-2, or 6-3 rather, for G2.
Yeah, Util's just too good for G2. Even if Leaf, again, on those moments usually is good on like at least 1 or 2, but he gets the perfect information that there's 3 players from Sentinel swinging down towards that ramp, and look how Valiant activates to push back towards the spawn. He nullified the dimensional drift out from Zekin.
Good move.
Because when Zekin found all that information, he actually flashed back towards that spawn so that Sentinels cannot come back to fight. They had good rates to play so passively in the very beginning, but going into the hit in itself, the util coming out from Trent and from Valiant was so nice to stop that.
That timeout button is getting pushed fast over there on the Sentinel side. I mean, Kaplan just has to get in their ear to tell them what is happening, what's going on, where can they reset, or maybe even say you have the right idea, stop second guessing yourself, right? It could be numerous things right now, but Sentinels is falling behind too much with 6 straight rounds in favor of G2 now.
I was just mentioned before that Sentinels like to get muddy. They love to fight as a group, and they don't mind to fight in the chaos. But the thing is, when they actually used that Armageddon on that previous round, Valiant that snuck through towards the entrance of the A site actually threw a smoke up towards the A ramp. But that actually just stopped Sentinels, and they didn't want to challenge through that because they were just afraid of the unknown of what was behind the smoke. But the Armageddon was already creating that space for them. They potentially could have moved down and find some good information and continue their trade out. But that little space that was given to the G2, you just saw what happened towards the end. A 3 versus 4, 3 versus 5 that came out in their favor. And Sentinels, you mentioned that red alert now coming out from Kaplan is, let's just try to salvage these last 3 rounds if we can. But he has nothing else to work with for the map.
Oh. A little bit of a learning round too here for G2 as they use Dimensional Drift. They see if Sentinels off that timeout would it retaliate on an A play like that. I like this. I like this. Sentinels though have their own strategy ready for it. Zelsis, oh, he is just not having fun with the salvos today. Trent has his number. Clone in, or drone in, narrate takes down Jog. That's actually a huge one to be getting right now if Sentinels can just slow this down and take a breath.
But Plant now has Rolling Thunder available here for Jonah P.
Oh, fault line should just go right past Valen. They could work off this together. Zekin waiting very far out. There's one last one they could hopefully get in. Oh, they smoke off actually where Zekin's going. Kind of pulling the attention of G2 away from that for a moment. The kills now towards sight, towards elbow. It's going to be John Cutie coming in for the kills. And they're not even going to need the other person on the flank there. Sentinels straighten one out, and they stop the bleeding.
You saw that discipline coming out there from G2 as well. As soon as they lost Trent in the very beginning towards the A main, you saw Jonah P switch away from the Rolling Thunder back into a fault line, understanding that it's potentially a lost cause. They could try to go for a double swing. If it turns out into a victory on their side, they could use that towards the end.
Boys, let's go. Let's go.
Definitely see here that Sentinels are still ironed out here towards his retakes.
A big timeout there for Kaplan to get into the ear of the team. Can they continue this momentum? They have a lot of economy to work through on the side of G2 Esports before they'll feel comfortable. And they only have a few more rounds, so they should just see guns here for these last 2. They got to give it everything. Back to this solo Zelsis mid for now.
Rolling Thunder and Pit are huge now for G2. So Sentinel's not fully out of this yet.
This B Heaven strat is so fast for G2. They teleport right in the mailroom twice with Omen and Yoru. It's so hard to not get overrun by something like that. But now Heaven controls a little bit faster for Sentinel side. That's the change on this round. They didn't have this before. Oh, the timing! And it's actually going to be just low on Jogamo's shot. Zekin retaliates beautifully with that shot flick downward as the site trades come in strong. They do find Zekin towards the top as Valen tries to reorganize where he can be and what will be the safest in this 2v2 or 2v3.
Big flank from Zelsis.
Just looked away, the timing's there! Chooses the wrong target and Valen hits his.
Now they can take their time though for G2. Valen they're from the shadows. So if it has to come down to these trades where it might not work out for them, he could always TP away with the spike on his back.
30 seconds left.
They're gonna have to keep Sentinels guessing and force them
this
to peek out.
This smoke is crazy.
Didn't see him, just snuck through. But with that though, if the spike comes for a plant, John Cutie has his salvo, so they want to dodge off that first.
All right, they're just
faked.
Yeah, double fake. Just getting everything they can out.
10 seconds left.
Plant for Trent so he can get another point towards Armageddon, and they get to post-plant position here.
And the TP was just to get John Cutie away, so he can't really get in range for the salvos to delay the plant on B.
One shot from Trent. They saw it. They know where Bang is. Easy play here. Trent backs up as far as possible, making it almost... Yeah, Armageddon comes through. You're not even going to get a chance to get onto this spike yet. Next tick gets the salvos, and you still have Valen just around the outside playing a little game of cat and mouse here with Bang. The final shots come through from the IGL, and they pick up another round.
And that's always what's so annoying when you have Trent alive with Armageddon and salvos. Remember, he had these type of clutches on Icebox on a 3 versus 1 as well.
Yeah.
When he's alive on these post plans, I mean, they mentioned at the desk, one of the best Teo that we have here in the Americas, maybe even the world. Just because he's so self-sufficient, knows the right timings, knows the game sense to stay alive here in these post plan scenarios when he needs to sneak back out of the outside of the site.
I'm going to Tejo games in a row that he has, because it's been a lot. That's all he plays. You got to be afraid. This guy's Tejo. I mean, they even play that on Icebox too. And they have Trent for Sova. Wait, these shots coming out immediately. The speed on A again. Sentinels forego attacking this for a few rounds and then try to deliver the punch once again here. Up a member after the fight.
But under Paul, Sentinels doesn't seem to have had the best conversions and man advantages. G2 walking in for the contact, spotted by Narrate.
Smart play by Narrate, beautiful flash, beautiful teamwork. Bit of an extended high-low there, but they do lose each other as G2 figures out the play.
2v2, drone still available. That's going to spot John Cutie towards the screen, so they isolated one. Zelsis still has a window to surprise one, and now they just got both spotted.
Player standing.
Up to Trent. Zelsis, we talked about winning so many clutches previously before. Can Trent, however, have the firepower for 2 of these members? Oh my God! The Red Bull clutch from Trent in the 1-2.
Switching sides.
They have no more timeouts. You can't do that.
Oh, that has to sting. Just the patience that he has. You just mentioned it. Trent, can he clutch the 1 versus 2? Didn't have util to work with and just waited to see where the footsteps were going to be. And that's a collat.
Oh, it's a what? A boop boop. You see that through shot too? Yeah. They'll have to call that timeout next half. Even getting the coach going. Like we said before, when you're surprising your team like that, you know you're doing it right. 8-4 here. Sentinel started to punch back a bit, but is it enough? We'll find out when we come back.
It's for you. Do you like it? Come on, Charlie. Use your new door. Come on, let's go. I said go. Let's go. Silly dog. I'm gonna trade you for a cat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
G2 lead at the half, 8-4. After a 6-round run there in the first half, they started to run away with it. Sentinels only able to battle back a bit, but we still have a competitive scoreline going into the second half. Sen's attack could easily start to flip this map on its head.
When it was very one-sided for Sentinels against G2 before, though, it was Sentinels dominating on the defensive side. Now you definitely saw that there was a little bit of struggles coming across here once G2 started to get the money right. This time around, Sentinels has an opportunity to turn it back to their side. Four of them grouped together towards this B main. Really, the only responsibility is VALORANT trying to go for the little one-way smoke to see if he could spot some feet.
Oh, he knows, but he doesn't have the aim anymore. Not just aesthetic on that one, as Zekin comes in with one of the kills. It looks like G2 is actually trying to swarm the site, get in there to help Leaf, but do they need to help Leaf that much? He gets sorted out, and they will get the rest of the members there of Sentinels. Oh my God, Leaf.
How does Leaf still survive in that moment? So many players are coming across him, and he still stays alive. I think it was Narrate that was right in front of him towards that spawn and trying to get him with the classic and just couldn't. Where the opener was perfect for Zekin. They went for the TV, the flash. Yes, he was read by VALORANT, but he got hit by the fault line. He got fully blinded. A right click couldn't hit. And somehow Leaf solo inside the site delays long enough that even if he falls, the rest of G2 is already on the rotate. A great start for G2 now, winning this second pistol. And we're tying 1-1, at least in pistols. But G2 has the lead by 5 in his first map.
And they love to have Leaf in situations like that. I think they give him the opportunity to play up, be a little aggressive, draw the util out of the opponent, and he's still staying alive. Like you said, how? You just ask questions when you're watching it. A little aggression from Zekin here as he tries to push back Jonah P.
All they want is a plat now for Sentinels. All of them grouped in together, and they have a chance. Spike's been given away here for Zekin to get the plat, to get closer to the Dimensional Drift, and we'll put that little check mark there for a dub.
A long-range 2x scope on that Jogamo. Just stinger from across a site. They look like they're trying to get in with a few more stingers. The deadly push coming through, and then Narrate's going to be able to answer with the classic, but it is not enough. G2 swarm, G2W. They get another round for themselves here.
Not too bad there coming out for Sentinels to do that damage and to be able to get that plant.
Yeah.
That previous round, you saw that, we just mentioned it before. They're so good at buying in second rounds with stingers, but the reason why you go for these buys are what helps you in these buys is you actually get the plant in the fifth round, which unfortunately Sentinels did not. But even if they're still trailing behind at this point, 9-4, they still went for a full classic round, so it seems that they still have faith towards what they could do here once they have their money right here on the attack.
And so the other buy, it's going to be Vandals, Phantoms. They do get the rifles in for Sentinels here. This bonus round is very, very big to keep G2's pressure at bay. Already the 10-4 is enough to deal with. And just a push towards main, so a little bit of an extremity hold here. But still giving G2 quite a bit of space to start the round as they have an eye on just about every angle.
Yeah, and the game for Sentinel so far is just to wait out and find that minute mark where the players could be.
Ooh.
Too suppressed.
Hello.
Not really answering to that yet, though. No fault line to Salvos, just waiting here to just stop G2 or stop Sentinels on the hit.
Jeez. Even that activation you saw coming from Narrate, that was from mid, that fault line we just watched Jogamo jump out of. So they're trying to activate from across the map. Leaf ready to deliver the mail, and he gets one down. That's going to be too far for the Bucky, but the stinger comes out strong. Another headshot coming through.
Time to jump.
We see Jonah P go down as Zekin finally answers the situation. They have to limp into the site now. Actually, not too bad. Zekin's still pretty healthy off that engage. Oh, and heck of a swing there for G2 trying to combo that. It's up to VALORANT now. Almost won. The second. He's got the distance. Classic. Oh, he's indecisive about the weapon, and Zekin is not. Flying through the air to get a right-click win. A triple kill on that round and another one for Sentinels.
Split second there for VALORANT.
Yeah.
To potentially put the nail in the coffin onto Sentinels on the first map. But thankfully, Zekin once again is there to save it for Sentinels. But it looked so good here for G2 and how they played their bonus round. You saw that there wasn't an idea to do the trap play around the salvos and the fault line. You're just trying to find information, trying to suppress some players, and also just trying to stop and trade utility between both teams. And what to do after? Hold it to tight quarters because you have Buckies, you have Stingers.
Yeah.
You just let them run into you and get these picks. And Zekin, thankfully, with that last kill, and the clutch is able to get some information for Sentinels to activate towards this A site behind a Dimensional Drift.
He's in the site. Zekin is definitely spicing up things on the map right now, but G2 has kept him at bay from what his performance was yesterday. That's for sure. Let's see if they can get themselves back into the action here. A really nice site take towards A. Sentinels kind of has to stop giving G2 that respect. We hear a lot of teams say it. You just got to move a bit faster, more aggressive, and Bang is all over that.
All missiles away.
Into sight. Tempered engage for now as G2 drops in for a moment. There's so much util to be fighting in the orb. The fight in the smoke, or rather the wall, as Leaf and Valen are just taking down the members trying to enter into the site, bottlenecked as they try to get through here.
No time.
And there it is. Jogamo grabs one. Leaf's already on the defuse, and that's going to be round 11 for G2.
It was close. I thought that Leaf was still too far back before he got in, but as soon as I heard that, we're good. But that said, you just mentioned so much util being thrown towards Hell. That was the main choke point where everybody was focused on, because the Armageddon already pushed everybody back.
Yeah.
Sentinels knew that the Flood was going to come back from Heaven and from A main just because of the Armageddon thrown by John Kuhn in the pulse plant. But high-low, verticality advantage coming out for
They played
G2.
4 off Teo solo.
It was just too easy to fight back towards the end there for G2. Two more rounds rather to close up the first map. They're gonna make things difficult here in round number 17. Already a thick pit towards middle.
Try to figure out how to dislodge him.
Exactly. It's so deep too that it doesn't allow for you to really get some good control towards the vents. So it looks like Sentinels has no choice but to work towards the extremities. Half buy that you have on their side. I mean, it even comes down to a force buy.
Yeah.
They absolutely have no credits left to work with, and at this point, if they're going to play this slow, I think you're leveraging on Narrate to try to get an opening here with this Guardian.
Trying to sell something towards A. They might have gotten that teleport back just in range of Jonah P, though. You see no movement from G2. They're not buying that A distraction just yet. Jogmo hopefully getting the drone work. Drone on drone action. Ships in the night crossing. Now they just sit. Behind the column, the util keeps them protected for now, but Jogmo is trying to let them know where is the in the window to get back into this. Leaf's in sight, so's Valen, so's Jog. They just surface from nowhere and take down Sentinels.
Match point.
Sentinels tried to go back for their pistol round that allowed here Zekin to get the opener onto Valen, but instead this time around, it's G2 holding them back with Jogamo, with the Dimensional Drift, able to escape all that util and find all of that information from a fault line to stall, the salvos to push them off the spike plant, and then also to just close the gap to get that done on the side of G2.
Dude, it felt like everyone came out of a Dimensional Drift. They just popped out in the sight. That kind of teamwork is insane, and the reason we see G2 with so much consistency behind their plays. Stinger by for what could be the final round here as Sentinels try to keep themselves alive, and Leaf just snuffs Zekin as he sprints up mid.
And that's what makes it annoying, trying to play a judge inside mail. Thankfully, those Sentinels have control of B site, but they're fighting with Stinger's long range.
Bang playing a bit of a game, but knows it's death at the top of that rope as he bounces back into sight. 5v3, or if you're looking from Sen, the 3v5. As they have to hold this one. Signatures are up, more smokes there for Valen as they can create their own angles that they want to be looking at when they re-enter the site. Just waiting on the go button here. You can see Valen discussing what the next moves are. They're very happy to see those Tejo salvos. I think that's going to pretty much activate what they want to do here. Just a 1-2, where's the third? The punch comes across, but it's not going to be enough just yet. Trent gets another salvo kill here on Split as they end it out. It's going to be 13-5 in favor of G2. Full control of Split pretty much all throughout, and it's going to be a tough series.
Masterclass coming out for G2 for sure. Loud and proud, the IGL Valen standing up here, confident on the run that G2 could bring. And only need one more map to move into qualification to make it into Toronto.
Yeah.
But in the map itself, you're on Split. man, did they look good here on any type of forefront. From pulse plants to hits into the retakes that was displayed across. They learned their lesson the last time they played against Sentinels on this map, and they came back for revenge.
The positioning that they had, I think, for the amount of multi-kills we saw coming from multiple members at a time, right? It was just a row of G2 kills coming up. The speed, the pace at which they were able to go fast and slow and then reactivate on certain rounds. Incredible stuff. Sentinels looking to come back strong here as we get into our second map, but we go to a quick break first. Don't go anywhere.
I don't really like committing to things. I'm scared. But when Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Can you hear me now?
Now for Jaw. Oh dear. Don't start running. Don't start running.
And G2, this is their round. At least 4 in this game.
Second position on both long angles.
But Zekin's still moving, and Zekin's just mowing them down.
Here, the coach of G2, Josh RT, running away with that classic Sentinel split. Not your map pick. We're going to your map pick of Icebox next. What was your plan for split when that was floated, when that was out there? It is a Sentinels kind of classic sort of thing. What did you expect, and how did you prepare for that?
Honestly, I expected like a tougher game there. Last time they took us away, and we honestly underestimated their split dominance. This time we pulled no punches. We prepared well, and I think the boys executed really well.
Why do you think they underperformed?
I'm not sure. I would have to watch the tape to really see, but I felt like we put the right pressures. I felt like they were playing a little passive. We read their initiatives really well. We knew the situations. Even their early timeouts gave me an opportunity to just correct little micro mistakes, and then we were always one step ahead.
All right, well, best luck in map 2.
And that's what it's all about right there. Oh,
that's dangerous. That's so dangerous,
That's such a bad idea.
That was such a terrible idea.
That's an expensive piece of equipment.
$10,000.
More than operator Gaston's gonna kill you. He's gonna kill you.
And they're carting me away. They're carting me away as we speak.
Wait, just got word that came out of your paycheck. All right, everyone. So, we are professionals.
We're talking about the first map?
We are professionals.
That had to do with Canada. It was really topical.
Yo, G2 exec really well. Why don't we show that?
Before they fire me, I want to talk about this round because I thought this was really nice. G2 gets more value out of their Teodrome than I think most other teams do these days. They're almost always, when they're going for these kind of execs, have the TP set up, send in the drone, and they're holding the rest of their initiator util if they don't catch anything off that drone. Then this next layer is always so high quality to go in with the missiles, with the aftershocks, and they completely decimate Zelsis here. And this is something G2 is doing on almost every map, on almost every attack round, of picking the perfect moments when they actually need their initiator utility. They're never just sending it because.
Yeah, a lot of other teams, I think, will just go into the motions of it, right? They'll just be ending up using their salvos to try and assist and get the Euro play into the back site and try and let that happen, but they're just reading the moments really well. I mean, Josh RT was saying, even in that interview, they were just one step ahead over and over again with their read overall on that map on Split. And they made it just look like just child's play for them, to be honest. They were just running rings around Sentinels overall, and they said that SEN are going to need to win this one in 2, to be honest. Split dominance in that fashion as well. We're now heading over into Icebox as well as a bit of a preview, but even before we get into that, I mean, dude, it's just... This is going to be more than an uphill struggle, I think, for Sentinels themselves. G2 often bring the best out of them as a team.
Something I wanted to note real fast, though, was Josh RT's interview. Him saying, like, I expected it to be tougher. I expected a little bit more pushback. But that was not the case, and you could see clearly why. I mean, you had so many moments where G2 just had the reads on them.
Yeah, and even when rounds were going wrong, it felt like they were winning every clutch. Trent, in particular, was incredible in these late rounds. I think of that 1v2 where they just line up. One bullet gets him with the Vandal. He has been on point. We were already talking about how good his utility is, but he's also showing up in these individual moments in the late round, Brent.
It's the way that they empower him as well. G2 as a team, they will try and set up Jordan up for success occasionally as well, but often Trent is going to be the one taking advantage of the space that the rest of his team is making, and Jorg is making himself as well, and being that second person in to be able to trade out often and being last alive into the clutches as well definitely helps his case. There's that moment you were describing. It's absurd as well, because with a team like G2, they don't just have one quality in space. They've got almost every quality in terms of individual firepower, coordination. You can just tell looking at them that the comms are so clean every single time they're in a situation. Barely ever does this team misplay with the utility.
4.8 KD
is unheard of.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Genuinely.
It looked like a cakewalk for Trent this game. He was winning every gunfight. You had no doubt that he was winning.
This is a match that's going to qualify you to Toronto as well, and they're doing it like this. They're doing it like this.
It's scary, honestly, with the way that they played that. I don't know, Mimi, how Sentinels look to respond, but we're going to Icebox. What are we expecting here?
I mean, there has to be a complete turnaround, but this is another strong map for G2, so need Kaplan to pull something big out for him.
All right, well, guys, let's go ahead and hear what the Sentinels coach, Kaplan, had to say as we get ready for map 2.
Here, the coach of Sentinels, Kaplan. They ran away with your map pick of Split, the classic Sentinels Split. A bit of an underperformance that we're not used to from Sentinels. What went wrong?
I mean, first of all, I want to give G2 credit. They're a great team, and I think they had a lot of cool strats, and they came out swinging. They played that really well. Obviously, at 13-5, I don't think that explains it. I don't think they're that much better than us. I think we're having a real hard time playing the way we usually play. I think we're a bit the stakes. The opponent is getting to us more than it needs to, and I mean, that's all that matters right now. Just making sure for map 2 we play like ourselves. Whatever happens, happens, but I really hate to not show up for anyone here, so.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, well, there you heard Coach Kaplan there. I mean, of course, if anyone knows his guys, it's him, and he knows when they're playing their best, when they're a little rattled, and he could definitely tell that they were rattled there.
But this is going to be a tough game. G2's only played Icebox once this stage, but they had a dominant win on the map. They played the same comp they did last year with the Harbor Viper, and I want to highlight Jaw on the get-go. He's so good at using his util perfectly, and then once that's gone, he's fighting into backside. He's going so far forward and fully disrupting the opponent's retake. That's something they have to be ready for if Sen want to bounce back.
Yeah, I got a lot of respect for Cap as well. He's not overselling anything for the second map, honestly. He knows that they haven't showed up here, but genuinely, this is going to be such a struggle for them as well. Even though we haven't seen that much of Icebox from G2, they've really distilled it down to basically just trying to exemplify, I think, why post-plan util is so strong in this map. It's going to be tough for Sentinels. It's going to be tough.
Without a doubt, folks. All right, well, our second map is going to be Icebox. Oh, actually, wait a minute. Just got word. Mimi's fired.
No.
All right, everyone. That's going to do it for us here. We'll be back after this quick, short break, and Mimi's got to look for a new job. Poor Goose, man. Poor Guillermo.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. We are ready for map 2 here in our second series of the day. G2, we heard the desk. It kind of looked like a cakewalk here because Sentinels have to come out swinging.
And I'm scared now because they're going into Icebox. Sentinels, last time they played it, they only played it once so far. They played it against Crew. Crew came out with this double controller setup with the Harbor and the Viper, something that Sentinels had a hard time dealing with. But now we're going to this game. Oh my God, okay, wait, hold on. Sentinels comes in with something new here, and they're almost...
the Gecko now.
Exactly, they're almost mirror comping G2 if G2 plays the same composition, which then means here that they're pulling out the Gecko, but instead of playing the Harbor, they're going with an Omen. So you want to add a little bit more verticality going to how you want to exit into these sites. Because again, you're looking at this, both teams are not playing any duelists. For the side of G2, the way that they're playing it, they're scaling quite well thanks to the Harbor. But on the side here of Sentinels, I'm expecting to get a lot of that verticality coming out from Zekin to allow Sentinels to get a little more space, a little bit of crosses to allow to open up the sites. And they have a chance to do that now for Sentinels because they start on the attack.
Remember, this does mean a spot in Toronto here. Sentinels trying to keep this series alive. G2 could lock it down right here with the 13 rounds in their pocket. I'm sure Sentinels won't make it as easy on this. We're going to get into the map. Icebox, we see teams now bringing out the Geckos. I'm excited. These changes late in the season here. Let's see what teams cook up.
Yeah, pistol round's already underway, and Sentinels are kind of running things just like G2. A lot of pressure towards this B side on the pistol, trying to scout out where the defense could be. But it's a full setup for G2. Leaf has set his turret up towards this B site just to try to get early information. The pressure's coming towards mid and Sen, so they can try to go for this pinch in the back.
Already around yellow. Sentinels moving quite quick, but do they know how many will be around?
Yeah.
The flank splits up. Valen with 2 classic. Easy as they just come around the corner all willy-nilly on the side of Sen. But Zalsis is able to push forward. Everybody's getting a little tricky here as they don't know where the full capacity of each team is, but they're still trying to seek each other out. One more trade goes through, and very low health here for G2 to get back into the site.
Hilo is too good at the start for G2. Both players of Sentinels are isolated, though.
Oh. Just gooped on there, and they have to get now to John Cutie. Takes down one, turns, almost gets to 180. But it is just going to be a quick classic. Wingman's already on the defuse. And that's going to be enough. A round win for G2. They secure another pistol.
That was such a solid hold for G2 in the very beginning. You mentioned how many players would be flanking towards that back for the set of G2. And it was a split second where the turret was down, but it came back up on time for Zelsis to spot that. And that call just activated Sentinel to try to push back towards the back of the B site. But you have a high-low from the top of the bridge and kitchen towards the back of the site. They weren't ready for it from the side of Sentinels, and G2 were just able to play full man advantage throughout the whole pistol. Now building to a very strong second half. An Outlaw already comes out here for the side of Jonah P, allowing for them to play a little bit more of a 4-1 setup here on this Icebox defense.
It is nice. We don't usually see Jonah with it, but it is perfect for that B-long position. They have Kitchen covered. He's going to be right under the tube. Leaf making the stinger sing, and he does it again. A third one. Knows it's going to be Jogamo! Stealing that away. A possible ace. That's all right, though. I Power taking a breath. They've seen too many lately. Jonah P finishes up that one, and it is going to be 2 here for G2.
And you're just playing Lemmings going into the kitchen.
Yeah.
So much util to stop towards that back, though. The Gecko flash towards that top really didn't allow Sentinels to play and trade as a group. And speaking of playing as a team, this time you're giving the Outlaw on the side of Jogimo. For this buy, Sentinels already respects it because of that second round shot. Is that you have Jonah P already getting that first pick. So all buying full shields on the side of Sentinels at the same time puts a dent into their economy. They have to be flawless in this round to try to tie things up. But look at this push from G2.
Most expected on both sides. Bang is so ready in a third one. Trent knows there's going to be more of a fight here. He has to get out safe somehow. That swing, Bang finds a third kill and is going to get a 4th point for the ultimate on this round. Leaf is getting pretty close pretty quick here. Not waiting for the team, he just goes for the swing. That was an abrupt stinger swing for sure. And now we'll just see if they can take down Jog here as he gets the defuse. A nice round for Sentinels.
Yeah, you're trying to do as much damage as possible, pop damage, so that Jog will get 1-shots across the board. That would take down actually 3 of them. There's that first with a headshot.
John Cutie answers back. It was a heady play, trying to tick off the armor there, but another one goes, or I should say the first for this map in Sentinel's favor.
And that was good for Sentinels to stay back towards the spawn for the very beginning. The bonus round, they learned a little bit from Split that G2 likes to play areas where you can close the gap. And when you're playing on a map like Icebox, where a drone could be very good here, the stealth drone from Mateo, where you're trying to close as much as possible, trying to rush into Garage if they actually do hear that drone. But they peek, they get punished. And Sentinels, we mentioned they needed a clean round, and they got it. Full rifle rounds for both teams, though. And you'll see this pressure continue on from both sides. This is something also that Trent has been doing with the salvos at the very beginning. We'll talk that point in a little bit here because Zekin is looking for control and for some space in front of this A site.
Pushed up so far here, just on the other side of the wall. One smoke pops, doesn't get a headshot off of that wall diagonal. And they just reset, but it's all about Bang right now and how much info he can grab in this position. Inserted so far into kitchen.
That's so nice.
They're not even thinking about it. Oh, there's the timing. Oh, Leaf turns at just the last moment. You have to be kidding. And now they're forced to push into sight. G2 know they have a lock on where the rest of the members are, basically. And they are going to give them space before the retake. Oh, yep. How many spams? How many shots? This smoke. They try to break the smoke without any utility. And just on the other side, Sentinels waits with open arms. Another one for Zekin and a second round for Sentinels.
The push and pull was very nice for Sentinels there. And then you also see why Zekin is playing this Omen for the side of Sentinels and instead of playing a Harbor, smoking out the turret, allowing Bang to move up. And even if he dies, it pulled out the rotate from G2 back towards the A main, towards the screens, so that Sentinels could actually start moving into the A site. And not only that, continue to push towards the screen to keep everybody isolated from G2 on the outside of the site. Fighting through the smoke, the second smoke being thrown by Bang, or by Zekin, sorry, was perfect.
Let's go.
Those cleanups. And the hype from Zelsis is there. You can hear it. Sheriff's here for G2 as they go into this round. And I love that point about Sentinels having the Omen. I mean, the part of the having Harbor here was to have it with the Sova, to be able to move up in layers.
Yeah.
But it just seems like having that Omen allows Sen to keep fighting and get the angles they want overall.
And also, to discuss again this initiator coming out here from Trent and Joggivo, and also from Naren Cutie, why no Sova? The tail salvos are just good enough here to take full control of pipes and in front of orbs so that people can't really run forward. You'll need to find that information first with a recon dart because you could just brute force your way through with the salvos and fight for trades. And now you see an eco coming out for G2. They tried to go for a peek towards middle. Couldn't do any damage there, and Sentinels, they could just min-max the orbs, min-max some kills, and build up their ults here in the next round.
Pressure towards A does not seem like it'll be used too much since B is taken, but Sentinels are really gaining control of the map here and not giving up that space when they know they have the better weaponry. You can't be shy to G2 at any point in time or they will attack, and Sentinels push even harder when they know they can go for the throat on this round.
Once again, the value of Zekin on this Omen. Trying to create space for the team. You just saw there as he TPs on the top of yellow, it forces the players at G2 to turn around and try to focus on them so the rest of Sentinels could just scale behind.
High five, Keeper.
And it seems Sentinels still wants to keep doing this conditioning. The salvos will continue up here. The wall comes out on the defensive side though, and Valen scales into the nest. A great spot because when this calms down, you'll probably see a couple of players of G2 start falling back, and the responsibility of right now for Leaf is to play soft.
So what's the protocol here for Sentinels, right? They have identified that was a push. Like, we haven't seen this before. What are they going to do? And it's second to teleport across, just like you said, creating that space, helping the team get a forward position, but they have to be wary. Do they have that wall to go up for Bang just yet? Oh my gosh. Doesn't seem like they have the wall just yet, but they'll Armageddon. They'll put everything else over here towards the site as Leaf gets himself to safety on that.
And he wants to play an aggressive position here on the top of the site. One pick allows for him to get the lockdown, and you can trade out these ults.
Thrash goes through. Bang is able to start returning the favor. Lockdown almost gets thrown, but it was in such an open position. It's instantly thwarted. And now the 2v3. G2 still have stopped the plant, but now they'll have to look to get the defuse as Zelsis throws it down on the site.
And this should guarantee it for Sentinels. Zelsis has his own lockdown, and if it has to come down to that, they push them back, and then you have a pit from Bang. So the last two players of G2 definitely already falling back. But you saw how you were just so tunnel visioned on the side of Leaf. As soon as he gets the pick, he throws out the lockdown, and he's trying to plan it, but at the same time, doesn't really pay attention to his surroundings, that his teammates are actually falling down. So you have a couple of players of Sentinels slipping through the cracks and able to capitalize on that pick. And the silver lining is that he still has it going into the next round now for G2.
True, he didn't get the activation, so it just got destroyed. But you're right, it's maybe he was thinking people were snowman, people were over to the right side, able to see across the map in that situation towards B. And that, it goes to show how fast Sentinels are also moving to be in that position where we were just praising Leaf for having the 1v1 effect where you can get yourself into a spot that's draining the enemy's utility. This time, he gets taken down before being able to use his. Let's see it all again. As they just fly, through the Thrash. Through the Thrash, that's dirty.
It's almost two with this comp you could play.
They have 4 guns.
You can definitely see here that they have kind of like double drones into these ults when you have the Thrash available for the side of both teams for G2 and Sentinels. But now this timeout comes through, and I think it's important. So far, you've seen Josh RT do a lot of these early timeouts for the team where he already has a good read into the game. He probably already knows the type of protocols that Sentinels are kind of doing right now to execute towards these sites. So do you actually want to start saving your salvos to just land him where Bang could be TPing, or sorry, Zeki could be TPing it across? Or how do you just want to fight back maybe in fort positions here that Sentinels are, they're allowing Sentinels to take, especially on this B side at the very beginning?
It's a nice job. I think usually when we see G2 fall, if you think back to C9 G2 Haven, it was about Nets lurks on that. So the lurks, a lurker being able to get under the skin of G2, able to take out how they're playing and not allow that protocol post-plant retake they're so good at.
And that's a great point, because so far Sentinels hasn't been needed to use that yet. If it comes down to those moments where Bang could activate a little bit more, yes, they did it when he did the push and pull towards that too, but so far just the brute forcing from Sentinels has been good enough. And that could also be the next thing of conversation, the next point of conversation that Kaplan could instill here with the Sentinels team.
All right, let's see how G2 comes out of this timeout. What they have on their plate. 3 ultimates ready. Oh no, sorry, 2 ultimates, or 1 ultimate, yeah, 2 ults ready on their side. Thrash, as well as that lockdown we still have from Leaf. And they're gonna actually be pressured again towards that B site. See if they get the lockdown earlier than later on this. With a push here from the right side too, Jogamo should be able to tell G2 this is a B hit.
Yeah. They've already went for the drone in the very beginning, so again, the 2 players on the B side have to play a little bit more soft. You see here that you're playing very passively for Leaf, trying to activate here with the lockdown. If you're going to use that and push it back towards Jogamo, although Bang is already watching that flank. Sentinels are kind of pinned towards the spawn though, and they might have to commit towards this B site, but thankfully, as you've mentioned, they have this lockdown to open it up.
They could stall on both sides with this. Does Leaf answer right away? He's actually on the outside, so they're going to wait, use their lockdown for retake from the side of G2. And we're just going to get a breathing moment here as the team's set up for sight.
Still not too sure yet with this lockdown that was placed down by Leaf. Because they could just wait this out for Sentinel. The wall could come back up, then they have to pit for the pulse plant.
I thought that was going to be coming in much later. Zelsa's kill comes in now onto Trent, though. They're waiting patiently for Zekin and the team to push through. They know Sentinels want to take a bit more space here. It's going to be tough to all hide on that B main, and Valen starts to collect another head on this. Sentinels falling left and right as Leaf finds another, a third, and possibly a fourth, but no, it's Valen. Leaf, it's a full house between those two. With Valen's defuse, they do pick up a round after the timeout.
And that's why I was going to mention the lockdown would have been perfect to counter into the pit. And if you're going to use it early, you're hoping that the rest of G2 could follow behind the Thrash on a retake. And they can. It's G2. So they followed behind that towards the end and got the perfect picks coming out from Leaf.
Man, you just see how sorted they had Sentinels. How many members of Sentinels were actually looking at the person killing him there?
Nate.
Not
Thank
many.
God for Nate.
So the speed
Holy
G2
shit, I'm
hit
the
back
best player
with.
on this map, bro.
Maybe not on that lockdown round, but definitely on that retake.
Yeah.
One round
With a grain of
separates
salt.
these two teams now, and it seems like Sentinels, after getting snuffed out here on the pulse plan towards the B site, but they don't have too many ults to work with. Now they can leverage verticality with Zekin towards this A site. Already TP on top of pipes, yeah.
Ready for the fight. Backs up if this goes away and that wall doesn't give him necessarily the right angle. He says, wait a minute. Pinged me out.
And here are those lurks that we were just mentioning here from Sentinels that they haven't really utilized yet, and they were doubling up in the first place.
Interesting. They're giving over Zelsis for this lurk now, along with Bang to start off, just making sure it's not going to be a lost fight if they do have to get into some back and forth. But no real push and pull just yet. I feel like G2 has met Sentinels right at the front door each time here. Towards mid there, towards pipes at A. So it's almost going to have to be a reset for these signatures. The salvo is the skills.
Ooh. This is the biggest fight right here.
Faked him out with the up and down on the wall. Jonah P gets a beautiful kill on the lurk. But they still have to worry about Bang making his way towards middle. Seems like G2 already has A sorted, and it should not be a problem for the time being.
I mean, you've lost all that space towards the garage, and now you're wasting time too, staying as a group, and Jonah still has a snake bite to work with. So if they're trying to push and engage back towards B main, he could still stall and delay. Walking towards middle, the alarm bot's gonna come up, and G2 should be ready for this still.
They just drone towards A. So G2 should know they can all start to rotate out. Yep, finding themselves the clear here. Oh no, he puts his weapon away! Neri goes for the util. Bang and John Cutie aren't ready. Jonah P grabs 4 as Leaf collects the round. 4-4 on the scoreline now.
And that's what happens when you're wasting too much time on the side of Sentinels. They've lost so much space. You've already lost your drone at the very beginning when you're trying to find info on A site. Then now you have to play contact, and then you can't even play contact anymore because there's only 10 seconds left.
Yeah.
So you're not clearing your angles. You're still thinking that Jonah P's holding up towards the garage. He goes on at 10, and then it's 3 free kills.
Jeez. That's the play, Jonah P. Play safe, play smart. That's what it gets you. My gosh. I think even in the vibes that we're seeing here, when we go from Josh RT to Kaplan, one's just smiling, laughing, and Kaplan's like, wait, we need to do this, we need to do this. Like G2 may be feeling different, and Sen needs to shut that down now and find their momentum, find their flow state. Leaf starts off here with the first blood, but Bang answers back, or Bang gets answered rather. Still the fight towards B. Drones, clears. This would be the back and forth that Sentinels need here. They need to stop this economy of G2 and get themselves back in. Is it this star? Yes. What star do you aim at? What star? They're throwing Mosh over towards the spike. No, over towards back so they get dispersed from hiding on yellow. It almost works. Sentinels is so ready for the trade though as they reposition and take down G2.
And that's a huge round for Sentinels. Very difficult to enter towards the B site when you've already lost Bang in the very beginning.
Yeah.
There's no wall to block it up, and Neri just says, I'm going to up the tempo. I feel that I have a timing. I'm going to push up in the front, and he gets 2 backstabs. Maybe not the kill on the second one, but already gained all that space to allow for him to just plant things to the wingman. So that was a very nice answer back onto Sentinels after getting dismantled by Jonah P's position.
Yeah.
On the previous round.
Gotta shake it off.
Exactly.
A few early salvos you heard down the other side of the map, which probably means we'll get about a 1-minute hit if they don't find any frags coming over to this side of the site. A little slow down from Jonah P. Playing very close though for the unknown here. Ooh. Oh my gosh, Celsius goes down. The paranoia kind of locking him in, I think, for a second, not realizing what the situation was.
And that's a spike too. Now being picked up, but Zekin cannot really TP away, so it forces Sentinels to push inside
Not
B.
again, not again. Keep the guns out, Narrate. He goes down, 2 bullets left for Jonah P. Again, he still peeks. Help just over the shoulder as Sentinels try to reorganize. How do they get back in? Bang looking for that opening kill.
This is going to be so difficult. They have Reckoning right away from Valen. He gets dropped, but they're still at a 2-player advantage for G2.
Tried to play the up and down wall. John Cutie in a great position here. He's pressed a little bit forward. but they can't really help each other in this situation. It's going to take solo star power from the positions they're in. Leaf on one, and the second one's not going to make it. The dance around from Jogamo, so Trent can get the kill on John Cutie. And a defuse comes in for G2 to tie us up again.
I'm not too sure towards the end of the round, though, if they saw that Jogamo had an operator or not, but even that.
Oh, yeah.
That aside, at the very beginning of the round, G2 did a great job just strengthening towards the B side. When they realized here that Sentinels were actually adding a lot of pressure towards this B side, punishing Jonah at the very beginning in round number 10.
Oh, he got team paranoia.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
And because of that AWP that they utilized on the A side for Jogamo, they could actually strengthen that B side for G2. And yeah, again, just a little bit of misluck out for Sentinels, but G2 is able to tie this game up. And thankfully, though, it's a different story from the first map. We're going back and forth. It's 5-5. There's still a lot of fight left for both of these teams here. Going into round number 11, as Sentinels are actually adding, once again, more pressure towards A side. G2 wants to pressure back towards middle, and his early drone allows Leaf to push down and gain that space and prevent the rotate from happening.
Yeah, why not get Leaf a lockdown? Either way, kill or be killed. He comes into the final round with an ult here. But beautiful insert positioning. Sentinels knows they don't have any of that coverage behind. They'll be forced to work forward, but I feel like they're almost good, not almost, but they're almost ready for this position a lot of the times, and good in the situation. Firing the Armageddon towards the backside. Well, they know they're going to have sight with Armageddon. G2 won't play in sight for that pain, but they will answer back.
Plant still goes down, though it missed.
Ooh.
Towards the front of Jenny.
Haven't seen that plant in a long time. It's easy to post plant, but oh my God, they're not even going to have to try. Leaf gets presented with a 1-2-3. Easy as that, and Jonah P gonna give that one to Trent. No, to Jogamo on the defuse as they go around the ring. And yeah, 6-5 here for G2. It just looked like Sentinels was not ready for what they were getting hit with.
I mean, that's just unfortunate, too. You had to fight in the front of the site to allow this plant to go down, to set up here for Zelsis to throw his nanostorms down. And Leaf finds the perfect timing to go towards that back. And when you throw a Reckoning for the retake for Valen, and Leaf is there on that flank.
I don't even have to shoot nobody. I'm just jumping around.
And that's what I'm saying. It's just Leaf being the best on the map right now, as he mentioned before, and he's able to just isolate all of these fights because of that Reckoning that was thrown by Valen. It looked easy on the side of Leaf, but there was still a lot of util for G2 to not allow Sentinels to set up here on the pulse plant.
I feel like that works for Jogamo. Last time we talked to him about the Gecko play, since it's one of his most recent, he said, I just got to use the util, right? Use it, pick it up, use it. So if he doesn't have to shoot, then he's got all the time in the world to use that util and help the team get into situations.
Remember when they had this drone and also the Thrash from Narrate? They're utilizing it as a double drone, so already gaining that space in the very beginning towards B. Yeah. And then Narrate's moving forward, so they could probably leverage the Thrash.
Zelsis, what do you hear? Seeing if he can get some footsteps and find the back of any of these members coming through, but look at Leaf. Leaf still wondering what's going to be coming out of A. The entire team actually not buying this so far, fans.
TP for the A side plant. Zelsis has a huge responsibility to try to get this pick if they're trying to flood back in.
Oh, the #1 job right now. They're not even going to try. They don't know who's actually made it in off timing, so G2 just go for a regular post-plant retake. The 5v5 is going to occur here for the last round of our first half. Oh, jazz hands. Half defuse doesn't get hit. There's going to be some utility coming out here. Jogamo answers with 1, and we stay at half. 2v4. It's G2 trying to get these members back into the site as they're getting swarmed by Sentinels now, and it's just looking like too much for G2 to overcome. But Jonah P has 1, can't find a second as Narrate locks that in. And we go even in the first half of Icebox.
So nice for Sentinels for the last round of the half. Just throwing the Boomerang Thrash here to force the rotate over, and Zelsis cannot punish anybody rotate across, but at least he gets space. And that's a beautiful call coming out from John Cutie, that we haven't seen that all throughout the whole half for Sentinels. So for G2, they were thrown for a loop, and that means that for the second half, I'm expecting more ace under the sleeves from both of the teams.
Good job.
Crazy stuff. Awesome to have the even 6-6 as we get into this first half of Split. And we're going to be a little, go to something a little different this time. We're going to be tossing to Liz on stage with Emmy and Googly.
Thank you so much, Vansili and Riv. And yes, I have the coaches of Cloud9 with me, Imi and Googly. Now, if you watched the games yesterday, you saw, yes, you can give it up for them. You can give it up. Because, because if you watched the game yesterday, it was a hard-fought battle, but we sadly said goodbye to Cloud9 yesterday. Imi, I'm gonna go to you first. We saw you in the coaching booth. We saw you afterwards. What was the immediate conversation afterwards with the team after the loss?
Just making sure everyone was okay. That was the main thing. Like, I was more sad than ever. Last year, I was angry at my team. This time, I was just sad for them.
And Googly, going to you next. This is, you know, obviously this is your first time being in the States with them. You were in Italy, I believe, or last time before you came here. Being in person, experiencing this loss, what was that like?
It was nice to see the players, be able to talk to them and be able to like work for what we want to do next. Like that's the most important thing. Like what is the next step for us?
Now, going to you, Imi, you are best friends with Zelsis. For those of you who don't know, Sentinels Zelsis on stage, currently focused on the game, is best friends with C9 Imi. What would it mean for you for him to qualify to Masters Toronto as his best friend?
Well, I lose him for a month, but other than that, I really want him to win. Like, he messaged me yesterday to see if I was okay. I was like, don't worry about me. Just go out there and win tomorrow, and I'll be there supporting.
Well, when he watches his back, what do you want to say to him?
That I love him.
Anything you would like to say to anyone on Sentinels?
Good luck.
Simple as that. And what can we expect a Cloud9 Champions visit next year in Stage 2?
I think we're definitely capable of it. We just have to figure out this playoff issue and just really grind into why it's happening, and hopefully we can make it out.
Well, thank you so much. Everyone get it for Imi and Googly one more time. But we have a 6-6 hat to get back to you. So friends, please take it away.
Thank you, Liz and Imi and Googly. I didn't know we had that much space on stage to fit that much brain power, but we do. We do indeed. And we're also watching the cinema that is G2 and Sentinels here. The brain power of Valen and John Cutie call these two teams into an even first half on split, but it is G2 with that first map ban. So Sentinels, they have no room to let up here.
And G2 likes to scale behind a harbor wall on the B side and leverage a flash to take control of B. Sentinels still decides to play a solo player towards this B site. All of them being stacked up on the middle for the rest here for Sentinels. And they're expecting some sort of a pump back towards mid. But unfortunately for them, it's a wrong call for now.
Salvo's in a ghost. Secondary wall goes up, and they've really already taken that zone 1 of space here, so no problem. Of course, Valen will go ahead and connect with the narrate to start off on his pistol round, and that's huge. The Gecko util for retake is one of the biggest things you're going to want to have if you're bringing that to Icebox now, and it's gone for Sen.
Definitely say their team like 100 Thieves on this map when they had that Gecko for the defuse, or the wingman for the defuse, rather. But this time around, you have to force the body on it.
Swinging in, Valen with 2 on the round, but he goes down, done his job for sure. But Bang, John Cutie, and Zekin are ready. Half defuse puts him in a pretty good spot here, but they still have to source out the rest of the members of G2. Very, very close. Oh, they can't get it. Leaf goes in and gives him a hug. The knife kill to come out as well, and it's not going to be enough as the salvos are already ringing true on the spike. Trent, absolutely amazing to get the clutch in the pistol round for G2.
And Jogimo, who's mentioning that all he does in his server is jump around, jumps inside the smoke for a knife kill, headshot onto Bang. And you keep Trent alive in the post plan. He's alive with the salvos.
Yeah, you got a knife
and that's
kill?
G2 with the pistol.
Oh my gosh. And they feel comfortable doing that. They know what the situation is. They know the chaos they have to create. But still you have Trent, like you mentioned, not in that chaos, off to the side, win condition in mind that I just have to stay alive, and it helps collect the round. So many pieces to the puzzle there, and they're all working very well together for G2. And the sum of the parts come together for Sentinels is the question here. Pistol round is going to put the pressure on right away, Vance.
The stack that you have for Sentinels, it's not going to be the best. Maybe the smoke could help them so far. And it won't.
No. Just cleaning up left and right for this. Is they're actually looking to keep this one flawless probably as they go through the round to make sure it feels that much better.
Yeah, and Sentinels, you saw the flash coming out from Zekin. But they couldn't really flood outside of that smoke because Zekin was throwing a one-way on top of that to just try to fight under that smoke if G2 were going to try to flood through. So no punishment be done either. It's very clean for the side of the attack. And they still have a pretty decent minor bonus with Guardian is on the side of Trent. They could utilize that for long-range battles on top of the belt.
Yeah.
And then a double Bulldogs for Jonah P and Jogimo.
We're already seeing the way the harbor walls are working for G2 too. They're just like, we put up a wall, we will walk up to that wall. And Sentinels are, they have to realize it. They have to respect it and give that space.
Yeah, so Jonah's setting up this lineup to throw the smoke right towards middle, so they'll probably try to have him lean more towards the B side to start, but instead immediately covers towards the A side. So something has to be called by VALORANT to just stay as a group. They're just battling against Sentinels, who actually have 3 players stacked up on the side.
A little bit of a lurk underneath by Zelsis in mid, just keeping an eye where the turret cannot see. So this is on Zekin right now to call for Zelsis' utility if they do go towards B. Zelsis will have a bit of an idea now that he's moved himself over into that spot.
Just a simple default round now for G2, inserting players left and right towards jail, trying to see if Sentinels are going to try to push somebody forward. Then you had the fake being sold by Trent just to break that turret towards middle. If they have to finish down towards middle for G2, they have an opening to push that red alert button and move towards that B side for a plant.
Very G2 of them to take down to 30 seconds in the round to make this hit. Dizzy on Dizzy. But I think both get shot on that, so they really don't get too much information. But it's Jogamo trying to go high. Bang's ready for 2 as he fires low, then high for that elevation change. And Sentinels eye on the prize here. Hit all their shots.
Spikes down on top of pipes. It's so hard to go get, and you already have a double flank from Sentinels. Clean towards the end. Good stop coming out from Bang just on the side of 410. And unfortunately there for the side of G2 with a bar that they had, you had stingers on the top by Leaf, who surprised 2 players, but those bullets get out of the clip very quickly and couldn't get the double kill. And John Cutie trades that onto Bang to allow here Sentinels to stop at least G2's push and potentially win the bonus.
Let's go.
It may have been a little quiet, just kind of base Bang, fragging and playing standard throughout the season, but it has definitely been a playoff buff so far for him in these past few series, and Bang is showing up again here on Icebox to help lead the team in frags. This molly over the top each time John has to deal with.
And they tried to triple swing that at first. If somebody was peeking, he could punish it and then get the nanoswarm out. But now, realizing that somebody has anchored up towards Boiler, that they're probably playing like a 2-2 style, so they have to stay as a group for G2.
Tries to get in early. Oh, he gets denied again. G2, so many good reads on these plays that would completely stop what your opponent is doing. Reckoning's gonna start dislodging the site just a little bit. We've already had 1 frag go down as Jogamo makes it 2, 1 for each side now as Thrash is ready to pounce. Oh, it went too far, but he's gonna be saved by Val, and the teamwork is huge for G2. But Sentinels start to come back in, the 1v1 power that they can show, this prowess to get back in and make sure the clutch is theirs.
VALORANT Saddles are down for now and just came back up. So Leaf is the one that has to stay alive here.
Oh, the tap just misses. Bang gives it another sidestep. Almost the 1-2 for Trent.
It's not half.
He's been so good in these situations, Vansili. He's been so good in these situations, Vansili. Can he do it again? Half didn't even get hit. And he pulls out again!
Unstoppable is Trent in these moments of the clutch. A 1 versus 3. Jiggling, isolating these fights, getting the salvo, stopping the women on top of that, not allowing Sentinels to get the 6 men for the defuse. And Trent pops off one more time.
Absolutely nutty performance from Trent. And put in this situation a bunch of times, it's not just the 1 post plant. It's post plant after post plant that he is successful in. Doesn't even break a sweat while doing it. 9 now for G2 here as they steal it back from a Sentinels round win.
I got you.
Smoke is pretty good though. Jogamo couldn't get this kill onto the defense on the left side of the A site. And right now it seems that G2 wants to pivot a lot towards this A site, and that's spiked down though with this kill from Second.
Again, Spike's up top, so now they can easily keep a focus on somebody having to get towards Belt. And Zekin gives that up. They're not worried about just getting one shot. Spike getting picked up isn't worth losing another member here, so they reset, and now Sentinels enjoy knowing where the Spike is. Have this good push into the pit. This B long fight's getting a little weird. Oh, Bang! Absurd. Absurd play from Bang. And they creep in. G2 is in the 3rd or 4th page of the strat book for this one. They've got to pull out everything with what they've lost.
And Sentinels gave up the A site
30
after
seconds left.
Jonah P died. You saw here that they were just playing inserts. The idea was just to get Jonah P up and try to break the turret so they could rework the map. But Sentinels gave up the A site, allowing G2 to turn it back in their favor.
John Cutie, pretty full on util here. Doesn't have the drone, so they can get back in with a bit of the concuss. But Valen just on the other side of the wall to play cat and mouse, and Zelsis finds one. A bit of util. Yeah, Leaf is chocked full of util right now. Still has a molly to put on the Spike as well.
And with this lockdown, Trent is just waiting so he can try to fall back with a few seconds left potentially so he can use the salvos.
Moving forward. They're actually trying to play this one a little different, Van Silly. They want to play different high-low. Oh, the separation and the angles, though, could make this so tough. That's one. It gets traded, but it's behind Trent now. Could he do it again? No! John Cutie! Sentinel IGL calling and hitting the shots to bring back a very needed round.
And why not? You have your clutcher in Trent and one of your best aimers in Leaf play together inside the site. Instead of giving that space away that you've gained with the lockdown, and you're just trying to surprise Sentinels on a rotate. But it was close. It came down to that 1v1. The first mistake happening by losing that Spike. Yeah. Some nice shots there from back and forth from both of the teams, but we still continue to go back and forth in this matchup, Riv. A timeout being called by G2.
Okay.
And they don't have the best in terms of economy for G2 coming back from this timeout.
I think that was the longest round so far from G2, right? They may have had like a 30-second round we saw going previously, but at 30 seconds in that round, that was the Valen pushing into mid. They were still trying to decide to take A. So this may be a call from Josh to say, yeah, we have that kind of strategy, but it's working less against Sentinels than it would against other teams. So maybe back to the speed, maybe back to a little bit more pressure from the G2 side.
Yeah, for sure. And when you were adding that pressure for G2, when they tried to work very quickly towards the A side, what really seemed to stop them was just that singular smoke from Zekin. The one way that's being thrown that side, because yeah, even if you push Zekin away with the salvos and you're trying to push back through the orb, you're running through a one-way and they spot your feet first. So that's why you're seeing so much pressure on the left side. A double setup on the A side over here from Sentinels behind that smoke that G2 really hasn't used util towards that side yet. So maybe you want to save those salvos for those hits. You want to try to drone a little bit later, or maybe use the Armageddon in the next round to really clear out that site and force Sentinels to play a retake again, and where G2 has been shining so far.
A little bit of A.
Right there.
Yeah, A noise to make Sentinels think that there's going to be more coming, but it's the 3-2 split mid. Quick check, early util. See, G2 is, they're definitely worried that Sen will push up more, but they want to take the space. Woo. That was close.
Cover going out.
When you talked about it 3-2, the cascade went up on the side, and you're seeing that Sentinels are playing very slowly, trying to clear every single angle, and you're basically pulling a little bit at rotate at the very beginning just to try to move as a team towards this B site, but that window's now closed. All of Sentinels has rotated towards this B site, and G2 will potentially have a very hard time trying to plant here towards this B site.
That smoke thrown out from Zekin is denying a bit, but Wingman's still able to make it happen. Zelsis
with plot armor.
Yeah, somehow dodges all of that. It's just short enough. Ooh, the pressure defuse. Defuse Dizzy up, who's going to try to peek it. But that was a really nice concuss coming in from the side of Trent to try and delay all of this. The shot still missing there for Zekin as he can't get one to connect. Okay, Narrate says, enough funny games, enough funny business. Let's get in here and take the round. Very nicely done. They were given the low buy of G2 a little too much respect there.
Yeah.
The Sentinels finally decide to just take the round over.
And now this timeout is where it's going to be important for Josh RT, not only identifying how they could maybe work towards this A site potentially through the smoke from Zekin, but also understanding the state of the game that Sentinels currently have in this 9-9 scoreline.
Yeah.
Because you have 4 ults now activated on the defensive side. This is a huge swing round potential for Sentinels to potentially even run away in this second map and push this onto Ascent. Sentinels that's been stomped on the first map of Split on their map pick. But seems to have figured out here G2's attack plan with no duelists on their Sun on the attack and Sentinels with no duelists on the defense. But they're just letting G2 run into them and winning these fights.
Thought he might have seen one, but Narrate does not catch the foot there of Leaf heading into the nest. Decent push up for a moment by Zekin as he tries to recover a bit of the vision, and Zelsis underneath 2 with an outlaw on the full gun round back and forth. Screams through with a headshot on the round.
With Leaf not being able to capitalize on that frag on the A site, G2 has to tempo up here and maybe try to break a bit of util towards B.
The Zekin self peek here. This is going to be a play for him. He's trying to play some timing. Waiting off the util. It's one. Armageddon comes through and he tries to play within the fight. Zelsis picks up another one across the map as well here. Joggum was taking damage from this quite a bit. And now it's just trying to run the spike back. See if they can get to Leaf and if Leaf can hold site solo.
Bang was waiting at that spot. I don't think they heard the jump. So Leaf could actually bring the surprise.
Yeah, and they'll have wingman plant, so 2 watching the angles if they need it. Whoa.
Almost caught with util, and that could have been dangerous, but both players now for G2 in the pulse plan are lower on HP.
That's an inside the site plant, really. You can play a little bit far back on that, but it's got to be towards maze. You can't play up top, and I think just missed. Doesn't matter though. Celsius with the outlaw finds a 3rd one here. Return on investment, maybe? His Sen Narrate cleans up the round again to make sure they can get to 10.
I don't know if there was a mismanagement from the side of G2 not looking at what ults were available, but that alarm bot with the Armageddon out from the combination of both Zelsis and John Cutie made it very difficult for G2 to really fight back towards this B site control.
Just solo holding B too as Zekin needed to rotate out.
So I had to rechange it, but I put a 0 at the start of it. So I was just aiming like this with the outlaw.
He did 0.0.
And still got a kill with it.
Yeah.
So all you had to do was crosshair placement, allowed to get the pick onto Valen. But that said, on a 2 versus 4 and you force out the Thrash, that's at least something there for G2 that could even up the tally. And back into the classic of the G2 Stinger buy. Grouping together this time around, and you can already see the salvos are not used at the very beginning on the top of pipes. They're using it here to try to clear on the execution. There's the salvos on the left side, and Trent gets the opener.
Stingers flying through. I feel like it gives you a speed upgrade here. They've laced up, they're running it down, and it is going to be Bang. Oh my God, the 180, the 360, 720, Tony hawking them. Dowsis takes down Leaf there. I don't even know how Bang was seeing people. Jeez. Yeah, he's definitely getting a little bit of a playoff buff here, and he's using it accordingly.
Agreed. Going into the regular season, doing pretty decent, but not having too many of those 100 reels that we know that Bang did back in the last season with 100 Thieves. But in the playoffs, remember, he aced going into that Pearl game against Cloud9, putting huge numbers. And now this time around, it's just activated in the second map. And what better way and what better position here to activate for Sentinels, because they're now in the lead by 2. G2 on that Stinger buy still has 2 ults now and weapons to work with, and still trying to go back to work towards this A site. And there's 4 players of Sentinels here.
They are not allowing Pipes control. It takes a lot to be able to guard this, right? You are dedicating most of your team if you want to defend this position right off the bat, and Sentinels, they have stacked it. Oh yeah, saw an elbow there. Trent pushing forward. They don't know where G2 can come from them, how much scaling G2 has already done, and Leaf answers back. for this round. G2 feeling pretty good about the positioning, but still pretty hurt here to move through.
Only one person unaccounted for, and that was Leaf, and he's able to open up everything for G2 to trade back and get the player advantage.
Ooh, a quick thrash so he can pick it back up. Defuse, or plant Dizzy. Rinse and repeat. Spike actually went down for that, so they are not going to matter though. Valen's on the other side. Able to keep eyes on that last frag. No plant money is fine though. They should be okay getting to this next one. Oh, that definitely would have helped actually to get that plant money on the squad. But still enough to buy, seeing the low armor come through here. G2 1 away. And that had to happen before the post plant. I mean, look at what Sentinels have been doing. 4 defuses in a row.
Yeah.
They've been owning it once G2 takes the site. So G2 said, we'll do a little bit before and in between.
And that's just one small mistake coming out there from Sentinels, because again, the position was perfect. They read it perfectly on that push coming out from G2. But because they had one player less, when they went for the high-low swing on the left side, it was perfect for those trades. But Valorant snuck through towards that left side of the A tower and got that trade-off against John Cutie to allow G2 to close that gap. But you mentioned it, the economy's not the best on the side of G2, but Sentinels definitely want to pull the time out to slow things down for a bit, because you need to instill that to your players.
Yeah.
You have to check those small spots. It would have been a different story here if they took care and knew the positioning from Leaf up towards the left side, but I think it was actually Trent in the back of the nest that was able to swing out to get the first blood.
Man. 11-10 here. G2 takes Sentinels map of split, and Sentinels 2 away from taking Icebox, G2's pick. We're about to get back in off of this timeout. Kaplan not really liking that G2 and squad stopped that 4-round streak as they look to get this map and bring us all the way to Ascent. 3 ults per team here as we head into this round.
Right there.
It almost seems that since the timeout for G2 is just drill it in, hit A site, but this time pushing Sentinels away with the first wave of salvos. And in a G2 fashion, they could probably slow this down and wait for the second wave to go back again into the A site.
And Zekken has had Zeus' utility at B all these rounds. They've now moved that over to A with them for the full fight, so we'll see if Zekken still kind of plays that aggressive or wants to get out now that he hears some noise.
Yeah, I mean, he could stay back towards yellow. They have alarm bot to watch, a very passive turret all the way in the back of spawn to look into the walk up towards tube. So all of Sentinels, once again, a great read to stack 4 players towards this A site. But Reckoning is definitely going to force them to scatter out.
Yeah, they're playing pretty far up for Lockdown and Reckoning here. One will start to push them back. Just on the left side of that mosh, not going to be enough. Let's see if they can get themselves in here. Yeah, there's the Reckoning. It's actually going to chase Sentinels all the way out, back down the stairs, into their spawn. And those circles can be seen here by G2 as they move in. You can see the focus right up towards screens and up towards that catwalk.
Interesting plant all the way in the back corner. I don't know if there was a misclick, but
I mean, this is good util. You can easily throw some things in here like Jonah Peas. Oh no, Viper, his actually just went down. Wait, they're fighting in this right now. Viper's pit there.
Zeus is defusing.
It's gonna be at 75%, goes down. That's gonna be at half now. Shots coming in from Narrate. He's up top, trying to play the jungle gym. Can he swing down? Oh my God, the Cove. It's the only thing that separates them as they stand shoulder to shoulder. And that's going to be the half defuse. They give it over to Narrate for this as Zekken was prepping it up. And Sentinels, again, are so strong on the post-plant retake here on Icebox.
Yeah. Towards the end, I don't know if it was intentional or not to have that plant in that corner, because it's very, very unorthodox to get it out there. But maybe the Reckoning and everything that allowed here the wingman to plant towards the corner allows for you to spam a little bit more easily. But you definitely did have to force players to swing out towards Nest, to swing out towards Pipes. And Sentinels again regrouping together to fight back.
I shot at you guys, I shot the ref.
He's like, I shot everything but what I needed to. I think I hit someone in the crowd for a moment. Yeah.
Oh, back in the action though.
Yeah, okay, there we go. He shot Valen that time. John Cutie on point here. And they've moved the utility back for Sentinels. They don't think that A push is coming anymore from G2, and it seems like they've got a pretty good read on it here. And G2 now without Valen. Only have to use Jonah P's walls to get themselves in.
So low on HP is Jonah P.
Yeah.
You need Trent to stay alive here. That's probably the silver lining to keep G2 back in the game. If it's not going to be for the post plant, at least to open up the site towards A. Instead, G2 are playing contact. Bang playing very passively because all of Sentinels were leading towards middle with a triple swing in the very beginning.
Toxins going up. Finished.
That's a big kill.
G2, on these silent rounds, you got to give them credit. They get into some real crazy spots.
And Zels has had so much value on flanks in the past, and he's fighting against Trent. That's the silver line. That's what's needed for G2 to stay alive and to win this round.
Zelsis 1v1s have been spectacular here, but it's two. He's going to have to come up big. There's the first one. Trent's going to turn, but he's going to have a second. Now the third, and it's not enough. Trent with the stinger. Close range is just too much, but it's the post-plant king here. Tejo, Trent, ready to lock this round down. Armageddon's already passed. One shot comes through. It can't be traded back by Zekin. But it is Zekin versus Trent. He delays more time now, just trying to put the pressure on to Zekin. Is it possible? Firing to the left, doesn't know he's to the right. Zekin looks like he's got the defuse on. Trent's gonna hit the shot! Stone cold.
Trent is insane again in these clutches. And a selfish play is coming out from G2. Jonah P low on HP saying, let me swing into this one. Let me give my life away. The second player to come across, I think it was Leaf, also to fall down, just so that Trent can bait that kill. The trust that G2 has for Trent in these moments.
It's crazy. Honestly, it's like it's going to be a strategy for teams to find Trent in these just engages and kill him so they know the post plant can't be a possibility. There's nothing you can do against this guy if he is alive, and that spike is planted. Another timeout here for Sentinels.
The last one of this map before we could potentially go into overtime, or Sentinels pushes this to the third map of Ascent. Narrate and Bang have two ults to work with on the defense. A lot was being used by G2 on the attack just to try to salvage and win that previous round. And despite that clutch coming out from Trent, despite the few rounds coming through for G2 in this comeback, they've always played in a deficit in terms of weapons available. Going back into this timeout, yes, such a low buy coming in for Leaf. He's small shields Guardian. Joggamil's also with the Guardian. And Jonah P's at 3,500. And we'll have to go for a small shields and rifle.
I mean, honestly, G2's been kind of limping through these rounds with the buys. So for them to even get a few has been spectacular, but still got to recognize this run on the second half from Sentinels, spectacular as well, and looking like it's going to be good enough to bring us all the way to Ascent. This round here may tell us.
They're trying to get back into the nest for Sentinels. Something that was pretty decent for them earlier on. They're getting stopped right away here by Salmos. Yeah, that cascade doesn't allow for them to get through anymore. So a little bit of a win here for G2 to start.
We saw this rinse and repeat play before. Joggamo actually went down when he was on the belt there. So taking this space to add pressure towards A. G2 have gone back to that regular, or sorry, Sen have gone back to that regular defensive setup. Oh, that's a head being seen. Good damage onto Valen. I wonder if that Dizzy is actually retrievable.
And because of that pressure coming out from Sentinels, Valen actually had to throw the Cove down just to try to stay alive. So they won't really have it to allow the Wingman to get the safest plant. So they're pulling back.
Wingman plant does give Thrash now, though. But again, we just saw that Dizzy get used at site. This is going to be pretty much a dry retake, and Jonah P has to be the spearhead. Sees one, so the jig is already up on this fast rotation. You see Spawn. Sentinel's defense is already starting to lean.
30 seconds left.
Oh. Zekin takes the spike out. That's not going to be the ult point Joggamo wanted for the Thrash. They deny it, and he's not going to be able to use it. Huge kill, Zekin and Zelsis. The two Zs coming up big to stop that site take, and now the lurk in from Valen. It seems like they have an idea of where every member is, and Zelsis is going to be able to get a lockdown on that too. Another one from Zekin before he falls, and it looks all too good here for Sentinels. The shot from John Cutie is the one that sends us to a map 3. We're going to Ascent.
Second anchoring solo towards the B site. Great delays being done. The one-way smoke's being thrown as well. Has been a wrench into G2's attack side. And it TPs out towards that last round, round number 24, to allow Sentinels to just rotate well and fight toe-to-toe against G2 and pushes into Ascent, the final map that's going to decide who's qualifying to Toronto, G2 or Sentinels. But Ascent is a map that has been heavily tested against G2, and that G2 kept winning with its Waylay comp. Sentinels comes out with a brand new composition against Cloud9 with the Teo and KO and the Jet.
Yeah.
This is going to be such a good battle to see who moves forward to Toronto.
I cannot wait to see the next matchup. You have Trent popping off the charts, getting all his clutches. Bang showing another playoff form in the buff. Everybody's finding a bit of their star power here when it is most needed by their team. Amazing stuff coming in from both Sentinels and G2 as we are going to be going to a third map. Don't go anywhere. There is much more.
Now for Jaw. Oh dear. Don't start running. Don't start running.
And G2, this is their round. At least 4 in this game.
Second position on both long angles.
But Zekin's still moving, and Zekin's just mowing them down.
Sentinels came into Icebox with a new comp and now are forcing us to a map 3. I want to talk about the pivot here with Zekken picking up the Omen, and I loved what we were seeing out of him on this second map, specifically what he can do on this agent that you can't do with anyone else. And really it comes down to Sentinel's opening utility here. What Zekken was doing was throwing an Omen smoke over on pipes, which is really effective for taking early space because A, it sort of stops the early aggression, you know, enemy team getting a player on pipes, fighting you forward, but it also blocks off the common angles that can see down like off top gen and get a pick there. It also blocks off the player top screens, seeing your players going down this line over on belt. So it's just really effective at taking early space. Now I want to look at this early utility that Sentinels end up throwing because, right, even though there's a harbor push wall, they've still got the double Tahoe missiles again, trying to force these G2 players back early on. And then that Omen smoke, like I was talking about, goes ahead and blooms. And now just watch and see how Zekken plays around it. Look, he's already teleported up into the smoke, and then he's gonna creep forward and try to play off of a Tahoe drone in a moment. So right, he clears, he gets in front of this. Now you see over on your minimap, Tahoe drone coming. And because he's in front of pipes, if this drone pings anyone through his own smoke, he'd be able to play for a spam kill. Now, no one's there, he doesn't get that, but what he does do is fall back because now it's about setting up Bang's lurk. Right now, see Leaf, there's a Killjoy turret right next to him, which is currently seeing through the window. And what Zekken is going to do is he's going to use his smoke to allow Bang to get this timing to go for the cross. They used the Viper Orb earlier. Now Bang is able to sneak on forward here, and we can ignore the part where Bang dies. He's supposed to get the kill there, but that's all fine. It's all about the ideas and how this Omen can open up lurk opportunities. Now the thing is, as soon as Bang dies over in mid, it's time to accelerate into the site, and this is again where Omen has some benefits, right? Omen has the paranoia, which he's going to use a line here to clear backside to rafters, and he's also going to throw down a very deep Omen smoke that allows Sentinels to play very forward on site. Check this out. Smoke goes down first, now comes the paranoia, and now Sen can play actively on site. Zelsis is all the way up on top of the smoke. He even has a teammate playing above him in a moment here, right? He calls in the Gecko, who's then going to cover this heaven line. It's really, really nice for them to be able to play off this, win the round. They'll go aggro, get kills, but at the end of the day, it was Zekken's Omen that helped so massively for Sen to win this map, and now we get ready for map number 3.
We decided it'd be a good idea to do this next, setup in the crowd with you beautiful people.
Look at them. Gorgeous humans. Now, of course, let's talk about what we just witnessed over there because, of course, Icebox go in the way of Sentinels. A lot of people here were quite happy about that one. That being said, though, it was a tight game. G2 Sen took it all the way, Brent.
Yeah, definitely. But I honestly, I'm dead impressed with how much Sentinels, I think, have worked on their Icebox as well. The last time we saw them play it when it was against Crew as well, they've worked on this over the last few weeks. They completely changed up their composition. Everything was looking tip-top. The player form has been in great form as well. I think individually, everybody's shooting. They're winning clutches. They're going toe-to-toe to G2 players. They're looking like they are on fire right now. And leading into map 3 as well, Ascent. Listen, I said that Icebox was going to be maybe like this unknown quantity. Sentinels needed to win in 2.
Yeah.
But with the way that they're playing, there's significant chances that they can take this win here today and book their ticket to Toronto.
Sen came out with 2 new comps for their last 2 maps of this series, and I thought the pivot to the Omen here on Icebox was so strong. Teams after 2024 really moved away from that agent on this map, but I think it's such a good 1-for-1 sub into the duelist slot. Christy talked about how strong it is on attack, on defense as well. The paranoia, the way they were using the teepees as the second dive agent to get through the harbor utility looked amazing. But now it's going to Ascent, where they also just showed a new composition, but they're playing against a G2 that is undefeated on this map, and it has been an absolute home ground for Jojimo. He's incredible on the waylay here.
Yeah, that is a scary thing without a doubt, right? A G2 that looks clean on Ascent. What are the expectations there, I guess, then for Sentinels? What could we maybe see for them to try and quell the, I guess the aggression, the plays, the incredible talent that G2 are bringing?
They had really good ideas of what to do against Cloud9's Ascent as well. So we already know that they're going to be coming into this pre-prepped, I think, as well.
Yeah.
Great ideas of what to do against G2's waylay comp on Ascent as well. I mean, as well, it's going to be good news for them, I think, that Ascent, G2 haven't played it that much. They don't opt into it as heavily because I think their composition has a lot of set pieces, but once you get the footage on it, it can be broken.
That's exactly what I was going to bring up. This waylay is really strong when you're not ready for it. Think of the plays diving into market, diving into the A sign and punishing anchors there. But if you're prepared for those setups, you can change the way you play a little bit. But G2 as well, you know they're going to come up with new stuff for this, especially with the stakes being this high. Toronto on the line for these two teams.
Yeah, this is it, folks. One map away, and the winner will move on to represent VCT Americas in Toronto. The question is, who's it going to be? Is it going to be G2 Esports? Or is it going to be Sentinels? Okay, good. Actually, try it again. Is it going to be G2 Esports? Or is it going to be Sentinels? That was loud. All right, well, you heard it from the crowd. We're going to get this thing set up and get ready for map 3. It's SEN coming up right after this, and we'll see you on the other side.
We are back, and no, you're not seeing things. That is a 1-1 on that screen for G2 Esports and Sentinels as we make our way to Ascent. We've gone all 3 maps, and now one of these teams will go all the way to Toronto with this win. It's anybody's game now as we get in.
Forget Split, forget Icebox. Everything is now decided here on Ascent, where Sentinels are coming out with what they came out with against C9 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Jet on Zekin, or Zekin on Jet rather, and he's been amazing on this agent on Ascent. But it also proves how much he was good at anchoring around the sites. Also finding openings and gaps here against Cloud9. And it was kind of like a flow state that we saw coming out here from Zekin. And I guess for Sentinels fans, we're hoping to see that type of Zekin perform against G2. But G2, with their own composition that doesn't change, forces you to play offsite so many times. And when you're going to play flood retakes against G2, there's still so much util coming in towards the end.
Very difficult. The protocols they already had with Jogamo's Waylay. It's going to be pretty crazy to see how Sentinels react to all of these, or even get in front of the plays and try to play ahead of that aggression. All right. Oh.
Yeah, I'm loving these transitions.
Explosive transition.
Breaking a fourth wall here. Love these transitions.
We're in there. We're in there.
Okay, here's a great start, though. With how G2 are so good at opening this with pop flashes and salvos, there's actually a vice wall in the very beginning here, and you're already playing off-site here for Zelsis.
All the way up. Jogamo jumps forward. The rotation still coming in from Leaf, so G2 are very much set up here. It's the find, blind, and kill game for Sentinels as they get themselves prepped to get back into sight. All that util they could want is really here. 0 point is first. Oh man, not seeing too many on that. They know it's got to be an A main hold, and they can take out the site. They should feel pretty comfortable getting back in. Oh, the swing through the smokes. It's going to be for Sentinels right now, and it is just Sentinels taking out G2 left and right. Trent, still post plant. Where else would he be? When else would it be on the round?
What do you think is main?
They're looking main because that's where the left shot was. Oh! The side steps from John Cutie, the face palm from Trent himself, and the defuse from Zelsis for pistol round.
A rare miss coming out from Trent. No salvos available, but remember when he had no salvos on Icebox, he was still able to clutch a 1v2, actually even on Split earlier on. This time you mentioned a little bit of side steps, players not looking after him, and he just whisked that shot. Ooh. It renders costly as Sentinels able to turn around here this pistol. And I thought it was going to be quite interesting with Sentinels putting that vice wall at the very beginning towards A main.
Yeah.
Because they split out the push. I thought they were going to try to flood back right in the instance, not allow G2 to play offsite in the post plant. But Sentinels played the flood instead, and the trades were perfect. And now They're trying to move here into the second round. A stinger by out for G2 in a fight towards B main.
What else would it be? A blood-hungry G2 on a stinger by second round. You have to expect it, and it's not expected from Sentinels. They get overwhelmed at B. Second even tries to peek out to do a solo shot, which would be a full team of G2 looking at him, and he gets the safety somehow with that dash.
Almost landed that shot with the Outlaw, but now you have a player advantage out for G2 in the post plant. This time Trent is stuck inside the site, but they are closing that gap. Look at how close they are towards the staircase. Not too many chances to flood back in. You do have Paranoia and double flash though from Bang and John Cutie that could potentially open things up, and no, not yet.
Leaf is already coming through market right now. They just heard him, but it's not going to be enough. The stinger buy is again more than enough for G2 to get back on the second round.
And free upgrades, 3 Bulldogs picked up on that side. Not even flustered of what happened on that pistol round that Trent couldn't capitalize on the 1 versus 2 clutch.
Doesn't matter.
And the lurks were perfect in that post plant. They didn't really give a chance here for Sentinels to set up into the double flash, flood back into the sites. Kaplan feels it.
Yeah, I mean, what is the setup there to play at the front of B Archway, you question, with knowing there's going to be stingers at somewhere on the map? With how G2 plays, you have to expect.
Almost found the timing with a knife that waited to be up here for John Cutie, but this again, back into the same protocols for G2, the conditioning of the salvos. Always going for the pop flash right into main. Salvos into the front of the site and towards Wine.
3 suppressed.
And you can't get and execute quickly into the second wave yet because of the KO knife being thrown by John Cutie that just slows down G2's pacing a little bit. But Sentinels did try to go for a stack towards this B site. It'll still be easy for G2 to plant.
Should just be easy ult points on the way in here for the spike. Hopefully, and not for G2.
I think with the door closed, you probably just have to die to spike here.
Yeah.
Clear out towards Catwalk, realize that nobody's there, and just wait it out. But it looks like they want to fight this. Salvos to break the door, and they flood out.
Oh. I'm gonna say they let him out of the site. It's a party. Oh, they're actually grabbing these orbs. They go on to Valence, so not too terrible with the ult accrual. As Leaf comes up with 3, that's going to be big to get the Steel Garden online, though, for sure. 2 points away for him as G2 pick up a solid round there as we head to round 4.
Yeah, that's 2 away from getting the Steel Garden. Valen with the double kill that he had at the very beginning. Allows him to get the From the Shadows in the round number 4. In a bonus round that could be actually quite good for G2 if he wants to utilize that to get behind enemy lines. But look at this. Once again, you'll have the salvos, the pop flash towards the main, but the hit potentially could be towards middle instead. It's a fake on the side of G2. The conditioning continues forward, and now you have to push forward from Jogimo and also from Leaf towards mid.
Teleport and insert. As that mid hit starts to happen, expect Jogimo to go mid and then maybe refract or jump all the way up back onto Cat with these guys. Instant play into the site. Smoke top mid. They're going to go ahead and play with this shear. Now they know the shear is here from Leaf's first adventure to mid, so they can start messing with that wall for Zelsis as much as they want.
Yeah, refract, get the wall out.
Yeah.
Now you have a minute left, so you can work this site for the side of G2.
Jeez, John Cutie
Why
shuts it down for now. They got a bottleneck through these spots into the site here, and G2 is trying to figure out how they do that. Looks like it's just going to be dry on this one. Not much util to be used here at the second entry. Tejo's salvos just making them run silly on the side of G2 as Bang cleans up 3 with that site anchored. A clean one from Narrate. 2-2 now for Sentinels as we're trading them back and forth to start SEN.
Signature position for Bang in a back of dice of the A site. So hard to deal against him there. Didn't even need to throw the smoke between a dice and generator to stay alive here, and they just had perfect sprays and reads there right through. Yeah, both you and me barking at the same time.
Yeah. And and Bang's a phantom lover. So you get that site smoke that goes inside, you can play around it. No tracers. There's smoke's main, you can play around it. No tracers. It all just plays into his favor there. 5, 3, and 1 now for Bang on that side. And he's continuing this from the last map. Ooh, flash over his shoulder. John Cutie's ready. Yeah. Confident in his attack here. There was a flash ready for John there and the Narrate's salvos.
This will be difficult though if Sentinels stay within the site. Look at all the ults available. You have the Armageddon that can open it up. VALORANT can TP inside. And all they gotta wait here is exactly that, to activate the hit for G2 inside the site.
Not much movement though. It's gonna be on Jogamo, and he goes right into the smoke. They've realized the past few times that Jogamo is playing this, he is going into VALORANT smokes 90% of the time when he jumps forward, trying to win that initial fight, and Sentinels has been playing there. Narrate catches that one. They see him, he saw it, and he was like, yeah, maybe not, maybe not. They do get it out, though, as the 0 point comes through.
And the other now, Leaf picked up an orb, now has the Steel Guardian to try to enter, and that's a kills through the smoke.
30 seconds
just as
left.
it drops. I think that might cancel the plans for G2. You're not going into this one anymore. All three of them walking back, and they'll try to save their weapons. Yep. Great hold in the very beginning, and you bring up a great point, though, Riv. With Jogamo moving right into the smoke, immediately punished by Narrate.
Yeah.
That's what happened the previous round. They had a perfect pop flash setup to allow Jogamo to just dash right into the garden.
Left.
But John Q2 was waiting for him right there. Even Blinded gets the full kill. So the game plan, I think right now, Brent was mentioning the preparation that Sentinels brings into this game to try to fight against G2.
Yeah.
You see that they're playing in positions right where the waylay lands, and doesn't give a chance for Jogamo to even land down before he refracts. He's trying to find information for the team, but he's finding information from the grave.
Yeah. Super smart here by Sentinels just to make the few adjustments. See it right here from Narrate's point of view. It's like Jogamo isn't expecting people to be in there, because I bet he is usually in and out and making the plays that makes Waylay feel so safe. But there is a window to get that attack in. Narrate finds it once, and now it's up to G2 to adapt, to make sure Jogamo can get in on these plays, because it is the focus for their win condition. Jog opening up, denying Sheer in mid, and being able to draw out that utility so the team has a bit of an easier second take.
Yeah. And G2, remember, pretty good on this map so far, and now it's the first time that it really tested with the positioning from Sentinels going into this game. So now you have to go into the later pages of the strat book.
Yeah.
Right now, what Shaq, Anders, Josh RT has been building up here for this moment. On Ascent. This time not using a refract to try to break the wall. It's just Jogamo jumping across. You need to leverage now his refract for the actual information gathering into the B site.
Be right back.
Oh. And he's ready. He's ready. They tried to get Narrate last time. He comes out on top, and it's not going to be a problem the second time. Jogamo, after 2, is finally able to sit Narrate down, but there's backup. There's John Cutie, and being low on HP means they back up. Sights are held. There is no reason to try to get a push here as your number's up.
And that's the thing here. You're playing against Sentinels. If you're going to miss a couple of shots here, you're going to lose that duel no matter what. Narrate clean on those 2 shots to hold and anchor up the back of this defender spawn. With 18 seconds left, Spike is down. Leaf potentially has no choice but to save. Forced to fight. And now taken down, and that breaks the econ for G2 going into the next round.
And man, what a step up from Narrate. You know, from the beginning of the season, always a great player, but we saw the emotions coming out, getting him, and he's changed that to have such a strong game form, a strong mental on that, and really not be his own enemy in these games. He is performing for playoffs and exactly when Sentinels need him.
You see a little bit of a missed time coming out here when Trent was trying to swing out behind a refract of the Waylay. And yet definitely you're going to call that timeout for Josh RT, just going to try to drill things back. That was something new that we haven't really seen for G2 yet, with the pop flash and fight back towards the spawn. And you realize that maybe it's not well enough drilled, that they're just missing that timing to really try to punish Narrate towards that back of the spawn. So now it's going to be, okay, well, we have to land those timings a little bit better. That's the game plan here that continues on into practice after practice after practice.
Absolutely.
For Josh RT and the rest of the squad. He's using that full minute to his advantage.
Yeah. Having that discussion. And you're right, with G2 kind of varying it, pushing towards mid. I'd say most of the time that you have Jogamo doing those strats, they've gotten that kill and they're through it. So now they're being presented with the moment it doesn't, and they're getting flipped on their head for that. It just takes a bit more control and knowing that anything can happen once they're going into the site as opposed to their probably usual results, honestly, because G2 is so good at executing these.
And remember when we started this map, I was mentioning here that G2 forces you to play out of sight a lot.
Yeah.
If you're going to use a lot of these utils from this double initiator from Teo and also Jonah P's KO. But Sentinels are doing a great job not even allowing G2 to get into the sites yet.
Ooh. Oh, second hit. It was perfect. And they're actually drawing him to the top side of mid there. The shots coming from Zelsis were so good to draw Jogamo's attention. And they want a little bit more towards mid. Zekin knows it only goes so far to peak numbers up, and they get back to safety.
Seems like we waited a little bit too long there for G2 to run through that smoke. Catwalk was open. It allows here Sentinels to get the paranoia and pinch. Now it's
okay.
Gonna mention a flawless, but it's Valen in a 1v5.
Valen?
Dragon IGL.
1v5, and he has the site to himself here. B site can be tricky enough to get this win. He plants close to stairs, which means aggression? No, okay, he stays in sight. Just TPs towards the back. One paranoia and a smoke in two to create the angles that he wants.
Not the best spot to be, though. Narrate has Armageddon salvos.
He's pinned himself. The tough part about this is you have to swing across the doorway once you get that initial fight, which gives your opponent that opening. I don't think he was seeing that first time. Yeah, they're looking right at him. Oh, he gets hit by the concuss. Half coming through, but he has the angle for the 1v1 on the left side here. He's waiting for the peek first. That's going to be the defuse coming through. A 4K for Valen in the 5. The 5th won't be there as Bang and team collect the round. 5 for Sentinels.
It's so difficult to deal against that. Valen
has
to play against Salvos, the Armageddon, and Bang still alive to throw a smoke down.
Exactly.
Now he had a full kit going into that one, and unfortunate there for the side of Valen, but still very great protocols for Sentinels.
We do a little bit of throwing, and that's what makes us us.
Oh my gosh. They're talking about the kills against Valen there. Should have been a cleanup, but yeah, a little bit of throwing indeed, but still the round is collected.
The phase one's still good, though. Zekin opens things up towards B main.
A little bit of throwing into a little bit of owning. It kind of evens it out.
Yeah. And G2 hasn't really found the correct footing here on their attack side in the last 4 rounds. Leaf has still this Steel Garden that's been holding on for the longest time. Contact play, trying to find maybe a safe spot. Steel Garden is down. It's Zekin back to his form against Cloud9. Back into his dominant form on the defensive side on this Jet on Ascent.
And already looking to make more opportunities out of it, switching his position, staying mobile, and keeping G2 guessing. We still have 5 members of Sentinels, and they aren't over-rotating out of this either. Still holding. Know that Zekin has put a stop to this. All right, side open. Zekin looking for 4, but Trent's able to get the side swing on that one from lane. And now they organize around the rest of the members of G2. Trent and team trying to find a few kills before they enter site, hoping Sentinels would push a little aggressive.
Now it's 2 hero plays. Jonah P has to fight the B-main against Narrate.
Oh! He gets the short swing on Jonah P. Coming in from stairs, the swing out, the double from Trent, almost deja vu from Split, and that's going to be Bang with the kill. Narrate's still alive. They'll give that defuse over to Bang on this one. No, I was going to say Narrate, right?
Yeah.
Looked like he was running away. He said, come back and get this. Okay, we're back. We're sorted out here. 6 for Sentinels. As we get into round 9, Sen are starting to pull away a lot.
And if you're a G2 fan, that's the raw moment for Trent to lose his mojo in these clutches. Because now Sentinels running away with this first half on a defense, in the lead by 4. Almost the lineup, 30 HP remaining on that Bang.
Did this guy
when
get
they
here?
line up again. Good thing I was talking over that. But now G2, they want to fight quick again with the double util. There's already potentially a special delivery on the defense from Narrate to stop them down, and a 5 versus 2 potential fight into B main.
Straightforward. Zekin trying to be the spearhead once again. Bang starts off onto Jogamo, starting this round 0-6 first kills, first deaths. They'll make that 0-7. Vans not having a great time on the waylay to get that initial attack for G2, and Sentinels is really playing off it.
Yeah. Instead of going for the special delivery, they went for the salvos just to push him back. A good old classic Tiles pinch. But they only lose Jogimo in the process now for G2. The double up could really switch things around here as VALORANT just got picked by the knife. But they've lost so much space. I don't think they want a drone to give their position away because you don't have Jogimo at the tip of the spear to open things up. But now a jump spot coming in here from John Cutie sees and identifies to rotate over back towards the A site where Zelsis will get tested.
Backs up, plays it safe. You can already see just across him is John Cutie ready to help with that high-low. Man, what a stall here. This is going to put G2 back on 30 seconds. Are they in control is the question, as they now have to consider mid is not the play. They only leave Leaf, but they're losing people on Cat.
Uh-oh. They're losing people everywhere for G2.
Falling like dominoes on this one. Jonah P is able to get one trade back, but John, with the quality tactics, locks in another round for Sentinels.
Now it's Sentinels time for the fragging IGL to step up here for John Cutie. So good on the defense so far to defend the A site. Playing solo towards the tree. The high-low, yes, at least with Zelsis, but you saw the idea for G2. Putting a lot of members down towards the market, hoping to pull a little bit of that rotate out. And Sentinels are doing very similar things as G2 is doing at Trent. Give a lot of that responsibility and trust to Zekin that could anchor it alone so they can continue to hold on the extremities and fight perfectly here for Sentinels defense. Zekin's walking out with the outlaw, but G2 wants to rush into the B site.
Dashed in. Jogimo looking for that first one, has to refract, does get the info, but it's not able to be played off of. Sentinels are reacting perfectly, and it's Leaf. They have to run through with the stingers. It seems like the only thing they can do is press W to get this to work, because Sentinels has the read left and right on these plays. John Cutie just stepping to the side. Zekin picks up another kill here.
And he can't run forward to get the kill because Bang just threw a perfect paranoia, so they can't punish John Cutie who got caught.
The peaks left and right, they're just playing with their food here. The pop flash comes out, a great duck and cover by Trent, but it's still not enough. That's the story. It's just not enough to take over Sentinels retake right now. They were showing it last on Icebox, and now they're showing it again on Ascent. The retakes are just too good.
Sensina now getting as loud as Sentinels are inside the server. Following behind every kill, clean through smoke, staying alive for so long. For the anchor players for Sentinels within these sites.
Game of retakes for Sen, and they are winning.
Barely needing retakes, actually.
Barely needing to, yeah.
They're so good at fighting against G2's attack.
I mean, I guess that's what you have to do. Keep Trent out of a winning position. Do not allow that post plant to happen. Because, man, he just brings that win percentage up for the side of G2.
And deny the space given by Jogimo. And again, it's the classic get in, refract, and there's going to be a player swinging behind. It's almost playing against a Yoru when they're going to the dimensional drift.
Armageddon back, but they've hardly cleared sight with the util to get in for G2. Narrate's just able to stand there. They do finally trade from tree. It's going to be a bit of chaos, and G2 thrive right now as they head to site, but the retake potential still there. John Cutie's knife. Zekin with full util.
This time, no flash to John Cutie, though.
That's right.
Pulse plan crossfire setup would be good, but now they're leaving Jogimo alone on site.
And this is the question. Is it just a post plant that they can't get through, or can Sen break apart G2 here?
That's such a big knife. They know now that there's two players playing towards Bane.
That's 2 kills, 1 on each side. Zelsis, however, is able to trade this and make it uneven. Trent, the one we were wondering about, is versus the 2 shooters for Sentinels here. Zelsis is going to be the first contact, and it's not going to be enough, but Zekin will, as they collect the 9. Wrap it up. Oh no. This is the mental game as well as the game in the server now, Vansili.
G2 look like they're predictable in the side of Sentinels. Look at when you see the refract coming through. Narrate doesn't even care about tree anymore. He knows somebody's going to be swinging behind. So waits 3-2, gets the first pick, goes back towards the tree, has easy second kill. Again, it's just a mini dimensional drifts from a Yoru. When you have somebody getting away from the space that was taken. The other ones will try to move in to try to fight back for G2. Sentinels has such a good game plan now on the defense.
All right. In numerous strats now, a bit of mid, and a lot towards A. The Sentinels has the read. Phantoms across the board for them, knowing they're going to be firing through smokes the whole time. We usually see Zekin with that Vandal, especially last on Icebox. But switch to the Phantom here, feeling comfortable on it. And now a little bit of mid work again, but it does look like that A landing here for G2. Drone towards mid. Gives them a bit of an idea, and they're trying to fake out Sentinels here, but they are not moving. They are rooted in their defensive spots.
Oddly enough, okay, so now they're utilizing Trent. So far, it's always been Jogimo breaking open that wall. So they need Jogimo for the execution window to sights. And Trent can stay in range to use his salvos to help the hit.
Jogimo start off this first blood. It's going to be Valen that actually gets Bang out of his anchor position. Something very hard. The spam goes through! And Zekin unknown again with the Phantom through the smoke. They give the sight for a moment. Zekin checks the back. Oh, we didn't see him. But Trent did, and that could be the play as Trent makes this call.
He needs to find the timing, though. Has to go for the backstab. He's not going to play the salvos.
He missed.
Misses!
He missed. They found him and took him out! No, but it's going to be Jonah P. Can Jonah P save the round is the question. John Cutie comes up huge, and it happens again for G2. Sentinels get through an error, and they take 10 on the first half.
Jonah P just didn't have enough on the Bulldog to fight against John Cutie, who's been so good on the defense again. Trent, another moment that had such a good moment to backstab players and just unfortunately misses those shots. And Sentinels able to capitalize in the end and take the lead by 8. Getting closer here to be the second team to represent the Americas at Masters Toronto.
It is a screaming first half here for Sentinels. G2 have to bring everything as we come back from the break here on Ascent. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. (10-2) is our first half in favor of Sentinels here on our third map. G2 now moving to the defensive side, and we know what the defensive side can mean for teams. It's weird to say, but also this game could be far from over.
The thing is, though, with G2 is on this map of Ascent, where they're currently 3-0, most of their success has been done on the attack. This is the first time that they have to play the comeback from the defensive side, and against a team like Sentinels, who's been red hot since the first half of this third map. I'm not sure if G2 will have it. They will have to start with this pistol, and they will definitely have to dig deep in their pockets to find some sort of silver lining.
And it's a heavy util focus round. Look at the amount of classics you have over on the side of G2. A few armors tagged in there as well, so they're looking to teamwork this one for a retake, if possible. You can see how far they're already playing deep in the sights. As Sentinels walk right up mid here to knock on the front door. Door is closed. May not thwart them. G2 just want a bit more coverage on the round with the way that they're playing and how much they want to just slow things down a little bit.
Everything's being covered up though. You have a wall watching towards the B main.
Yep.
If you break the wall towards the, or break the door towards B, you know that Sentinels are going to inch towards that side. And you're jiggling here. That's Juggernaut's responsibility now. That could get stopped by salvos towards the end. And it starts and you're able to dash away. Thankfully here, no trap play from G2. That will stop Sentinels for now.
Flashes on both sides. A good lurk by Zelsis here. They're going to have to be very careful about that as Sentinels start to move into the site. Narrate has broken the defensive line. Zelsis starts off with Trent, so they won't have that initiator utility to get back in. And that kind of activates G2 to move a little bit faster. It pays off for the moment, but will it pay off for the round win? Bang here versus Leaf. Making the noise. Leaf has a lockdown on his position because of that movement, but he gets the safety now as Leaf goes for the short peek and resets himself at the top of the site, following in the footsteps of Bang here to get a ghost.
Ryker Classic to close the gap.
At 10-2, this is an incredibly pivotal pistol round here for G2 to win this. It is on Leaf, lower in HP, better in weaponry. Trying to get this final kill as he's gonna have to push soon to get that timing on the spike. Just right clicks coming out, and it's gonna be another one from Bang! They shut down G2 on the pistol, and it's now 11-2.
G2 are now backs against the wall. At this point, you probably have to go for that force buy no matter what. The steepest uphill battle to play against Sentinels. A team who has been undefeated in this split. Tested by a team who's turned things around since the loss of Crew. And you definitely need some hero players coming through. Zekin and Bang, John Cutie have definitely done it on the side of the defense. And Kaplan could definitely taste the victory with the rest of the team, but not G2. Josh RT already calling the last timeout available for the side of G2 Esports.
Crazy stuff here. G2 trying to get a word in at what could be the final hour at this chance. I mean, they still move to the lower bracket here, so not a problem with the loss, but it is Toronto on the line and Sentinels 2 rounds away. So the chat has to happen here with the team. And you can see they are listening. Not much coming from the players, so it's the reset. They know how to do this. It's going to take a lot of work, though. Stinger buy, as we know, coming out of G2 if that round goes the way of their opponents. Let's see if Sentinels, however, are going to recognize this one. So this means G2 might have to play far up in the face of Sen with those defensive stingers, which also makes it a little scary here, but you got to go for broke at this moment if you want to keep it off overtime.
And with the knife that starts on the attack side of Sentinels, it does not hit Leaf. So the 2 Razor Vines, the walls are still good. Counter knife, no information gathered. That's a huge knife being thrown all the way from tree from Jonah P.
Here.
It's a good protocol in the very beginning, though. Trying to have 3 players rotate across, spam through the smoke that heavily damages Zelsis. And throughout all of that chaos, they insert from VALORANT to listen to these rotates, but this is a buy from G2 who only has stingers. It's not the best of buys to be in this position, to be in these positions on the side of G2 with how forward they are. Sentinels looks like they want to stop and go, re-hit back towards the B site, but nobody from G2 has rotated across.
No. VALORANT just trickling in that information of what vision he has, all that util inside sight from Leaf could do the exact amount of damage they need. Straightforward, Zekin tries to basically pull the Jogama away. Like, there's no smoke, there's no kill to be had there. Oh, the refract is right there, but it's still enough time for Leaf to capitalize on the window. The Stingers, how are they just too much for Sen every time?
And the wall was still up. It split the Sentinels push, and G2 stays alive into their Stinger buy.
You gotta be kidding me. Smiles on the face of G2. They get away with that round, but honestly, I don't know if get away is the right word. They secure it again. They're so good with it, and it does not seem like a team has an answer. Maybe just keep buying stingers. Maybe just keep buying stingers, man. Great job there. Sentinels still have a lot of room to work with and a lot of time to work with here on this second half. But G2, they are now down and out as we see.
And Sentinels knows that there is so much cushion. 8th round lead, so going for a full classic round against G2. G2 on their side just upgrading as much as they could, playing pretty much escalation at this point. Jogimo going with the Bulldog and Leaf as well.
Drone is down.
The drone doesn't get too much information, so that is actually Zekin well inserted towards this wine, but being pushed out by the salvos, and that's actually a good read towards the end. That's no dash for Zekin to clear space into the B site. So if they're going to try to go into B one more time, that util from Leaf would still be, once again, too good to deal with.
He's already playing for a first look on it, too.
Ooh. That might change the tempo, though. That, knife just suppressed him.
Narrate only getting so close, 3 pips away still on that ult. And to rotate back across, they had Zekin here for quite a while, so they have decided to change the strat a few times. Zekin's lurk here would have still been pivotal to use on the round, but they're going to have to create another fake here. 30 seconds left. Fragment goes down. It's going to be Jonah P with a bit of utility out, but the rest of the squad is easily able in sight to thwart the rest of the members there of Sentinels. Narrate just on that lurk will be found by Valen. And G2 grab themselves another round, but they know there's a lot of work to be done.
They save the 2 Bulldogs into the next round as well. And that's the difficult portion here our difficult part for G2. Because they know they have backs against the wall against Sentinels, they have to keep upgrading to weapons. So even if they have stingers that they save within this round, they dropped it back towards the spawn, upgrading to these, so the money could potentially stay low if they keep losing players in the process in these fights against Sentinels. And Sentinels is just going to keep grinding into the economy and potentially even turn it around by that point.
Jogimo wants some action. Maybe at this point, Jogimo feels like he needs to produce something too, with the first half being so difficult, being shut down by Sen. You just get that inkling where you want to make that impact, and he does. Drops second, and that's going to bring the heart rate up. The rest of the fire comes through, and it's going to be too much in mid as Jaw goes for another peek there.
He'll take that to start, though. A nice little saturate combination towards the fridge. Punishes 2 players there. No more dashes, no more salvo utility to open up the site. Now they have to work towards middle, and John Cutie starts things up well.
Hardly even saw him on that shot. John is feeling it right now. Almost looked for another one, sees the elbow. And this fight's just going to be a 1v1 by them as Zelsis goes down to Trent here on that push. Say, you played their pistol round. We know you're going to be lurking this late into the round, Zelsis.
Enemy remaining.
Man,
down, B.
G2 just seem to have a lockdown here. Once they have early momentum in the round, so confident in these trades.
Oh, somehow made it alive without being stunned.
Saw him drop out.
Oh, you're so pinned.
1-2, who's gonna peek first? Just toying with their food. 5 now for G2. The timeout, playing in strong. That talk from Josh reset the squad, and now they have 3 in a row.
You've had these moments on the side of the Sentinels camp where they actually had very strong starts, very strong leads, but their opponents are actually starting to come back into the game. I remember a couple of interviews ago, within their wins, Kapla was mentioning I should have called some of these timeouts a little bit earlier here to not give a chance for our opponents to really catch up and build that momentum. It's starting off well here since this force buy from G2 in that second round of the half. Breaking the econ over Sentinel, snowballing a couple of rounds, and also surviving with 3 players in the last round. So the economy's back to normal on the side of the defense for G2. And Kaplan now, it's finding ways to try to shut things down right away here.
Yeah.
And trying to get this drone picked towards middle, maybe try to break some walls or trying to get that spot and control towards middle is being well defended by G2. And Sen feels like they're understanding that weakness in terms of the map control that G2 currently has.
Yeah.
Because since the very beginning, Leaf has been using the wall towards B main instead, and not using the wall towards middle for information.
true. We'll see how he sets it up again. Looks like it actually might be heading over towards A so they can keep a focus towards mid and towards tree a little bit more. We'll wait for it to come out. Imagine. I mean, right now they have the streak. They have what should be another round right now versus Sentinels. G2 with the operator being brought out by Jogamo. So you know he's going to try to get into dangerous spots and use that refract to make sure they have an early say in the round. Back towards mid. Yeah, like you said, toying here with mid, trying to destroy the wall. This time they won't find it. It looks like they're gonna have to move on from here. Oh my gosh, Trent and Leaf just lay down Sentinels as they try to get into the site. There's a few more come through as they farm the low buy round here from Sen, and G2 look like they're gonna grab 6. Quite a few ults will be online for the following rounds.
No way for Sentinels to really come in for a plant and build up a little bit of that extra 300 credits across the board out of it. But you're definitely starting to see here that both teams are looking fairly comfortable on snuffing out the attack side of their opponents. Sentinels, this is 5 rounds now in a row that we haven't even had to play a retake for G2. It's all fights as soon as Sentinels tries to go for an execution.
Let's go. We're winning this shit.
I mean, you have to feel like you have a read on the game right now. If this is what's happening and Sentinels hasn't shown you anything since that first round. Already in. Straight back towards mid. I wonder if this is Sentinels trying to find out where the wall's going to be, what kind of game they can play with that, because again, Leaf's shear is out. Oh, it's out towards the right side of A this time.
Correct.
So they do have it working on that A main, which means they can keep focusing this mid, and they have the right idea.
And he's playing towards this area so that if there's a lot of pressure, he could actually throw the Razor Vines. Or the Vise ult, which is perfect here. The Salsa player is down.
Narrate stubs his toe on the Armageddon. Walked right into that thinking it was going to be just soon enough that it left. John Cutie answers, but Jogamo hits the sliver shot. Not a chance for Zelsis to return that. Now they just search for John. Take him out. Jonah P finds his duplicate and ends that round. 11-7 now. We said it when we came in. It is still very much a match because G2 is getting back on the defensive side of Ascend. Anything can happen.
The position's perfect again. It's hard right now to deal against Trent playing back towards the defender spawn. His salvos, his special deliveries are too good. Even again, the position that you had from the Steel Garden from Leaf right towards the garden that covers the whole area of Pizza. So that G2 could actually fight just against pistols, flooding back into the market. Sentinels keeps trying to go for this mid to be split. But it changes this time around. I think after losing so many attempts of taking mid control, G2 were changing their position around, and it started off pretty well. There was a jump spot going towards the B link that Jogamo potentially could have punished.
Whoa. Back and forth round here for Sentinels. I mean, obviously they have a plan in mind, but they've already given G2 that time to set up, understand it's not a rush, and kind of position themselves here further in sight to make sure they are ready for utility. So it's not about speed for Sen right now. They're trying to control and get ready for these ultimates, I think.
And the walls just slightly forward up. Already Razor Vines playing counter.
Oh, Zekin in first. Been kind of quiet on these past few rounds here. Shut down by G2, but now awake here on round 19. And that null command is going to give them a good amount of space here to hit this round. A big lurk from Zelsis could get some tags on people, but I think his timing is already the same as John Cutie, so not really much lurk anymore.
Oh, he got blinded too. Could move in somehow. Oh, G2's turning it around.
The distraction, he jumps in, has the off, so he's not going to be providing too much unless he's up top on Heaven like that. And now it's the 3v2.
Oh my.
G2 are closing in on Sen, and that's a third one for Jogamo. Are they even pressured in these situations?
I was just about to mention that G2 will be heavily tested on how they can retake the site with Jogamo's up. And somehow he still moves in just to find information first, and then comes in right after when his teammates are getting first bloods on a retake.
Gross.
And look at what he can bring. Clean shots towards the end, a highlight reel.
No. You can see Kaplan knows it's getting away from him. It's too close for comfort here. And that's going to be that final timeout for the side of Sentinels. Vans, how do you reset momentum like this? You can only tell the team that what they were doing was working, right? The retakes, that was where Sentinels were huge. So it's got to be off the beginning. Just pretend you're attacking with a retake, right? Is that easy? No, it's not. It's not when you don't have the momentum that G2 has right now.
Yeah. Right now for Sentinels is the wall has been a little bit of a pain point at the very beginning for Sentinels on trying to enter towards the main of the B site. Didn't work out. Let's try to go for a little bit of mid control and go for these splits. Denied now by the crunch that G2's pulling in from the rotates on the defense. But you're definitely seeing here that the pressure that's being added on the side of Sentinels when they're working towards middle, that G2's rotate is not necessarily on flanks in the front of Catwalk. They're actually playing back towards defender spawn, trying to scale back towards the market and try to fight back towards the spawn towards B. So there's potential here for John Cute. I mean, you're going to ask a lot for him to try to have the perfect calls to manipulate the rotates and to actually start activating a little bit more lurks, maybe even towards the A main. Force maybe a 1v1 into Leaf, and then maybe you have a chance to pull back now into a site hit that's a little bit cleaner and play at a man advantage.
I like that. Because I feel like Sentinels is playing back when, say the Vice is more acting like a Killjoy with an alarm bot. They're just looking for alarm bot destruction and then they go and do something else. When they're not getting that wall in mid, they're not able to mess with any utility, and G2 is just saying, hey, someone's outside the front door, we don't have to react yet. So I think a lot of what Sen's doing is too telegraphed, a little too slow there. We saw Zekin dive into the site and capitalize on one. They just have to be able to keep that pressure. G2 is so on top of what Sentinels is doing. They're not really giving respect to those engages. It's being a pain point for Sen.
Yeah. And this is the first time as well that G2 was tested on into the retakes. Right?
Yeah,
the first time we're seeing a defuse coming in from G2 as well. And it was just a simple, well, I like to say simple, but they did have a good buddy system to run back into the site off the information that Joggimal's able to bring. If they're able to shut down Joggimal first, not necessarily on killing him, but making sure that he stays further back and cannot get the jump in refract info for the team, Sentinels might have a chance. They haven't really had an opportunity to really put narrate into these post-plant scenarios that Trent has been doing so well throughout this whole series. And despite that, when I mentioned that Trent, yes, had a couple of whiffy rounds into this third map of Ascent, he's still on the top of the board, by the way, for G2.
Yeah, 19 and 13 with 7 assists there, too. The whole package this game, for sure, coming in from Trent. 15 and 13 for Zekin on the other side. I have to say everybody's really fragging in this game as you're close to double digits just for every single player here.
Yeah, thanks, Pansy. Trying to catch up to you guys over there.
We need our orange slices and juice boxes, okay? Okay.
That said, though, if you're looking back to on the side of G2, remember on the first half, you've called it at some point, how they were so good for Sentinel's side to shut down Joggimal on the entries. 0-7 at some point in terms of attempts. Exactly. But now he's currently sitting at 10 and 13. You saw the triple kill he just had on that retake. You don't want this guy to start activating, which is why probably Kaplan started calling these timeouts a little bit earlier, because you're starting to see a warm-up on the side of Jonah P, a warm-up on the side of Joggimal.
For sure.
And it's not the right time for Sentinels to cool down when they don't have any timeouts left to work with.
Jog with an early op. Not even refracted yet either. He's just going out there for the initial take.
Get out of my way.
But they have an idea on the read with all the pushes they're doing on tree and towards tiles here.
And this buy that they have for Sentinels, Nary doesn't even have a drone to come out with, so they're actually investing a lot of force buy into this round. Because Zekin has Bladestorm, he could be that pivotal piece that allows here Sentinels to turn the map back in their favor, especially on their attack side. And he's currently moving here towards this A side. Sentinels are getting ready for a time hit with the salvos of Narrate for a split of a 3-2 towards this A site.
G2 are ready for the 1 minute take. There goes the smoke towards A main to already slow. Valen is prepped. The 0 point starts to come out. They actually get tagged. Zekin takes one down, but Jonah P answers with 2, and tree is done. The pincer move is no longer there, and what's in sight has to hit like a brick. It does not.
Oh, the wall bang!
It does not. John Cutie coming up with 2. Sentinels feeling the pain on this one as they cannot get to the site with the spike. G2 just too strong. safety here for John Cutie.
Oh, this is dangerous, though.
Oh, the shorty just on his right. Will he think to check it? Looks into sight first. That's 2 from Lee for the drive-by. 9 for G2, and like you said, that was SEN pushing themselves into a bye. We'll have to see what they can scrap up here on this next round.
But the convergence path, and then having Leaf moving forward, that was going to be dangerous. They still had util up towards that wall, and it seems as though the last 2 players were so separated between Jarimo and Leaf that there was a chance for your fragging IGL on the side of Sentinels to clutch that. Yeah, that was a nice little opening, but unfortunately it wasn't enough because of this push coming out from Jonah P. The util on both of the initiators from both teams have been really good for the defensive side, and it's so hard to deal against. Trying to go for a double swing potentially on the top of middle here from Sentinels after the drone spots the op from Jogimo. And they also spotted that wall, though. It's been pinged out right away.
They've got good util. They get his refract out. They think a bit of a mid push is coming. They got the drone out. This is the time Sentinels have a step ahead of the play and one where they can start to come back. Let's see how G2 reacts.
And somehow with a stinger by 2, but identifying that wall, they know that they have a clear path moving towards the A site. No walls to stop them. And Celsius places a nice wall for the post plant.
Oh, all 5 heaven? They are going to waterfall into sight. They got to be ready. The paranoia comes out. Jogimo hits 1. Already able to just spread out onto heaven here. The trades are in favor of Sentinels to start. Jogimo can't find that position to jump in just yet. The door's broken and they need that extra attack point. There it is. They draw the door focus. Beautifully done. They're working it all together. They find a way to do it. G2 perfection on the retake.
One round away for G2 to tie this game. A stinger by for Sentinels, a stack towards hell, but wasn't enough to go for the ping pong swings to fight back against a retake of G2. And again, it's engaged and initiated by Jogimo at the top of heaven.
Wait, nice!
They are ready. They just want to get back into each round, Vans. They don't even want the end of the round time. Just start it again. You can see that G2's feeling it.
Sentinels had a plant. And now with the buy that they have is just small shields, regen shields, not the best in terms of armor to keep them alive in these fights. And they're trying to add a fight into main again.
Valen and team pop flash out. They're going to get the win here onto Sentinels, and they're going for the throat. Sentinels get another buy, and they're going to just put that money back down into the gutter as G2 go for the throat again.
You have to escape with only 6 HP remaining on Bang. The best thing you can do right now for Sentinels at this point is to try to salvage these orbs. Trying to build up the ult here for John Cutie. Bring this to potentially the last 2 rounds of this map to determine the winner.
Crazy.
Of who qualifies to Toronto. They don't even want to go towards B to try to pick it up because they lost all that information towards middle in the very beginning. So now it's just, okay, use this minute right now for John Cutie. There's no more timeouts left for Kaplan. It's all up to the IGL to try to call out the next 2 rounds.
And this type of play from G2 continues to just remind us and instill that pedigree that they bring to the table in situations where it looks impossible.
30 seconds
They're
left.
still able to make it happen here. Tying up the game with this one, still got work to do, but the momentum is fully in favor of G2 here as they string another round together.
And that will tie up the game. 11-11. We wish for a good series, and we're getting it so far.
10 seconds
And
left.
again, at the beginning of this round, you saw that Sentinels were trying to pull out a little bit of a strat book from G2, going for the salvos to take control of line and in front of sight. But look at that answer back of G2 that other teams haven't really been doing instead when G2 continuously adds the double initiator util to take over A main. The counter salvos to come across and a pop flash towards the smoke.
That's right. You can't even get your Omen TP over at that point. One of the biggest things about taking that A main control to have the double peek. So yeah, everything is being shut down. Super smart plays here, getting Mastermind towards the end of the series. Map 3, all the stops being pulled out and the last bits of the strat book being flipped, the last pages.
And right now towards this B main, you have Zelsis potentially trying to throw a flash, but no, he's going to fall back instead. I was going to say that's a perfect position for Jogimo to be at, to just get an opening, avoid the flash and get a pick with the off towards main.
All right. Oh, does get the wall.
Okay, but the drone did see that it was the jet.
Yeah, they know that's a fake. And this is what we kind of talked about before too, Vans, is that's not enough to be faking G2 out right now. Because they bring the fight to Tree. Just right in there, they're not even worried.
So much util has been used in the very beginning though from both initiators, and the off shot missed though from Jarmo towards B main.
A rarity.
But all of that util expense here towards the side of G2. Now this is an opening for Sen to go for the mid to B split.
They finally go through the door on this one. They've been tempting it. They've been trying. They squeeze through that choke point. Do they know Jogamo's in the back though? The operator's going to be tough in that close spot.
The knife hit him. So they know he's towards that back. But they're wasting so much time for Sentinels. Exactly. G2 could flip back in this fight.
There's one. There's no help for that. One dry peek by Narrate to go in. A second one, they try to get a bit of util. The flash, Arcros goes down. Jogamo can't get another one. Sentinels finally dislodge him from the back of the site, but they don't know how close G2 is, and they're right on top of John Cutie.
And so much time's been wasted. Trent may have salvos very soon. As I mentioned, he just has it up. Here comes the flood back into the site.
Always in the iPad for him. Ready to attack. Flash goes over. Hide from Zek and keeps him safe. And he's the only one on stairs as Zelsis is trained on that lane side.
The only thing Sentinels has is his flash.
Flash turned. And that's going to be another round. Sentinels! 4K for Bang, and that's what it takes to get him to game point.
That one flash that was remaining there for Zelsis pops it, allows for him to get 2 assists, and for Sentinels to just fight back on the foot of G2. All the util was ready for G2 to move in as a group. And look at the position towards the end. Bang once again, stepping up to the plate when needed. And Sentinels are 1 round away of qualifying to Toronto.
What's it gonna take? Jogamo gets the operator back out for the hard line. He's gonna go straight mid. And Sentinels is going to tempt it. The smoke just at mid keeps Jogamo from opening the round with a kill here, but he's waiting inside for that party.
And G2 haven't really been doing this so far. Not with the op at least. And Jarmo will try to get it done. That's his responsibility here. The drone spots a couple players towards Sabrosa. And Jaw's just trying to find that timing.
There.
Oh.
That's Narrate down. That's no salvos to open up the site towards the tree. So you can't manipulate the map so far for Sentinels.
G2 win this. They flip us into overtime and reset the sides. Everybody's defense has been stronger, it seems, so far. So we're going to get a hell of a back and forth if it does happen. Sentinels look to string back over towards the A side now. They've chosen correctly, but that only depends on how well Valen and Jonah P want to pop off here.
Valen still has a flash to delay, and Jonah could throw a knife and even Molly towards the tree.
30 seconds
One.
left.
Valen starts the pop off. The fuse is lit here for G2. With overtime on the horizon, they have 5 members to retake this site from just the 3 of Sentinels, and Zelsis makes it 4 members of G2. Oh, he gets back on the other side of the wall. Huge play. Definitely not going to expect this. Maybe the timing is reset for Jogamo now, but Zelsis goes for the deeper reset here. And now he knows the drop is there. Second answers with 1. They're looking to take the round. Only 2 kills away. 1 more. It's just gonna be it. Bang gets the kill. That's 13 for Sen. The glow up from the young team. And Sen City is headed to Masters Toronto.
A beautiful fight for Sentinels in the last round. Taking all the rounds of regulation in order to qualify to Toronto. Converting a 3 versus 5. Facing the adversity, going into potentially overtime, but they shut down G2 at the right moment with the shining stars of Sentinels denying G2's easy track to qualify.
A kickoff revenge, a hard-fought last map. The timeout so necessary from Kaplan there to correct what was happening, and Sentinels show us a revenge match that they have wanted since kickoff.
A team here for Sentinels who bombed out of Masters Bangkok. A slow start that they had during kickoff, and they needed to iron things out. Zelsis mentioned it, Naren mentioned it. They needed to just talk and be better inside and outside of the server. And they've turned things around here in the midpoint of that first split. And they've been up and up ever since. The Vibe Merchant seems to be back for sure with Zelsis.
Absolutely. And the playoff buff is there for Sen, it seems. With everyone coming out, Narrate having his rounds. As you said, Zelsis there second is frying. John Cutie coming into play in the clutch rounds that he needed to, as well as Bang super showing a playoff buff.
Zelsis and the crew over at Sentinels are able to win this one over and give a chance here for John Cutie, the honorary Canadian that flew away from the MENA region from Morocco, moving to Montreal to pursue a career in VALORANT, joining the ranks of M80, playing from Montreal, and now has a chance to play in a quote-unquote home crowd in Toronto, Canada. And of course, there's going to be a lot of fans following Sentinels here on their road towards this Masters International of Toronto. I mean, look at this, Riv. It's been such a good series overall, back and forth. Almost even an overtime push coming through here until, unfortunately, a 3v5 came through from heroic plays of Sentinels right over here.
The rounds we saw where it took the team looked great, but it definitely took a lot of star power in single rounds here, and then the sum of the parts coming together. So many awesome clutch plays, so many rounds you did not think would go the way of the team that was down on members. And crazy stuff. You see exactly what it means to Sen, what it means to Zelsis. They talked about how young this squad is in age. Not that they haven't grown over the stage, but that they have a lot to work on. And it feels like they locked down a lot of those things they felt might have been problems, which are now successes.
And you see the sigh of relief towards the end for Zelsis too, because remember, this was a third map that was a 10-2 lead for Sentinels. And G2 were coming back in the second half. It started with a forced buy from a Stinger that almost brought this into overtime. And that could have been a different story written by G2 if it actually did go into overtime.
And they almost wrote history. We've never had a 10-2 comeback. So they were this close in VCT Americas from making that happen, which is absolutely crazy. Sentinels, they do show that they can come out and stop G2's momentum, and I think that's one of the big things is when teams start to fall prey to that, it seems like the game is over.
Yeah, and you mentioned like also at the same time we saw the reactions from Narrate, for example, in these moments where you talked about the emotions. He looked so good on that map of Ascent, knowing where the hits are coming from G2, and also is a key player now to this roster.
Well, let's see what they have to say about the game themselves. We're going to send it down to Elizabeth at the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with the Sentinels.
Good shit.
Sen City, I know you're here. Give it up for your Sentinels! And I am joined by some of the men of the hour whose heart is racing right now. Zelsis and Kaplan. I mean, you had our heart racing out there. It was back and forth. I have two cards in my hand. I didn't know who I was going to interview. So Kaplan, I'm going to go to you first. You had to take those timeouts almost back to back. It was scary. You were just talking about, I should have done this, I should have done that. When it gets to 12, what are we thinking? What's the emotion? Do we think it's going to go to overtime? What are we thinking?
I'm thinking, I'm pumped. It's even going to go to overtime. Another chance to speak to the boys. I know they get a relief when we hit OT. That feeling when you hit 12, it's a huge weight off your shoulders.
Yeah. Well, something I want to ask you is that, you know, Bangkok didn't go as planned. I saw the Sunbites video where you spoke to them and just, let's just have fun. I'm sorry I didn't say this before, but let's just have fun. Now, you'll be going to Toronto. Is it still fun, or is it game on? We showed you a different side of us in Bangkok, but now we're going to show you who the Masters Madrid champions are.
I think sorry, it's not the fun answer. We learned our lesson. We're gonna be patient. We're just gonna make sure we keep good composure in Toronto and don't overwhelm ourselves, you know, just one step at a time.
Now, something I want to ask you, I almost called you Kaplan. You're not Kaplan. Zelsis is, I actually interviewed Emmy, which you saw during the halftime break, and he is smiling right there, over there, pointing. He said I asked him to leave you a message, and he said very simply, I love you.
I love you too.
Well, speak to him, yeah.
I love you too, Emmy, but I mean, Cap's my guy, sorry.
Oh my God. Now you're gonna be with MIBR as two of our Masters Toronto representatives. Who do you think will be joining you, or who do you want to join you?
I'll go first and then. Yeah, I'll take G2. I'd love to play him again.
Try to make it cleaner next time.
No, who's joining us to Toronto?
Oh, yeah, that's what.
I think G2's finding their way, and we'll smoke them there.
We'll smoke them there. I mean, Kaplan, to be fair, this was very close. To be very fair, yeah, your player's about to have a heart attack, Kaplan. We have to go to a cardiologist after this. When we go to you obviously, Masters Madrid, Jordan, you were pretty emotional. We saw you almost near tears. Bangkok obviously didn't go the way you were hoping. Going into Masters Toronto, going in there with the love of Emmy, the love of your fans, what is your emotion going into that?
I mean, I'm the same as like when we were in Bangkok. Like, I just want to have fun. It's like I've given my whole life to like competing like in esports. So I think like Cap said, like we overwhelm ourselves a lot just because we want to win and we're super hard workers. But like I think just having fun and enjoying like the moment we're in is like the most important thing.
Well, congratulations one more time. Give it up for a hard-fought win by your Sentinels.
By the Sentinels bundle.
And by the Sen bundle, we have match point coming up with John Cutie and Zekin.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? GB here. I got John Cutie as well as Zekin as we are going to play a fun game, a new game. It's called Eyes and Ears, okay? So it's going to require coordination and teamwork, and we thought, who better to do it than the IGL and the duelists of Sentinels? Why not, right? And of course, here's how it's going to work. One person has the monitor, John, and the other has the keyboard and mouse, Zekin. So you're going to have to work together to navigate to a site and eliminate an agent. You guys ready to go?
Ready to go.
All right, let's see how fast you can do it.
It could be at any site?
A site. It will be on A site.
Okay, Zach, go on your right. Go to A main.
Go to A main.
Go straight and
where
right.
Am I now? T-spawn?
You're on your spawn, yeah, T-spawn.
This is great because obviously
you're hitting a wall. Go forward, go forward.
Let's actually show the.
Turn your mouse to the right.
Gotta make sure he doesn't.
No, it's just, your sense is so high. Turn again. Turn left. Left. Jump, because you're stuck in the chairs. Go forward. Go left now. Left, another 90 from left. Yep, go straight.
Yep.
I'll tell you degrees. 90 degrees on your right. Go, keep going.
This is impressive. This is some coordination.
Left 90 degrees again.
You can see where the cipher is.
You're at the orb main. Now you need to turn right,
right
because you're looking at bike. Go straight. Turn a bit on the right.
Oh.
Keep going straight. Go on the left.
Actually very impressive.
Go straight. Wait, stop. Turn on your left. Just turn. Mouse so I can see if Cypher is there. Your mouse, turn left. He's not there. Okay, go straight now, on site. Jump. No, go backward and jump. Okay. You're like artist.
I'll give you a hint. Yeah. He's by a grass garden, more so than the site.
Okay, go to the door. Turn left, just a little bit on your mouse. A bit on the right. Go straight. Go on the right. No. Turn your mouse left.
Yeah.
Turn your mouse left 90 degrees.
90 degrees, yeah.
Yeah. Hit W 3 times. Hit the whiskey button.
1, 2, 3.
Again. That was
1, 2, 3.
Nice.
This is impressive.
Go right.
Walk right or turn?
Look right. Sorry. Look right. Look up. Go forward.
Slow look up of Jets.
Oh, behind you. Okay. Turn your mouse like 90 degrees behind you.
90 degrees behind.
On the right. Sorry. Turn on the right.
A lot of 90 degrees here today.
You see him? Do we need to?
You gotta shoot him. Take him out.
Okay.
Can you hit him? You gotta guide the
move
aimer.
your mouse 90 degrees to the left.
90 degrees every time.
90 degrees to the left again. Go up. On the right now, a little bit. You're almost aiming him. Yes, shoot. You kill him.
Boom. There we go. We made Toronto. Yeah. Winning on the stage. Winning here as well. Come on, join me over at the chairs, fellas. Wow. Congratulations on a wild game that I just went to the doctor recently, told me I had high blood pressure. You guys didn't help me out there because that was a wild matchup. Walk me through you get down to the wire. It's what was it, 11-11 I think, or you got to that point. What are you telling the team in the comms?
I mean, we're saving 11-10. Tell them, boys, this is a fake comeback. We've been here before. It's a fake comeback.
Yeah.
And shout out to the boys. Everyone kept believing. Nobody will not listening to the calls or hesitating or no, we should do this. Full trust.
Yeah.
Everyone believed we just needed to get in a good position. And shout out to G2. They made it hard for us, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, look, both of you guys played an incredible game, without a doubt. That's a championship level matchup in any occasion, right? But for Zekin,
I mean, you just were on fire, brother. It's crazy. Actually, Bren had the best line ever. You like do things and then everyone else just gets up and they just like pop off for you. How does it feel to know that whenever you do something miraculous, which happens to be like on a regular basis, that these boys are always there having your back?
It feels great. I mean, I got the best teammates in the world on my corner, and you know, I do a little highlight, and Jordan, my minion, jumps up for me and just starts slamming the other team. He starts berating them.
You like call him like a Pokemon. You're just like,
yeah,
oh,
I just throw him out. He's like screaming at the other team. It feels amazing.
It's like Nunu and Willump.
Yeah.
It's like Celsius, new taunt. And he just does it every time. Well, guys, you qualified for Toronto. This not unfamiliar territory for y'all because you guys also qualified for Bangkok. John, how do you not let what happened in Bangkok happen here in Toronto, or do you feel like that was just a different team and you guys have looked past that?
Yeah, that was definitely a different team. I feel like that was like the lowest point of our team.
Yeah.
And I think our improvement this past 2 months is like crazy. Like you can even tell like our map pool is very refined now.
Would you say that was like you guys? Because I remember, I think it was Kaplan said you guys were having some hard conversations and you were really talking to one another like sternly about what you need to get done. Was that it? Was that the thing that you needed to have happen, that difficult chat?
Yeah, I mean, everyone on the team cares a lot. Like, there isn't like anyone that like has problems with others. Like, everyone cares a lot. We just needed like the right recipe and like people playing like certain roles and like people getting comfy with their teammates. Like, we knew from the get-go, like this team is gonna like scale up and get like at peak form in champs.
Yeah.
And then already right now, like for Toronto, we're at a very good spot. And like as you've seen, like everyone has improved individually.
Yeah.
The team looks way more cohesive.
Yeah.
We were like just looking at very random in Bangkok. So I feel like we're more than ready for Toronto.
For you in particular, though, is this cool? Because I know that you're from Montreal, right? Or you lived in Montreal for a little while.
Yeah.
So is it kind of cool just to head back to Canada and play in front of the Canadian crowd?
No, I'm very excited. Like I have 2 brothers that live in Montreal. I have like 4 uncles, my cousins. Like they're probably all gonna be there. Like I'm very glad. Like to be honest, like this was one of the most stressful matches for me.
Yeah.
Because there was like a lot on the line.
Yeah, I believe it. Yeah.
So yeah, like I'm so happy. I can't believe it.
That's amazing. Zekin, for you, before we wrap things up, you've been through the ups and downs with the Sentinels organization for quite some time now, and this is an incredible up. I mean, you guys really pulled through in the end. The crowd losing their minds. Is this like one of those moments that as a pro player, you're like, man, you live for the moment. You live for this stuff.
It definitely makes the job like super fun. Like it's very stressful when you're in the match and actually playing it, and they're coming back like 11-10, 10-11-11.
Yeah.
But like that moment of elation, it really makes it all worth it. Like it's incredible.
Seeing Celsius get up and just that energy pop off, right? It was all of you guys, but wow, it was an amazing thing. And congratulations, seriously. You're representing Americas in Toronto. And of course, that means that day 3 of playoffs is coming to a close. And we have 2 teams who have qualified for Masters Toronto, and it's MIBR and Sentinels. But you guys will also be facing off against one another. Any thoughts on MIBR, John? Because this, man, they looked really good today.
Yeah, they look very strong. Like they're our boys. We're at the same office.
They're our neighbors.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay.
So we're very close to them. But
so that means you could sabotage like their plumbing. They could do the same to you.
Well, the problem is we share the same bathroom. So if we sabotage the plumbing, it's like self-set. But it's fine. We'll figure it out.
You guys, you know what? Just have Rob get you guys a porta potty on the outside, and then you clog the toilet.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, I got you guys covered. See, that's why I wasn't successful as a pro player. Now, of course, that means that tomorrow we're going to be heading to the lower bracket for 2 more elimination matches, and we have our top 4 set in place. It's going to be Kruvisa versus Evil Geniuses, and then we have G2 Esports versus 100 Thieves. Y'all want to give me a little prediction? Who you think's going to win those games?
Ooh.
Let's see. We got G2 100 Thieves.
G2.
G2
beat Crew last time 2-0 pretty fast. I don't think they could do it again though. I think it's Crew 2-1.
Is the rematch buff?
G2 Crew.
So G2 Crew. Oh boy. All right. Well, you heard it here from Zekin and John QT. Guys, thank you so much as always for joining me, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Amazing. Can't wait to see you guys kick all the asses in Toronto. It's going to be amazing. But for now though, that's going to do it for us here today, and we'll see you guys very soon. Shout out to the Moose. Shout out to the maple syrup that I chugged. And this is your Samsung SSD Fast Replay. See you tomorrow.
the lower bracket round 4 rematch from Kickoff just a couple of months ago between MIBR and Crew, and the stakes could not be any bigger than this. Toronto is up for grabs. MIBR in a position to take an 8-4 half. Can they convert this? Verno has gotten it much closer. He's gotten 2 on the round. He gets them all himself. MIBR in 8-4 half. Burnham and Shannon close by. They're going to force him into that fight. He's going to find his one. Still outnumbered. Still outgunned. Crew get to find. Cortezia misses his window, and now the pressure's on him. On the swing again. 70 HP, and he stands tall. He's going to wait it out, and the shorty connects onto Mazzino. They're beckoning him to take the swing, forced to take the fight. They double swing into it, and Shenham wins out the 1v1 and gets the defuse. MIBR steal away Crew's map pick. No, Melser snaps his head back. Mazzino does as well. Leave it to Osboss to isolate 1v1 after 1v1. 3 for him. Blades online, make that 4. MIBR get to 8. Fully committing to the post-plant play. Cortezia plucks Kesnet out of the sky. Can RT get to half? Yes, he can. He's sticky. How much further can he go? 75%, 80% of the way there! MIBR steals the defuse! And now they're gonna pop that ult too. It's done. Kesnet falls. Gunfire erupts as Shenham gets 2. 3 on the round. Shy left standing, and he will fall for the very first time in franchise history. They earn a spot on the international stage. MIBR, welcome to Toronto.
And it is time to get into what is this Kickoff Grand Finals revenge match in best of 3 form, and I'm sure Sentinels want to come out firing. Wait, these shots coming out immediately. The speed on A again. Bit of an extended high-low there, but they do lose each other. Can Trent have the firepower for 2 of these members? Oh my God! The Red Bull clutch from Trent in the 1-2. In the window to get back into this. Leaf's in sight. So's Val and so's Jog. They just surface from nowhere and take down Sentinels. It's gonna be 13-5 in favor of G2. Full control is split pretty much all throughout.
This is the biggest fight right here.
Jonah P gets a beautiful kill on the lurk. The clear here. Oh no, he puts his weapon away! Jonah P grabs 4 as Leafs collects the round. Jogamo answers with 1, and we stay at half. 2v4. Jonah P has 1, can't find a second as Narrate locks that in. It's gonna be at 75%, goes down. That's gonna be at half now. Shots coming in from Narrate. He's up top trying to play the jungle gym. Oh my God, the Cove. It's the only thing that separates them as they stand shoulder to shoulder. That sends us to a map 3. We're going to ascend. They've hardly cleared sight with the util to get in for G2. Narrate's just able to stand there.
They know now that there's 2 players fighting towards main.
That's 2 kills, 1 on each side. Zelsis, however, is able to trade this and make it uneven. Zelsis is going to be the first contact, and it's not going to be enough. But second will as they collect the 9.
That's a good shot.
Jumps in, has the off, so he's not going to be providing too much unless he's up top on Heaven like that. And now it's the 3v2. G2 are closing in on Sen, and that's a 3rd one for Jogamo. Are they even pressured in these situations? Jogamo can't get another one. Sentinels finally dislodge him from the back of the site.
The only thing Sentinels has is his flash.
Flash turned, and that's going to be another round. Sentinels 4K for Bang, and that's what it takes to get them to game point. That's 13 for Sen. The glow up from the young team, and Sen City is headed to Masters Toronto.
I'm just a teenage dirtbag, baby. I'm just a teenage dirtbag, baby. I'm just a teenage.
I'm a 30-year-old dirtbag. Tell you that.
I'm just a teen.
Oh shit.
Woo! Woo!
Super easy, ya estoy super easy. Pa' ti no estoy busy, bebé como tú y sí. Bye.